America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401. The crew environment is too bad. New Orleans, Louisiana. At Mitchoud Studios, the sky was just getting light, and the sun had not yet risen. Several trailers drove in and parked near the largest studio. At 7:30 in the morning, Martin showed up on time and entered the largest trailer to put on makeup. Bruce saw that the stylist was the same one from the audition, so he followed him into the trailer and stared at him. The stylist's effeminate manner quickly disappeared in Bruce's wolf-like eyes, and he became a normal man again. Bruce sat in the corner and stared. He said he would keep an eye on Martin, and he would definitely keep an eye on Martin. The other two assistants also did Martin's styling honestly. The makeup lasted for an hour and a half. Before leaving, the stylist took out a blue hat and carefully put it on Martin's head, covering all his hair. Martin stood up, picked up his crutches, and walked a few steps. The stylist clapped his hands. Perfect. Bruce opened the trailer door, and Martin walked out of the trailer with his crutches. Entering the studio, various behind-the-scenes actors and staff were busy. Martin naturally entered the role, like an old man in his twilight years, trembling on a cane, and entering the set. David Fincher was talking about the play with a blonde girl, and the girl's mother or tutor was beside her. "Director, you don't have to let your mother communicate with me." Elle Fanning raised her little face and said to David Fincher seriously, "I have acted in many movies and can understand the play you are talking about." David Fincher laughed and said, "Okay, I will talk to you directly about the play in the future." He looked at Martin, who was trembling, and walked over and looked at him carefully. Whether it was his demeanor, his walking posture, or even the vicissitudes and innocence in his eyes, they were no different from those old people who were about to reach the end of their lives. Martin walked over slowly. David Fincher was not in a hurry, but praised, "Sure enough, my vision is right." Elle Fanning's eyes were full of curiosity, and she asked, "This blue hat? Grandpa, are you going to play this scene with me?" Martin said hoarsely, "You are Daisy." Elle Fanning, who was at most 10 years old, tried her best to show her maturity. "Hello, I'm Elle Fanning, who plays Daisy." Martin remembered that she had an older sister named Dakota. The sisters were particularly spiritual child stars. Because of the styling, the smile he forced out was a bit ugly. "My name is Martin, and the character I play is called Benjamin." Elle Fanning walked around Martin. "You don't look like Martin at all. You look more like my grandpa." "No, you are older than my grandpa." David Fincher did not interrupt the communication between the male and female actors. He thought it was good for the filming. After all, the old is old and the young is young. Martin asked, "How old are you?" "Not 10. Elle Fanning deliberately said older. "I'll be 10 soon." Martin asked curiously, "I remember Daisy has a lot of scenes with people aged 14 or 15. It's not your sister, is it?" Elle Fanning stopped and said, "Do you know my sister? Dakota Fanning?" Martin said truthfully, "I've seen a few movies she starred in, such as War of the Worlds." Elle Fanning shook her head. "Dakota won't play this role. Her schedule is much tighter than mine. She always has endless scenes to shoot." She was not without envy. "It seems that she is more popular than me." Martin had seen many movies of Dakota Fanning before. Fanning was a child star and made a very deep impression on people. But when she grew up, she didn't remember what she played. David Fincher looked around, clapped his hands and said, "Guys, let's get ready to shoot." Before leaving the set, he came to Martin and said, "Keep it up." Martin nodded slightly and walked twice in a row with Elle Fanning among the actors who looked like background boards to get familiar with the movements. As the script supervisor slapped the board, the filming began. Martin was well prepared and got into the state quickly. Elle Fanning was also very smart. The first scene of the two of them walking hand in hand and chatting in the nursing home was quickly approved. Although there were occasional interruptions in the following shots, it was generally smooth. Originally, children and animal actors were hailed as the two most difficult to control unstable factors in the crew, but in Elle Fanning, these were not seen at all. Martin felt that there was a reason why the Fanning sisters could receive so many film contracts. The crew entered the rest stage. Martin returned to the rest area, threw away his crutches, and sat down on a chair. Playing a decrepit old man for most of the morning was actually very tiring. The stylist came over to touch up his macup. Bruce brought a straw cup for Martin to drink water. When the stylist and 2 assistants left, a young man who seemed to have Tourette syndrome sat on the left side of Martin. Sheila Biaf took the initiative to say, "Cool old man, I heard that you, Nicholson and Leonardo formed a badass trio? This is not a secret in the circle at all." Martin replied, "Yes, we are fooling around together." Sheila Biaf said seriously, "I want to meet Nicholson. Can you introduce me?" Martin asked, "Why? Last time, at Paramount Studios, you saw it. I helped Blanchett, but she scolded me." Sheila Biaf's anger was written on his face. "Nicholson did a great job and helped me vent my anger." Martin nodded. "Do you want to express your gratitude?" Sheila Biaf shook his head. No, I want Nicholson to be my teacher, really. You see, the main creators in this crew are not normal. Only I, no, and you, Martin, are normal people. There are too many people like Blanchett. His brain circuit is not on the same line as ordinary people. The working environment and living environment are too bad. I want to learn from Nicholson how to protect myself." Martin looked at Sheila Biaf in surprise, making sure he was not joking. Sheila Biaf suddenly said, "I really hope my bumblebee follows me all the time." Martin did not respond to these nonsense, but just said, "Nicholson may come to visit the set in a while, and I will introduce you to each other then." Sheila Biaf scratched his head and said, "I have to think about what special way to greet Nicholson to shock him." Martin felt that old Jack might have something in common with Sheila Biaf, but he and he were completely on different channels. When leaving, Sheila Biaf suddenly remembered something. He and Blanchett had a kissing scene. Thinking of this, his stomach was twitching, and he wanted to vomit but couldn't. Martin reached out for the crutches, stood up tremblingly, walked slowly into the set, and continued to shoot the scenes with the child Daisy. The scenes were passed one by one, and the good condition of the actors ensured the smooth shooting of the crew. Halfway through, David Fincher called Martin to the director's monitor again. Martin put on the headset and watched all the shots shot in the morning with Fincher. After watching it once, Martin realized the problem, the sound of my voice, when I said the lines. "Yes, you are trying to change, and you have done your best." David Fincher pointed out the objective conditions that cannot be ignored, but your vocal cords are young people's vocal cords after all. It is not difficult to pretend to be a middle-aged person. For an old man who is about to be called by the Lord, it is still too young. Martin had no choice, let alone to have surgery on his vocal cords for such a role. He asked, "Can this be solved in post-production?" David Fincher called Martin over to solve this problem and said, "I have asked the technical department. It can be solved through voice-changing technology in the later stage. You need to redub the young Benjamin in post-production." Martin replied, "I have no problem." The crew finished work at noon and had a 2-hour break. Martin could not remove his macup, let alone go to the restaurant for lunch with macup, so he simply asked Bruce to bring the food back to the trailer. In New Orleans in November, the temperature just reached 20 degrees at noon, and the natural breeze was particularly comfortable on the body. Martin and Bruce simply set up a table and a parasol next to the trailer and ate leisurely. The environment here is very good. It is currently the 3rd largest filming base in the United States of Hollywood after New York and Georgia, and its tax refund can reach up to 42%. The film industry has obviously promoted the local brand in the tourism industry. The most famous attraction in New Orleans, Oak Grove Manor, became famous because of Interview with a Vampire, and has attracted tourists for more than 10 years. Bruce said at this time, "I just heard several producers in the crew discussing that New Orleans now likes war dramas or crews with a lot of action scenes the most." Martin was eating very slowly because of the inconvenience of the shape, so he asked, "Why? Like Atlanta, there are too many dilapidated and abandoned buildings and industrial parks. It takes time, effort, and money to demolish them locally." Bruce asked more carefully, "If the Hollywood crew wants to blow them up, the local area only charges a garbage cleaning fee, and the rest is up to the crew." Martin couldn't help but say, "This deal is too cost effective." Bruce nodded. You can clean up the abandoned buildings without spending a penny. Suddenly, Martin saw a familiar figure passing by the main road on the side of the trailer. You. Come over here, he said to that side. It was a girl of 14 or 15 years old, with long golden brown hair tied into a ponytail behind her head and a camera hanging under her neck, as if she was going to enter the studio to shoot. A stranger with a camera can't enter the studio at all. Seois Ronan heard the voice, turned around, and saw an old man who looked a little familiar but very strange. The old man looked funny, with a blue hat covering all his hair. But when she saw the person next to the old man, Seois Ronan realized who she had met. At Pinewood Studios, she had dealt with Bruce several times, and was caught by him. Seois quickly moved her hands away from the camera to avoid being misunderstood. Although she was a little reluctant, she still moved over step by step and said, "Hello, Martin, you look really unique now." Chapter 402 Performance Art. Pulling out a chair, Seois Ronan sat opposite Martin. Martin stretched out his hand and pointed at the camera. "Let me see it." "I didn't take a picture of you." "Really?" Seois said, but took off the camera and put it in front of Martin. Martin remembered very clearly that this girl was very good at making trouble. She even made a pants diaper scandal at Pinewood Studios. He looked through the photos taken with the digital camera and found that there was indeed no content here. He pushed it back to her and asked, "Which crew are you in?" Seois pointed to the studio next to her. "This one." Martin understood. "You played Daisy as a teenager?" Seois nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I have several scenes with you." Martin also understood why she was here and reminded her casually, "Don't shoot randomly in the crew. This is not Britain. American directors are very fierce." Seois quickly explained, "I'm not taking pictures of the crew with a camera, but of the Michoud assembly plant." Martin knew that this was Michoud, but he had never heard of the assembly plant. He asked, "Why are you shooting that?" Seois looked around and found that Martin's trailer was big and high enough, and there was a ladder to climb to the top of the trailer. She pointed and said, "Shall we go up?" Martin was also curious. "Okay." Bruce was the first to climb onto the top of the trailer and looked around. Seois followed with the camera hanging. Martin had to take care of his appearance, so he climbed up slowly. The studio is located on a small hill. Standing on the trailer here, you can see over the low wall and the river valley below the hill. Seois pointed to a factory building in the river valley and said, "This is where I want to shoot." Martin pointed to the camera dangling in front of her chest. "Hurry up and shoot. Leave after shooting. Don't cause trouble here." Seois rolled her eyes. "I'm not a troublemaker." She didn't take the camera. "I don't want to shoot outside. I want to go inside to shoot." Martin asked Bruce, "What is that place over there?" Unexpectedly, Bruce had made preparations in advance. "It seems to be called the Michoud assembly plant. Before I came to the United States, I studied New Orleans carefully. There are two most widely spread rumors here." Seois has a strong desire for knowledge and exploration. When she was at Pinewood Studios, she took a camera and took pictures everywhere, and once had a big fight with Emma Watson. She raised a finger. "The first is the legend of various witches. I have been to the tomb of Mary Laveau, the queen of voodoo." Seois raised the second finger. "I found on the internet that the Michoud equipment factory is a secret base of NASA, which is specially used to make props and scenes for the moon landing. Many whistleblowers have revealed that Americans have never landed on the moon. All videos were shot here." Martin's face became very interesting and asked, "Do you want to sneak in and take pictures?" Seois's face was full of curiosity and prying. "Yes, take pictures, even if it's just one picture." Martin said, "Have you ever considered one thing? If what you said is true, why has there never been any real evidence leaked? Because those who broke in were turned into experimental subjects, maybe made into voodoo dolls." Seois was stunned. All her energy was focused on taking pictures secretly, ignoring other things, and said, "It seems to be true." Martin reminded her, "This is not the British Isles. It is dangerous for a girl to run around everywhere. Not every American is as kind as me." Seois raised her camera, opened the lens bag she carried with her, installed the telephoto lens, quickly adjusted the teaching aids, and took some photos of the assembly plant. When she finished shooting, she found that there was only one person left on the roof. Martin sat back under the parasol, enjoying the breeze. Bruce went to make a phone call. SYNOPSIS got out of the car, said hello to Martin, and left alone. Soon, Bruce came back from the phone call with a very wonderful look on his face. Martin asked, "What happened?" "Kim called me just now." Bruce had nothing to hide from Martin. "The DVD sales are amazing. Kim wants to give me a share. She said it's hundreds of thousands of dollars." Martin's focus was not on these. He asked, "Are they selling a lot?" Bruce nodded. "North American sales have exceeded $20 million US. Many TV stations are inviting Kim to their shows. It seems that Oprah has also invited her. She seems to be more popular than you now." Martin waved his hand. "It's different. The attraction of celebrity privacy is naturally great." Bruce said, "That's right. If you shoot a videotape, I guess your female fans will go crazy, and maybe male fans will go crazy too." Martin raised a middle finger in front of him. "If the share is legal income, you can decide whether to take it or not." Bruce thought for a few seconds. "I don't need money. I don't want this kind of money." In the afternoon, the filming continued. The heroine Blanchett has not come from Los Angeles yet, and the crew is calm. David Fincher is very satisfied with Martin's performance. The performance of Benjamin in his youth is the most difficult, but Martin can't see any difficulty at all. He felt that Martin had gained a lot from experiencing life in the nursing home. An outstanding and professional leading actor can save the director a lot of trouble. David Fincher suddenly understood why Scorsese and Nolan chose to work with Martin. Which director doesn't like such an actor? And they are not troublemakers, so they don't have to force the actor to do those bad things. The most important point is that Martin really has commercial appeal. The next morning, 2 red trucks painted with Coca-Cola drove into Mitchoud Studios. The period Coke specially customized for the crew by the Atlanta headquarters arrived. If it were another crew, it might be very troublesome. After all, proofing and plate making would have to be done again. But for the crew where Martin played the leading role, it was just a matter of adding an inconspicuous clause to the advertising sponsorship contract. The driver of the truck insisted on taking a photo with Martin after getting off the car. They all wore cultural shirts of the Coke God cult, and they were obviously followers of the Coke God cult. Coca-Cola sponsored millions of dollars. David Fincher learned the news and specially extended the crew's break time so that Martin could go out and take photos with others. The 2 drivers put up a banner at the door with the words Coke Cult Forever written on it. The crew specially sent a photographer to take a group photo, and after the photo was taken, it was done. Martin looked at the photographer, the screenwriter, and David Fincher. If this was the crew of The Dark Knight, he would have to make some real tidbits. No wonder David Fincher is not as good as Nolan in business. The commercial attributes are not a little bit worse. David Fincher may not like real tidbits, and Martin did not say much, but found the producer in charge of publicity and public relations and reminded him, "Can my look be released now?" The producer had already considered it. "Los Angeles is building momentum for you. You just won the Best Actor award from the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. With your popularity and the influence of the Coke cult, publishing some crew photos can also make more people pay attention to this film." Martin praised, "You are thoughtful." The crew printed the photos as quickly as possible. When Coca-Cola finished unloading, the 2 drivers had already brought the photos to Martin for autograph. After signing, Martin adjusted his state and devoted all his energy to the filming. The male lead has not changed, but the female lead has changed. Elle Fanning finished her few scenes and left smoothly. Saoirse Ronan became Daisy on the set. The crew is very good at casting, especially for child actors. The 2 chosen are both very spiritual types. Saoirse's acting is even better than Elle's. During this period, Martin was the only one in the crew. As long as he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, no one would provoke him. Although Shia LaBeouf joined the crew early, he was doing some inexplicable performance art more often. One afternoon, he suddenly disguised himself as a hanged man and hung on a crooked tree behind the studio. The female costume designer who first discovered him was so scared that she screamed and wet her pants. When all the crew members gathered around, the old man untied the special rope, kicked off the camouflage stool made of plexiglass, and came down slowly, saying, "It's a bit hot today. I want to hang on the tree for a while to cool down." The whole crew was speechless, and David Fincher was so angry that his hair almost stood up. But as the other party was the godson of DreamWorks, one of the 3 major investors, he could only scold him severely. Originally, David Fincher thought that the biggest problem in the crew's filming came from the personal conflict between Martin and Blanchett, but he didn't expect that Shia LaBeouf would steal the show. After scolding and sternly warning, David Fincher asked the crew members to disperse and return to their posts. If David Fincher hadn't stopped them, many people in the crew would have wanted to beat the shit out of Shia LaBeouf. The female costume designer glared at him, wishing she could rush up and bite Shia LaBeouf a few times. Martin and Sayowis came out at the same time and returned to the set together. Shia LaBeouf chased up from behind and asked, "Martin, do you think my ability to express art is good enough?" Martin was speechless and said casually, "Very imaginative." Shia LaBeouf began to reverse the argument. "You can get Nicholson's recognition and become his younger brother. Now I have your recognition, and I will surely get Nicholson's recognition in the future." Martin had a headache after hearing this and hurried away from this guy. Sayowis looked back and said, "When I watched Transformers, I felt that this guy was not normal." She pointed to her forehead and asked, "Is there something wrong here?" Martin would not discuss Spielberg's illegitimate child with her and said, "Perhaps the thoughts of artists are difficult for ordinary people to understand." Sayowis asked, "Are you not an artist?" Martin told the truth. "I'm a star, a multimillionaire, and perhaps I can become an artist in the future." Sayowis thought of the ugly appearance of the hanged man and said, "It's better not to be an artist like this." Chapter 403. Another female student arrives. In the rest area of the studio, Martin sat on a chair and watched other people's performances. Sayowis Ronan took a small digital camera, quietly ran over, and sat next to him. They could not talk until the director called cut. Sayowis picked up the camera and took 2 photos of the studio. Martin asked, "Can you take pictures?" "I talked to David. He's a very nice guy and easier to talk to than you." Sayowis spoke quickly and blurted out the truth. She couldn't take it back, so she pretended nothing happened and continued, "David allowed me to take pictures without interfering with the crew's work, but the photos are not allowed to be leaked." Martin glanced at her and said, "God is so unfair." Sayowis understood. People who are cute are easily treated preferentially, like Emma Watson. Stop. When Martin heard the name, he always felt an abnormal smell floating past his nose. "Can we not mention Miss Know-It-All?" Sayowis seemed to be asking for credit. "I'm good at keeping secrets. I haven't told anyone about this." Martin reminded, "If she knows it was you who did it, you'll have countless troubles in the future." He said solemnly, "Remember one thing, you don't need to leave your name behind when doing good things." "I understand." Sayowis suddenly stood up and gave Martin a lady's salute. "There's always a lot to be gained from chatting with you. Just like Elle Fanning, these girls who have been in the entertainment industry at a young age are more likely to mature early because of their experience." Sayowis is smart. Following the previous words, she asked seriously, "Martin, can you be my teacher?" Martin looked Sayowis up and down and thought of certain people and things. "I had a female student." Sayowis threw her drooping pigtails behind her head and asked, "Can I know who it was?" Martin waved his hand. "That's not necessary." Sayowis was determined to choose Martin. "I hope to be taught by a handsome, mature, wise and upright person, so that I can have better development." Martin glanced at Bruce and said casually, "I can teach you photography." Sayowis was confused, but she knew it was not easy to get in touch with Martin. The intersection of the two at Pinewood Studios must have played a role. She immediately said, "I have always wanted to find a photography teacher." Martin just said it casually and didn't take it to heart at all. "When I have time, I will tell you what the true meaning of photography is." Sayowis's agent shouted at this time, "Sayowis, get ready to go on stage." "You go ahead, teacher." Sayowis Ronan quickly entered the set. Bruce stepped forward and whispered, "This little girl is really sweet. In addition to being a troublemaker, she can chat with anyone on the crew." David Fincher also praised her highly. Martin felt that the description of old Bruce was very familiar and asked, "I always feel that what you are describing is someone I'm familiar with." Bruce uttered a word, "You." Martin suddenly realized, no wonder. Bruce whispered. Your last student was Angelina Jolie? Martin nodded. I taught her well, didn't I? I taught her well. Bruce said whatever he wanted. I taught her to the bed. The crew started shooting at this time, and Martin and Bruce stopped talking. Daisy in her teenage years, under Sayois's interpretation, was as agile as a butterfly, shuttling through the nursing home. After the scene was finished, Bruce said, although she was too eager to spy, she was quite clever, judging from the pee pants incident. Martin laughed. A cute girl of 14 or 15 years old, who could lower her face and beg to be my student, must be quite clever. He started to think, since Sayois is an actor in the crew, she must know that I'm the male lead. Did she really pass by that afternoon and bump into us? Bruce said, she is old with us, so we can talk if we bump into each other. Seeing the assistant director coming over, Martin grabbed his crutches and said, no more talking, it's my turn. Entering the set, Sayois Ronan came to help him. Teacher. Martin listened to the assistant director talking about the scene and familiarized himself with Sayois twice before the shooting began. After several scenes were shot, the door of the studio opened and the crew's leading lady Cate Blanchett walked in. She looked solemn and there was no trace of expression on her already cold face. David Fincher sighed secretly. Shia LaBeouf had just settled down a bit, but another unstable factor came. It was really worrying. But he had to continue filming the actors he had handpicked, even if they were hurt. Worried that someone would cause trouble, David Fincher left the director's seat, went over and said, hi, Kate, you're here. Blanchett smiled at Fincher. When can you arrange my scene? I'm ready to work at any time. David Fincher said, I have a plan here, and I'll let you know when the time comes. Blanchett thought of her agent's instructions when she came, and specifically said, David, don't worry, I will focus all my energy on work. David Fincher breathed a sigh of relief. If one of the two opposing sides was willing to give in, it would be much easier to deal with. Wait to see your wonderful performance. He nodded slightly. Back in the director's seat, David Fincher gave an order and the filming began again. Blanchett stood on the edge, watching Martin and the unknown actor perform, forcing herself to keep a calm mind. The little actor looked very smart and his acting skills seemed good. Seeing this, Blanchett suddenly felt that the other person looked familiar, as if she had seen him at Pinewood Studios. She suddenly remembered that, before entering the Pinewood with Bale, she had seen a little girl wandering on the side of the road. It seemed to be this one. That Pinewood. Blanchett pressed her chest with one hand, as if hypnotizing herself, and silently said, don't think about the Pinewood. Don't think about the Pinewood. After filming a few more scenes, David Fincher announced a temporary break. Martin and Sayois came out of the set together. Sayois spotted Blanchett at a glance, and was very aware. She lowered her voice and said, Teacher, Blanchett, who we worked with at Pinewood Studios, is here. Martin grabbed his crutches and glanced at her. Sayois lowered her voice. I'm right. It was you, me and Leonardo who planted the bomb together. Together we dealt a heavy blow to Bale and Blanchett. She took the initiative. Teacher, do you want me to keep an eye on her and take pictures of her when she flirts with others again? Martin asked. Do you do this often? No, I just take pictures for fun. Sayois said seriously. Last time at Pinewood Studios, someone took pictures and videos of the diaper scandal and sold them to the Fleet Street tabloids for tens of thousands of pounds. She clapped her hands vigorously. If I can take pictures like Blanchett, I can not only help the teacher punish her, but also sell them for money to buy some gifts for the teacher. The two returned to the lounge. Martin had just sat on the chair when Sayois snatched the kettle from Bruce and handed it to Martin like a lackey. Teacher, drink some water. After Martin drank the water, she asked again, is my idea feasible? Martin handed the kettle to Bruce. You are self-taught now. No, mainly because others gave me inspiration. Sayois recalled Pinewood Studios and the diaper scandal, her eyes wide open and her mouth wide open, but she said in a mosquito-like voice, when I met you and Bruce, you were driving a battery car from the Harry Potter studio. You wouldn't. Martin certainly wouldn't answer directly, and said, I remember Leonardo told you that, if you know too much, you will be silenced. Sayois widened her eyes, closed her mouth, raised her neck, leaned back, and wanted to get away from Martin, but her bud was sitting in the same row with him, and she didn't want to move no matter what. Martin said, "It doesn't matter if you are fooling around. Don't make trouble. You are just a child star." Sayowis listened and nodded repeatedly. "Someone is coming," Bruce reminded. Martin and Sayowis took the initiative to end the topic and turned to look at the same time. In the slightly dim studio, a ball of black cloth floated over like a ghost. Although Sayowis was young, she relied on Martin and Bruce's support, picked up the stick standing on the side, and swung it to hit the ghost. A voice came from the black cloth. "Don't hit it. Don't hit it. It's me, Zaya." Sayowis saw Martin nod, gestured with the stick to the black cloth, and sat back. Sheil RBF removed the messy cloth from his head, got off the scooter covered with black cloth, and said to Sayowis, "She looks like a cute girl, but she's touching me. She's not normal." Martin interrupted his nonsense. "If you have something to say, just say it." Sheil RBF asked, "Will this impress Jack Nicholson?" Martin waved his hand. "It's too different." Sheil RBF was like a deflated ball, and he was stunned for a moment. "I'll think of other ways." He got up and left. "It doesn't look normal. I have to think of a normal way." After the people walked away, Sayowis asked, "Is he going to do performance art again?" Martin shook his head. "Don't worry about him. Just watch it." Sayowis couldn't understand it, but it didn't stop her from watching the fun. "I don't have a lot of scenes, but I asked my mother to negotiate with the crew. After the filming, I can stay in the crew for a few more days to observe and learn. Martin would not interfere with other people's freedom. It's up to you." When the crew was about to finish work, Cate Blanchett left the studio first, and her agent Hilda Qualley was waiting for her outside. "What's going on?" Qualley asked. Blanchett said, "Martin has been filming all the time, and there is no chance to talk alone. Let's talk after he finishes work." Qualley once again talked about the importance of this matter. "All the things you encountered seem to be caused by Nicholson, but I have made a detailed investigation. Nicholson is in a semi-retired state and has no direct conflict with you and Bale. Who is the person who really has a conflict with you two and is closest to Nicholson?" "Martin Davis." She emphasized. "Martin's status has risen, and he is a Native American. He is deeply tied to the Coca-Cola group. We can't suppress him." "Cate, take the initiative to bow your head and make peace. The benefits far outweigh the disadvantages." Chapter 404 Lesson 1. The Essence of Photography. In fact, looking back, Cate Blanchett also had a feeling that, since Heath Ledger's drug driving scandal, she always encountered some inexplicable troubles, and even her career became unsuccessful. Now, under the stimulation of one bad thing after another, she was deliberately induced by others, and did the most stupid thing in anger. The reason is, that Blanchett had completely different ideas at this time. Like Bale, she not only stood by Heath Ledger in the drug driving scandal, but also used her own status and influence to put pressure on Martin, who was obviously lower than them at the time. The president elected by the Americans has a famous saying, "If you don't stand on my side, you stand on the opposite side of me." She has always stood on the opposite side of Martin. Americans. Blanchett is helpless. Thinking of the two countries, isn't Australia a dog of the Americans? Since we can't win, it's not shameful to take the initiative to make peace. Blanchett asked, "Won't CAA think of a way for me?" "That's exactly what I was saying. When you went in, I received a call from Brian Lord." Qualley said bluntly. "Martin's agency contract with WMA is about to expire, and Brian is contacting Martin's agent Thomas Lane, trying to poach them to CAA." Blanchett understood how Aniston felt that day, so, for the sake of newcomers, I, an old man who is a little out of date, have to take the initiative to make concessions. She suddenly laughed. "At that time, we used a similar method to put pressure on Aniston, and CAA has not changed." Qualley was very clear-headed. "Our current situation is far inferior to Aniston's. Your commercial appeal is too poor. If you don't take the path of artistic awards, there is no room for development." Blanchett recognized the reality when she came and said, "I have already publicly bowed to Nicholson, and it is not unacceptable to bow to Martin Davis again. Once the first step is given in, the second step, the third step, and so on become acceptable things." The crew finished work and people came out one after another. Blanchett saw Martin among them. She waited until he separated from the girl and took the initiative to find him. "Can we talk alone?" "Wait a moment." Martin pointed to his face and said, "I need to remove my makeup first. It's too uncomfortable to stick to it." Blanchett nodded slightly and stepped aside to wait patiently. When the crew was about to leave, the door of the trailer opened. Bruce came out first and made several phone calls in succession. Then, Martin came out, waved to Blanchett, and climbed onto the roof of the trailer. He would not be alone with Blanchett in a confined space. Instead, he gave Blanchett a chance to see how far she could go. Blanchett followed. Standing on a high place, looking at the western sky, the sun that was about to sink into the horizon dyed a large area of clouds red. Blanchett didn't care how Martin understood it, and said directly, "All the grievances between us started from that afternoon in New York when Heath Ledger almost ran into you and Aniston after taking drugs." Out of the position of a friend in the Australian circle, I stood on Heath Ledger's side and put pressure on you, Aniston and the agency. Martin didn't say anything, but just walked forward a few steps, slightly closer to the edge of the trailer. Blanchett also walked forward, and after talking about some past events, she emphasized, "There are a lot of rumors about the bastard trio in the Hollywood circle. It is said that Nicholson led and formed it. In fact, it is not true, right? The conflict between you and Nicholson about the Joker is also fake, right?" Martin neither admitted nor denied. "You have been thinking a lot recently." "Yes, I have thought about a lot of things and figured out a lot of things." Blanchett was very sincere, and the personal pain seemed to make people sober. "This is not a problem between you and me. I have to get involved. It is stupid and unnecessary," she said the beginning, and it was much easier to go on. "What I pursued was the art of film performance. I wanted to be an artist, not a tool of circles and conflicts of interest. There is no personal conflict between you and me, let alone a conflict in acting. It's just because of an accidental incident that we stood on opposing positions, which led to a series of mistakes I made later, which brought you a lot of trouble." Martin was somewhat surprised, but soon he was not surprised, because Nicholson's old white man incident really made Blanchett feel severe pain. Blanchett turned around, faced Martin, bowed deeply, and her head almost lowered to Martin's waist. "I'm very sorry about this. I'm not begging for your forgiveness, but from this moment on, I will no longer stand against you." Martin looked at Blanchett. The other party was not Leonardo, who could tell whether he was acting or not from the subtle details such as frowning and glaring. He lowered his head and glanced under the trailer and said lightly, "I also hope that we are just the most ordinary colleagues. I believe it will be." Blanchett did not move, apologized, turned around, got off the trailer, looked at Bruce with his arms folded, and left here. After the people walked away, Seois Ronan came out from the back of another car with her camera and said, "What's the use of these? Can you sell them to the media for money?" Bruce took the camera, removed the memory card, and put it away. "I'll buy you a new one later." He held Seois's handle in his hand and could control this little girl. He said, "If it wasn't too late, I wouldn't ask you to come." Seois was confused. Martin got off the trailer, took out the recorder, and gave it to Bruce, and said to Seois, "Remember this lesson. If a good person wants to gain a foothold, he must first learn how to protect himself." The filming just now satisfied Seois's curiosity, and Martin's words aroused her curiosity. Seois thought for a while and said, "You don't talk to her in the trailer, worried that she will take advantage of her female characteristics and slander you?" Martin just looked at her. Seois said again, "Bruce asked me to come here to film again. Normally, I don't need to." "No, why did you choose to be on the top of the trailer? Because you want to see the Mitchad equipment factory? Do you think everyone is like you, with a hole in your head?" Martin put on the posture of a teacher and scolded her first. Seois shrank her neck. "I can't figure it out." Martin said, "I want to create an opportunity for her and also see her courage and bottom line." He pointed to the top of the trailer. "There are only 2 people on it. If her bottom line is low enough, she is brave enough, and she is cruel enough to herself, she can jump down and then say that I pushed her down." Seois looked at the camera with the memory card removed in her hand. "So, we have to film everything?" In fact, Bruce's words sounded good, and Sayowis was not the only one who actually filmed. Sayowis understood. She slandered us, and we will release the video in the wave of public opinion to give her a fatal blow. Martin did not answer, and went to the trailer to get the bag and mobile phone. Let's go back to the hotel. Sayowis hurriedly followed, looked at Martin, looked at Bruce, and thought to herself that it was fortunate that she listened to Leonardo's intimidation and kept her mouth shut. Otherwise, what kind of people are the teacher and old Bruce? If Cate Blanchett really has any evil thoughts, she will definitely be played by the teacher. Sayowis suddenly realized that the teacher said that he would first teach her the true meaning of photography. Is this the true meaning of photography? She used to take random photos with a camera, like a fool with verism. Arriving at the crew parking lot, Sayowis got into her mother's car, waved over here, and left the studio first. Bruce got in the car and started the engine. After Martin got on the passenger seat, he asked, "Aren't you afraid of corrupting people by teaching like this?" "I'm teaching this idiot how to protect herself." Martin fastened his seatbelt. "Old Bruce, don't you think it's interesting to be a teacher and teach students?" Bruce drove out of the studio gate. "I thought your greatest pleasure was to steal other people's girlfriends or wives. Don't learn from Leonardo and slander people indiscriminately." Martin emphasized, "The pleasure that teachers have in teaching students is different from other things." Bruce didn't want to discuss this anymore, lest he be affected and become more perverted, so he asked, "Did Blanchett make peace with you?" Martin said, "She took the initiative to apologize to me and expressed that she would no longer stand on the opposite side of us. I told her that we would just be ordinary colleagues in the future." Bruce knew Martin very well and understood what he meant as soon as he heard it. If Blanchett is really like she said, she is just an ordinary colleague who she knows. Otherwise, she is just an ordinary colleague who is in fierce competition with us. Martin gave a thumbs up. "Old Bruce, you can get full marks for your reading comprehension." Arriving at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, where the crew was staying, Martin saw people sitting in the lounge. As soon as he entered the lobby, Leonardo and Nicholson came unannounced and were chatting with Tilda Swinton. Elizabeth Olsen, wearing a beige sweater and sky blue jeans, strode over, hugged Martin and gave him a passionate kiss. Martin didn't care and hugged her back and kissed her passionately. He has long been famous for this. Martin asked, "Why did you come here suddenly?" Elizabeth looked at Barafili, who was also sitting in the lounge. "I heard from Bar that they were coming to visit together, so I took Leo's private plane to come with them." Just as the two were about to go over, Sayowis Ronan came over from behind and asked, "Teacher, is the saint of Coca-Cola your girlfriend?" "The saint of Coca-Cola? Me?" Elizabeth asked curiously. "You don't know?" Sayowis wanted to put away the camera that took the photos secretly after you and Martin shot the commercial. "Many people on the internet called you the Coke Saint, thinking of Martin as the leader of the Coke cult." Elizabeth smiled sweeter than Coke. "I like this nickname." She just remembered. "Who are you?" Sayowis Ronan, Martin's student. Sayowis's humble demeanor hid a strong desire to pry. Elizabeth knew who this was. "I'm Elizabeth Olsen." Martin saw that Sayowis was ready to make a move and decided to give the new students some teacher's love and care, calling the two, "They are waiting for us." Elizabeth had a good impression of Sayowis, and the age difference was not big. "Introduce a few friends to you." Sayowis saw Leonardo and Nicholson and thought to herself that I would know them even if you didn't introduce them. But she couldn't refuse, so she had to go with them. Several people greeted each other and Tilda Swinton left first. Leonardo, the bastard, of course, didn't forget Sayowis. He bared his teeth and asked, "Little guy, you keep your mouth shut. I won't have to kill you for now. I went out to eat 10 banquets in a row and gave away thousands of dollars, but I ended up with Sanayang Kate. I'm so unlucky. Recently, there are a lot of Sanayang here. It's very uncomfortable. Not only do I have a fever, but my hemorrhoids hurt like a knife. The arm I broke when I was a child feels like severe rheumatism. My head is about to split. It seems that all the uncoordinated parts of my body have been activated at once. My fever has subsided, and other symptoms are also easing. My wife was infected by me and is experiencing a similar situation. My daughter started coughing. It's really his fault. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Honest Good Student. In the hotel restaurant, everyone opened a private room. The fresh seafood feast was served one after another. Martin asked the waiter to pour wine, sent people away, and raised his glass. Welcome. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. When Martin put down his glass, Elizabeth had already peeled a crab leg and put it on his plate. Thank you. Martin smiled. Nicholson continued the previous topic. Did Blanchard take the initiative to make peace? Martin swallowed the crab leg meat and said, it happened an hour ago. Nicholson was quite disappointed. I chased her here, full of enthusiasm, but now it's gone. People have bowed their heads, and we can't bully the weak. Leonardo said, you have done this kind of thing less often. Barifili, like Elizabeth, ate quietly without talking. Martin flicked his glass. I found something more interesting, much more interesting than Blanchard. You may see it when you arrive at the crew tomorrow. Nicholson asked, what is it? Secret. Martin said the same thing. If you know it in advance, there will be no surprise. Leonardo was curious. Is David Fincher going to make trouble? Nicholson shook his head. David Fincher is not that kind of director. He said that he doesn't make movies just to please and entertain the audience. On the other side, the news that Martin kissed a sweet girl in the hotel lobby spread like wings. At the same time, the news that Leonardo and Nicholson came to visit the crew also spread. Shia LaBeouf, who had been meditating in the room for a long time and came out to eat dinner with a smell of cigarettes, heard the news from other crew members. People were stimulated, and their brains were like being electrocuted. The blocked places suddenly broke the dam, and artistic inspiration seemed to flow like a torrent. Shia LaBeouf was no longer hungry, and he didn't want to eat dinner. He rushed out of the hotel, called a taxi, and went straight to the local commercial district. He entered an adult store and started a big purchase. Artists' performance art also needs props. Martin and his group came out of the private room, agreed to go to Mitchoud Studios tomorrow, and went their separate ways. Elizabeth took his arm and went upstairs together. The two entered the room, and as soon as the door closed, they entangled together. Elizabeth's enthusiasm was as bright as her hair color. Martin suddenly got rid of her entanglement. Wait. Elizabeth raised her head, her eyes misty, and held Martin's face with both hands. My old boy, give it to me quickly. Martin's fingers gently pressed on her lips. Elizabeth endured the restlessness and let go. Martin came to the door, suddenly opened the door of the suite, and stuck his head out. Less than 5 meters away, there was a girl with golden brown hair with a braided hair, her back pressed tightly against the wall, slipping towards this side. Seois looked right at Martin, and quickly stood up, putting on a smile. Teacher, Martin pointed to her pocket. Take it out. Seois took out the recorder, handed it to Martin, and said, I just bought it when you were having dinner, and I haven't used it once. Martin checked it, and gave it back to her. What do you want to do? Teacher, I'm just curious. Seois acted like an honest and good student. Actually, I know that, once the door is closed, I can't hear anything, but I can't help my curiosity. Martin warned, don't do it again, I will call Leonardo over. Seois quickly covered her mouth, her eyes widened, her face full of fear, fearing that she would be silenced. Martin said, let's go. Seois left dejectedly. The door opposite Martin's suite had already been opened, and Bruce was looking at this side with a smile. It's okay. Martin returned to the room. In the suite, only clothes were left on the ground, from sneakers to socks, from jeans to sweaters, like a wilderness trail, pointing Martin in the right direction. The sound of water came from the bathroom, and the curvaceous figure was reflected on the glass curtain wall. Martin strode in. New Orleans was once ravaged by hurricanes, and the wind and rain always come suddenly, because the road that everyone usually walks on has been in disrepair for a long time. Martin drove a new road that only he has walked on. The sky was dark, and the lights were on, brand new and round. The rain was too heavy, the road was wet and muddy, and Martin slowed down until he got used to the road. Then he accelerated to the studio. The road was bumpy and had many ups and downs. But Martin was extremely skilled in action scenes and had superb driving skills. There were no accidents on the way, but it took a long time, but he arrived at the destination safely. When the car stopped, he pressed the car horn, making a bright and crisp whistle. The rain stopped, and Martin walked into the Macute trailer on time to start a day's work. Almost at the same time, Cate Blanchett walked into another nearby trailer. Today, the real hero and heroine scenes will start shooting. Martin threw away his crutches and no longer had to hunch over. He could finally stand on the set like a normal person. The set was also bustling with many staff members gathered on the open-air platform. They urgently drained the water and used a large blower to dry the ground so that the crew could start filming on time. Martin and Blanchett came out of the Macute trailer one after another. They looked at each other and ignored each other, walking into the set like strangers. SYNOPSIS, who had finished filming The Young Daisy, did not leave the crew and stayed on the pretext of studying. She had a braided pigtail and a camera hanging around her neck. She had been observing Blanchett's trailer. When the stylist came out, she grabbed her coat pocket, whistled, and walked over. "Morning, Tina." SYNOPSIS came early, spoke nicely, and got along well with many people in the crew. Tina smiled at him. "Didn't you finish filming?" SYNOPSIS smiled very cutely. "I plan to stay in the crew to observe for a while, especially Cate Blanchett. This is my favorite actress. Super acting. It's a rare opportunity to watch her perform live." Tina looked at her as if she was looking at her own daughter and praised, "You are a hard-working girl." "Thank you." SYNOPSIS is an actress, and when she wants to be cute, she will be very cute. "I want to get close to Blanchett. You are her Macute artist. Do you know what she doesn't like? Or, what has she complained about?" Tina shook her head. "When I was styling, she didn't say anything, except when I asked for her opinions on the styling." SYNOPSIS scratched her head, looking very troubled. "It turns out that she doesn't like to talk and is not easy to approach." Tina laughed, but she felt that this little girl was even cuter. SYNOPSIS asked a few more questions, and when she was near the periphery of the set, she found an excuse to get away from Tina, walked around a crane truck, and got into the group of extras. "Aren't women petty? Like me. If Emma Watson offends me, I will take the risk to beat her up." SYNOPSIS muttered to herself, did Blanchett really make peace with the teacher? She thought that she might have left a bad impression after being caught by the teacher last night. Today, she wanted to get some real stuff to make up for the lost impression points, but she didn't get anything. David Fincher's voice sounded on the set at this time. "All departments, get ready. Shooting will start in 5 minutes." Martin and Blanchett were already familiar with the movements, and each of them only made the final preparations. When the time came, the script supervisor played cards and started shooting on time. Blanchett walked up to the podium, looked at Martin affectionately, unbuttoned and took off her coat, performed various ballet movements, and said the lines that she wanted to have sex with Benjamin. Before Martin could respond, David Fincher called a halt and reminded him, "Cate, emotion. Your lines are too dry. Your eyes are dull." Blanchett raised her hand. "My problem." She glanced at Martin, trying to forget all the unpleasantness, whispering to herself, "Pour all my emotions into it. I just want to have sex. No matter which man is on the other side. Just want to." The filming started again, and Blanchett's performance was much better, and David Fincher never called a halt. But compared to Martin, who had been in the crew for many days and had fully entered the state, it was still a little worse. David Fincher asked to continue filming this one. After many rounds of tossing and turning, it was finally passed. Martin's professionalism in filming has always been very high, and he never complained. Although he didn't like or even hated Blanchett because of his position, he could see that Blanchett had made sufficient preparations for the role, and every ballet movement was completed smoothly. David Fincher could see that Blanchett was tired, so he asked the crew to take a break. Martin and Blanchett were somewhat relieved. As long as they didn't cause trouble at work, he didn't care, even if they were in a mess in private. It seemed that the biggest trouble for the crew was not on them. 10 minutes later, the crew continued to shoot. Blanchard gradually got into the state, the number of NGs decreased rapidly, and the shooting became smoother. But after a whole morning, the scene where Daisy took the initiative to propose to Benjamin was still not finished. Martin was a little puzzled and asked Bruce, "Are those two bastards not here?" Bruce shook his phone. "The car was stuck on that old road, and now we are here." After lunch, a message quickly spread in the crew that the big star Leonardo and Oscar King Nicholson came to visit the crew together. The appearance of these two bastards together was quite lethal. Many people in the crew ran out of the rest area, especially the large number of extras and staff recruited locally in New Orleans, who wanted to take the opportunity to take photos and ask for autographs. Under normal circumstances, big stars who visit non-working crews are always friendly. Martin and Bruce also came out. As the crowd gathered near the studio, they simply climbed onto the roof of the trailer. Not long after, Saoirse Ronan climbed up with a bag on her back. Martin took out his top-of-the-line iPhone and started filming at any time, but his target was not Leonardo and Nicholson, who were surrounded by people, but the far west. He reminded Saoirse, "Turn on your camera." Saoirse turned it on as quickly as possible. Just to the west, artist Shia LaBeouf came alone. Chapter 406. We are villains, not idiots. Not only Martin and his three companions on the roof of the trailer, but also other people who were originally focused on Leonardo and Nicholson gradually shifted their gazes to the strange-looking man who was walking alone. Some familiar people recognized that it was Shia LaBeouf. Leonardo also looked over there. "Is this the surprise Martin mentioned?" Nicholson raised his hand to adjust his sunglasses and said with a smile, "Haha, interesting." On the roof of the trailer, Saoirse set up a tripod and stood behind to operate the camera, saying, "He is doing performance art again." Martin found that the camera effect of the mobile phone was not good, so he simply stopped filming and concentrated on watching the excitement. The man who stole the limelight of the entire crew is finally here. Shia LaBeouf wore a supermarket paper bag on his head, with 3 holes cut out on the bag, revealing his eyes, mouth, and nose, and the rest of the place was crookedly written with words, "I'm a normal person." The clothes on his body were made of several leather belts wrapped around the key parts such as the chest and legs. The belts were inlaid with metal rivets in reverse, and the long spikes stood up to the sky, like a porcupine with some of its long thorns removed. There was a whip hanging on the belt behind his waist, and the whip dragged on the ground like a devil's tail. Zaya walked forward in silence, and the crowd surrounding Nicholson and Leonardo automatically split into 2 sides to make way for him. "Are you coming for us?" Leonardo was curious. "Is this a new activity organized by Martin?" Nicholson didn't understand. "Martin is not so perverted." Zaya came in front of Nicholson, plopped, and knelt on one knee on the ground. The long thorns on his knee were inserted into the mud, making his posture look particularly weird. He took off the long whip behind his waist and held it high. "Jack, let me join the bastard trio." Nicholson didn't respond. Leonardo was disdainful. Zaya said loudly, "Please whip me hard as a witness of my joining." Nicholson didn't touch the whip, but just smiled happily. With a paper bag on his head, Shia could see clearly that as an artist, he was ready to accept the most brutal test. "In order to prove my determination and confidence to join the asshole group, I will kneel here for a long time without making any sound or responding. You can whip me or test me in any other way. I will definitely put artistic ethics first and never dodge or resist." The people around were in an uproar. Even in Hollywood, they were used to seeing all kinds of abnormalities in the various neurotic words and deeds of celebrities, but they were still stunned by Shia LaBeouf's magic operation. Even Johnny Depp, that weirdo, didn't go to this extent. Nicholson was amused and happy. Leonardo also thought it was fun. But neither of them touched the whip. Leonardo pointed to a trailer behind. "I saw Martin." Nicholson looked back and said, "Let's go." Let's go to his side to continue watching the fun. The two turned around and left. Shia LaBeouf was still kneeling there, as if he didn't see the target had gone away. Nicholson turned around and couldn't help laughing. Where did Martin find such a top-notch person? "It's so funny," Leonardo said. "It's really a big surprise." When they came to the trailer, Martin and Bruce had already got out of the car. Saoirse looked at Leonardo and decided to stay there. "I'll shoot for a while." She wanted to see if anyone would attack Shia LaBeouf. Martin called Nicholson and Leonardo into the trailer together and sat in front of the window where they could see over there to chat. The performance artist you found? Leonardo has always been interested in art. Nicholson asked, isn't it hard to find such a stupid guy? It has nothing to do with me. Martin asked back, didn't you recognize him? The man's head was completely covered in a paper bag. He was harder to recognize than Badman. Nicholson said, how do you want us to recognize him? Martin said directly, Shia LaBeouf, Spielberg's godson and the leading actor of the live-action Transformers movie. Where can I find such a high-end talent? He admired Jack because of Blanchett and wanted to be Jack's little brother. He roughly talked about what happened to Shia LaBeouf in the past few days. Leonardo looked very interested. What a talent. He should be sent to the San Fernando Valley. Nicholson asked, do you think Spielberg would be willing to send his godson to that kind of place? Martin replied casually, it doesn't matter if he's not his biological son. Seeing the idiot still kneeling there, Leonardo asked, what do you two think? We are the notorious villains, elites who are good at making trouble, not a shelter for the mentally ill. Nicholson has the aura of a boss. He dares to make trouble and is capable of taking responsibility. He pointed at the paperback man Shia LaBeouf and said, if we let him join our arsehole trio, think about how the outside world will see us. We are not elites, not villains, but idiots. Martin agreed with his point of view. First of all, he will seriously lower our average IQ. Judging from his behavior patterns, the possibility of him being screwed by others is 100 times higher than the possibility of him screwing others. Leonardo said, also, he will seriously lower our average appearance and reduce our attractiveness to young and beautiful women. Martin and Nicholson's eyes fell on his face. Leonardo was dissatisfied. What do you mean? I will lower your appearance? What a joke. Martin knocked on the table. This is to remind you, don't develop horizontally anymore. You will drag down our average appearance, Leo. Leonardo was about to refute. Nicholson said before him, this Shia LaBeouf does not meet the requirements of our trio at all. He is at best a weirdo and can't be a villain, so don't consider him. Martin said, just watch it for fun. Pure melon eating is still very interesting. Not only the melon eaters including the arsehole trio, but also Shia LaBeouf himself thinks it's interesting. Shia seems to be kneeling there on one knee, but the paperback puts him into his own world, and he is happy like a funny guy at this time. The happiness of each person is very different. The melon eaters are eating Shia's big melon, while Shia is eating dozens of melons by himself. Looking at so many stupid people pointing and talking around him, like clowns, he thinks these melons are crisp and sweet. David Fincher stood alone at the studio door, looking at his godson from DreamWorks, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. He was really out of his mind to agree to let this idiot join the crew. David Fincher was too lazy to go over, and if the idiot wanted to kneel, he could keep kneeling. On the trailer, Martin pointed to the roof. Shia LaBeouf is average, but the girl on it is pretty good and has great potential. Leonardo's eyes rolled, and he deliberately raised his voice. Martin, aren't you known for being loyal? When did you change your taste? Shut up, Leo. Martin's voice ran out of the open window. Sayowis is a student I recognize, and I'm Sayowis's teacher. You can't belittle a student recognized by a teacher in front of him. Leonardo winked at Martin. You're right, I spoke out of turn. Nicholson pointed at the two bastards and said, since she has potential, teach her well, not only in acting, but most importantly, how to develop safely in Hollywood. His subsequent words were full of true emotion. I'm old, and maybe one day I'll close my eyes and kick my legs, and go to see God or Satan. Then there will be one less bastard, and there will be a successor. Martin smiled and said, don't worry, old bastard, God won't accept you, and Satan doesn't dare to want you. They're all afraid of being messed with by us. On the top of the trailer, Sayowis was still filming. Listening to the occasional conversations and laughter, she felt that these three people were not villains as rumored, but had a particularly lovely side. Especially Martin, who recognized her teacher, and was really a good teacher. Sayowis Ronan, a child star, took the initiative to find Martin as a teacher. Of course, her mind was not so pure, but at this moment, she felt that she should not think so much. With Martin as a teacher, she should be able to have a lot less trouble in the future. As for the trouble that came to her on her own initiative, Sayowis has never been afraid. She dared to mess with Emma Watson at Pinewood Studios. In the afternoon, the filming was still held in the open-air theater, and it was still Martin and Cate Blanchett's rivalry. Not far away, the paperback man Shia LaBeouf was still kneeling there. A security guard from the studio thought it was interesting and came over to take a photo with him as a background. There was also a fat female security guard who quietly ran over and wanted to take off Shia LaBeouf's pants. If he didn't resist, maybe he could. David Fincher left a crew security guard in advance and scared the person away. Even if David Fincher was very annoyed, he couldn't let Shia LaBeouf really get into trouble on the set. But taking group photos was no problem. After a while, two stylists came over. The jolly one who served Martin directed Tina, "Pose something sexy." Anyway, he won't move. Tina posed in various poses next to Shia LaBeouf and took many photos. The jolly one came over and said with a raised finger, "I didn't expect that there is a sixth gender in this world." Tina didn't mix in that circle, so she didn't quite understand. "I know there are 3 genders, how can there be 6? The jolly one gave an example: men, women, gays, lesbians, and transsexuals. These were the 5 types in the past. He gently tapped the paper bag that Shia LaBeouf was wearing. "Look, this is the 6th type, the paper bag man." Tina suddenly realized. "Hey, Tina, hurry to the set." Sayowis shouted over here. Blanchett got mad, saying that this idiot is not good looking, and asked you to hurry up and touch up her makeup. Tina hurried back. Didn't she just touch up her makeup? Sayowis put her hands in her pockets, whistled, and walked away, as if nothing had happened. Back on the set, she put aside all her thoughts and carefully observed her teacher Martin and Blanchett. Sayowis remembered what Martin had just said. Acting is the foundation of everything. Without the foundation, other key parts are out of the question. Chapter 407: The Professionalism of Actors. In the studio set that was decorated as a new house, David Fincher called Martin and Cate Blanchett together to discuss the scenes. The next scene to be filmed was all about Benjamin and Daisy building a love nest and getting along sweetly. David Fincher ignored all those messy things and said, "I haven't made any specific plans for this part of the scene. The props and scenes are here. It depends on your improvisation." In the studio, there was only a mattress and wooden plank walls in natural wood color. David Fincher took the initiative to leave the studio. Blanchett looked at Martin and wondered how to start. In Martin's eyes, work is work. With such a high salary, he should show a corresponding work attitude. He took the initiative to say, "What are you afraid of in the action scenes?" Blanchett is also a veteran actor. She threw away the inappropriate thoughts at this moment and said, "Don't touch the key point below me. Everything else is fine." Martin sat on the mattress and called out, "Let's discuss how to proceed." Blanchett sat down on the floor opposite him and said, "Daisy and Benjamin are at their best ages, and they have been separated for many years to get together. We should use a more intense method at this time." Martin discussed seriously, "Is it possible to do this, except for eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping, and spend the rest of the time on the mattress?" Blanchett nodded. "It's not easy for 2 people to sleep together, and they want to sleep every moment." Martin stood up, walked around the new house set, and gestured. Even the process of decorating the house may turn into a battlefield for the 2 of them. Blanchett agreed. "I think it's okay." The 2 chatted for nearly half an hour, and in the middle they each stood up, took each other as a target, gestured for a while, and even hugged each other. "Let's get ready." Martin went back to the lounge first. The stylist came over to touch up her makeup. Blanchett sat on her own lounge chair, looking at Martin from time to time. After Martin finished touching up her makeup, he took out the breath freshener and sprayed it a few times. Work is work, and he always takes it seriously. Even if Bale wanted to beat him during the filming, he never thought of retaliating at work. Blanchett recognized the breath freshener commonly used by people in the circle and shook her head at the assistant, who did not touch the garlic and durian candy in the bag. These were prepared just in case. Blanchett took the same breath freshener and sprayed it a few times. Martin Davis is very professional, and she is no exception. The two very professional actors did not ask the crew to clear the scene. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, they used the only mattress as the battlefield and fought directly. At the beginning, the movements were a little obscure. As they became familiar with each other's bodies and sensitive points, the two were like real lovers. As long as David Fincher called a stop, the two quickly separated, like strangers. But when discussing work, they were unreserved, as if they were close friends. Most actors are emotionally open, and when shooting, handsome men and beautiful women stimulate each other. It is not strange for the male and female protagonists to really get together. At the edge of the set, SYNOPSIS felt that she had gained a lot, and said to Elizabeth, "I think this is the professional quality of top actors." Elizabeth has two celebrity sisters, and has been to the set since she was a child. She is used to it. Work is work. SYNOPSIS said with regret, "It's a pity that I have to leave." Elizabeth said, "Remember to call me when you go to Los Angeles in the future." When the crew was taking a break, SYNOPSIS said goodbye to Martin and left the studio with her mother. Before leaving, Martin, as a teacher, gave the students a gift, a handmade clown statue and a saltwater crocodile tooth pendant. SYNOPSIS put the pendant on her neck as soon as possible and said to Martin, "I have seen people showing off on other sets, saying that you gave it to me personally, and now I have it too." Elizabeth has not been to many sets, but she has seen these two things many times. She has a completely different idea, and an idea automatically popped up in her mind. Martin is really popular in the circle, and has a good relationship with people. When SYNOPSIS ran and left, she was still muttering to herself that she didn't see Shia LaBeouf messing with Blanchett. Because someone who could control Shia LaBeouf came to the crew, Shia LaBeouf restrained himself a lot in front of Kathleen Kennedy. In the following days, Martin put all his energy into the role and the scenes. The same was true for Blanchett. On the set, the two had a scene of messing around during the renovation. Just like before, the script only had scenes, no specific content, and David Fincher still let the two play freely. Blanchett looked at the wooden prop wall and said, "It's better to have something new." Martin was much more creative than her in this regard. After just half a minute of watching, he had an idea. It was related to the scene between the two of them, and he had no say. During the process of applying latex paint, the two of them suddenly became interested. "Let's leave the mark of love on this wall that has just been splashed with latex paint." Okay. Blanchett started to associate, "Let these marks remain and become the decoration of this wall." The two called David Fincher, who called the prop master, who suggested using synthetic milk as a prop. In the afternoon, the scene started shooting. The decorators Benjamin and Daisy picked up latex paint and kept splashing it on the wall. With a lot of nonsense, the two people above went from kissing passionately to wall dancing, leaving one mark of love after another on the wooden wall covered with white latex. At the end of this scene, the two people wearing vital protection suits had to leave their own body marks on the wall. Martin pressed tightly against the white wall, leaving the outline of a human body. Next to him, Daisy, played by Blanchett, was doing the same thing. The two white people took a big step back, and the two human figures on the wall were easy to distinguish. Benjamin had a hole as big as a child's fist near his waist. Daisy had two papaya-shaped marks on her chest. Stop. Very good. David Fincher was very satisfied with these scenes. That's it for today. Martin left the set directly, took the towel handed by Elizabeth, wiped off the sticky milk on his face, and said, "I'm going to take a shower first." Elizabeth followed. "I'll help you." Martin's back was also stained with a lot of milk, and he nodded. "Come on." The two entered the trailer. Elizabeth locked the door, closed every window, closed the curtains, took off her clothes, and entered the bathroom. Martin turned on the shower. "Help me rub the milk off my back." "Don't move, I'll do it." Elizabeth came up. Martin felt that two pieces of very soft bath towels had rubbed every part of his back. After a while, Elizabeth turned Martin's body over, and the two of them were facing each other. She warned, "I'm going to scrub you, don't move." Martin simply raised his hands and let Elizabeth scrub his body with a scrub towel. After a week of filming, Benjamin and Daisy's passionate scenes were all over. Elizabeth's few scenes were only filmed for an afternoon. On the weekend, Martin drove Elizabeth and went into the French Quarter of New Orleans. They walked hand in hand along Decatur Street and walked to Jackson Square. Some tourists recognized Martin and took pictures. Martin didn't care about these. He held Elizabeth's hand tightly and admired the ancient French architecture. Elizabeth suddenly pulled Martin and went into the store next door. When they came out of the store, they each had a couple's hat on their heads. Martin found it interesting and pulled Elizabeth. "Come with me." In front, there was a store selling freshly printed t-shirts, but the business was average and no one was interested. As soon as the two entered, the boss recognized Martin at a glance. The crew of Benjamin was filming in New Orleans these days, and Martin, the male lead, was often on the local newspapers. "Martin. Boss, let's talk business first." Martin smiled and said, "I want a couple's set." Elizabeth came over and looked at the blank t-shirts carefully. "Let's choose a white one." Martin nodded. "White and black, a timeless classic." The boss asked quickly, "What pattern or text should be printed?" Elizabeth looked at the patterns and slogans on the shelf. HMM. Martin had already thought about it. "Mine will have her head printed on it, and hers will have my head printed on it, plus line of text." The boss couldn't help gossiping. "Are you boyfriend and girlfriend?" Elizabeth replied first, "Of course." Not long after, local entertainment reporters who got the news saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman wearing couple hats walking out of a store hand in hand, wearing brand new couple t-shirts with each other's headshots printed on them, and written in eye-catching bold letters, "This is my boyfriend/girlfriend." The two ignored the reporters and walked straight across the square, entered the St. Louis Cathedral opposite, and found a bench in the front row to sit down. Elizabeth faced the cross in front of her, clasped her hands devoutly, and her lips moved slightly. Martin couldn't hear what she was saying, so he followed her lead and muttered. After making a wish, the two entered the art gallery. The mosaic images on it were a bit abstract, which could easily lead LSPs to misunderstand. Seeing Elizabeth's eyes drifting over from time to time, Martin guessed her thoughts and asked specifically, "What did you wish for just now?" "A secret." Elizabeth smiled sweetly. Martin understood and continued to ask, "Are there any secrets between the two of us?" "Yeah, that's right." Elizabeth deliberately said in a joking tone, "I wish you could propose to me sooner." Martin took it as a joke. "What a joke, Liz, you're not even 20 yet." The two spent the rest of their trip in the hotel. Before Christmas, Elizabeth returned to Los Angeles, while Martin went to Atlanta. After spending the entire holiday with Alina and her brother, he returned to the crew to shoot. After waiting for the new year, his part was basically completed, and he also returned to Los Angeles. There were still some scenes that needed to be shot in conjunction with post-production. Chapter 408, Selling People by Pounds. In the lobby of WMA headquarters in Century City, Beverly Hills, many partners including Weitzel and Jim Witt gathered to wait for today's protagonist, one of the company's most important actor clients, Martin Davis, to appear. In the lounge on one side of the lobby, Thomas personally checked Martin's clothes and said, "Perfect." Martin's face was slightly gloomy, as if he was worried. Thomas stepped back a few steps and said, "I think it's a bit heavy." Martin's brows relaxed slightly, and the stern expression on his face relaxed slightly. "How about this?" "Okay." Thomas gestured and said, "Just right." He turned around and asked, "Old Bruce, what do you think?" Bruce looked carefully and said, "It's just right now. It's already 2008. Martin walked to the door. "I have to prepare for the promotion of The Dark Knight." Thomas thought that his client was definitely the best star, and took the initiative to help the crew attract attention. Martin waited inside the lounge. Ari Emanuel walked up to the temporary stage in the hall, stood in front of the microphone and said, "At the beginning of 2008, WMA ushered in a critical moment. We reached an agreement with the company's most important client to continue to work together." He raised his voice. "There is a star who only took 4 years to go from a marginal actor to a first-line star. His salary soared from $100,000 to $15 million. Both practitioners in the circle and relevant critics believe that he is a representative of the young generation of acting. He was nominated for an Oscar and achieved an artistic leap. 4 of his starring films have grossed over $100 million in North American box office. His appeal is unparalleled among the new generation." Ali pointed to the door of the lounge. "Please welcome Martin Davis." The scene broke out into warm applause. Martin walked out of the lounge door, waved to the crowd in the hall, and went on stage. He took the microphone and said, "Thank you, Ali, for your compliment. You are exaggerating." Martin did not mind showing his sentimental side. "After getting enough benefits in the actual contract, I have never thought about leaving WMA. WMA is the first agency I signed with, and Thomas Ryan is the first agent I signed with. He has been with me until today, and I will continue to witness the glory with WMA." Thomas was standing on the edge of the stage, and the light fell on his head, reflecting brightly. Hearing Martin's last words, he took a step forward slightly, and the responsibility of the agent naturally jumped out of his mind. If Martin left WMA, it must be him, the agent, who was interfering and provoking the relationship between Martin and WMA, and it had nothing to do with Martin himself. CAA had contacted him, and he used the pressure of CAA to force the company to agree to give Martin super treatment. In the eyes of the company and Eri Emanuel, Thomas was a traitor to WMA during the negotiation process. But Thomas didn't care. Until now, as long as Martin continued to work with him, he would be the first line agent in the circle. On the stage, witnessed by the representatives of the Actors Guild, Martin signed a new 3-year agency contract with WMA. After exchanging contracts, Martin and Ali shook hands tightly. After shaking hands, the latter opened his arms and hugged Martin tightly. Ali asked with concern, "Are you not in a good mental state?" Martin nodded. "I encountered some psychological barriers, no big problem. Don't ignore it." Ali reminded, "See a doctor in time." The signing ceremony that boosted the morale of the entire company ended here. There was also a celebratory cocktail party at noon. Martin left the stage and saw Thomas's forehead that was almost reflective. He went over to bump fists with him and said, "Congratulations, partner." Taking advantage of Martin's contract renewal, Thomas also got tangible benefits and became a partner of WMA. Thomas just wanted to laugh, but he couldn't stop laughing as soon as he opened his mouth. There was no way. He got too many practical benefits and was in a good mood. He couldn't suppress it. But Thomas was not confused. He knew where all this came from. He said, "No matter what happens in the future, even if you ask me to kill an enemy like Pete, I will do it, as long as you tell me to." Martin couldn't help but shake his head and laughed. "We are all law-abiding citizens. How could we do such bad things?" Thomas said, "It's just a metaphor." Martin said, "Let's go to the hotel together." Just outside WMA, Eri Emanuel was interviewed by reporters and announced the renewal of his contract with Martin. In the new agency contract, Martin's remuneration includes online share, and the agency share has been reduced to 5%. In the subdivided terms of a flying income, WMA no longer extracts agency share from the share category that is mandatory by the union. During the 1-year window period of the film's offline market, Martin's agency share of offline income is 4%. After the window period, it will decrease by 1% each year until it reaches 0. These are the treatments that only superstars can have. WMA can agree to such terms. CAA's frequent contact with Thomas has put them under great pressure. The management headed by Ali will never allow CAA to poach important customers that they have cultivated and are likely to ascend to the throne of superstars. In addition, Martin's own commercial appeal is strong enough. The Reader, which started screening in November, has expanded from a single theater to large metropolitan areas such as Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago. In the first weekend in North America, thanks to the sufficient seats in independent theaters, The Reader had a box office of $39,000 in a single theater on the weekend. Later, the scale of screening was expanded. Although the film's commercial attributes were not strong, thanks to Martin's huge group of fans and supporters, there were always audiences wearing red Coke God t-shirts, filling most of the seats in the theater. Most importantly, this film is not particularly boring. It is worth spending a few dollars to see Martin's body except for the key parts and the action scenes with Winslet, who is almost exposed. The reputation of The Reader is very strong, especially among Martin's fans. Many female fans saw the back and buttocks like marble sculptures, and they went crazy to brush good reviews and high scores on movie websites. As for the critics, in the eyes of film critics, Films of this subject matter naturally have the attribute of adding 1 star to the score. To date, after 12 weeks of previews, the film has received a shockingly high reputation from both the audience and the media, with an average score of 85 from MTC Media and 8.4 from IMDb. The good reputation is in line with the market in mainstream media, even though it is due to the careful operation of the crew and Warner Brothers. Since 2008, the scale of screenings of The Reader in North America has expanded to 1,566, with a cumulative North American box office of $55.89 million. In terms of individual awards during the awards season, it can be called a trophy harvester. Kate won 8 Best Actress awards in various categories, and even Martin, who rarely appeared in person to canvass for votes, won 5 Best Actor trophies, including the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Award. This is second only to Daniel Day-Lewis' 9. At the same time, Martin has been shortlisted for the 5 candidates for Best Actor by the Screen Actors Guild and the Producers Guild. He was also nominated for Best Actor in a Drama at the Golden Globe Awards, to be presented in January. If it weren't for Daniel Day-Lewis standing in front of him, and Martin knew that the old men in the Academy liked Lewis to the core and that messing with him would cause endless trouble, he would have already started to fight for the Best Actor Oscar. After attending the cocktail party at noon, Martin appeared at the latest celebration party of The Reader in the afternoon. The so-called celebration party was naturally not for celebration, but to have a formal name, to invite many celebrities in the circle to attend the banquet, and further promote public relations. After all kinds of social activities, even someone like Martin was a little mentally exhausted. Finally found an opportunity to talk to Kate Winslet, who was trying to cheer up. After I came back, I went to meet Nicholson and Warren Beatty first. I have no hope of winning the award, just getting the nomination will be enough. Martin has a long-term vision, so he is not in a hurry, but Kate is different. He reminded her, Blanchett has been snubbed by various Outpost awards, and has not even received a nomination from the Screen Actors Guild. There will be no threat. This year is your best chance. Thank you for helping me get Blanchett in advance. Kate was very grateful to Martin. She thought that Martin and Nicholson got Blanchett just for her. Martin didn't need to hide it, and said it directly. I have no hope of winning the award. The only hope of getting a heavyweight award lies in you. If you win the Best Actress, the film will sell better. I signed a profit-sharing agreement. Whether you can win the award is related to how much I earn. You put more pressure on me. Kate pinched her eyebrows and said, what will I do if I can't get you? Martin said viciously, I will sell you to Africa, by the pound. Kate was surprised. Why by the pound? Kate was so angry that she didn't want to talk to him. Martin could easily arouse her interest. Although Blanchett is gone, you should not be careless, especially be careful of the French. Kate asked, Marion Cotillard from La Vie en Rose? Yes, that's her. Keep an eye on her. In Martin's eyes, and from the information he got from Warren Beatty, Kate surpassed Marion Cotillard in terms of qualifications, roles, performances, reputation, and publicity, but he remembered that this woman seemed to have won an Oscar. Kate nodded. I'll keep an eye on her. It's not unheard of for an important Oscar award to be unexpectedly upset. Don't let someone upset you, because then no one will sympathize with you. They will only laugh at you. Martin, the bastard, constantly stimulated Kate's fighting spirit in order to get more share. Then the French may launch a new round of daily insults to Britain. Chapter 409 Annual income of 20 million. In the small building where Pacific Pictures is located, Martin asked Jessica to take the financial director and the accountant to reconcile the accounts, and went to Louise's office alone. Louise's assistant Nikki said, the boss is in the reception room. He said you can go directly there when you come. Thank you. Martin went to the reception room diagonally opposite, knocked on the door gently, and pushed it open. In addition to Louise, there was also Sophia. The latter's outfit surprised Martin a little. Sophia was wearing a neat women's professional suit, which should be a specially made handmade version. The muscles bulged all over her body, and the clothes might burst into pieces at any time. Maybe to match the suit, she also wore a pair of plain glasses. Louise wearing a business suit and glasses will give people a sexy and intellectual beauty. Sophia's similar outfit looks like King Kong from Skull Island who has sneaked into the human world. What? Don't you recognize me? Sophia imitated Louise and pushed up her glasses. I'm also a female CEO. Martin, considering his butt, rarely told a lie. She has the temperament and demeanor of a female CEO. You can tell at a glance that she is a strong woman in the workplace. Sophia laughed, and the flesh on her face kept jumping up and down. Martin quickly found a chair to sit down, specially separating Louise from him, and sat on the thick sofa, and then he felt at ease. At this moment, he suddenly understood why old Boo always leaned his butt against the concrete wall every time he saw Sophia. That thick sense of security is too important. Louise gently pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Compared with Sophia, she looked intellectual, elegant, and sexy. You came at the right time. After the New Year holiday, Warner Brothers settled the profits of Limitless with us. Your share will be transferred to your respective accounts soon after the accounts are reconciled today. Sophia smiled so hard that her flesh twitched like electric shocks. It was really wise to choose to invest with you. A guy I know set up a foundation on his own and came to Hollywood to invest in movies. All the mixed projects he invested in the past few years suffered losses and lost all his money. It was so miserable. Louise glanced at Martin. Martin introduced you here, so we will naturally make a fortune together. Sophia smiled at Martin again, and the muscle fibers taut under her skin trembled wildly like plucked strings. Fortunately, Martin has a good psychological quality and can face Sophia's strong smile calmly. He said, your support has given me my current status and appeal. I think I have some vision in movies. If there is a chance, we can continue to make money together. He can't face such a huge circle alone. His success in recent years is also closely related to the strong support behind him. Without Louise, Warner would have started a pit long ago. Without Warner's tiger skin, Harvey Weinstein and others would not be afraid to act rashly. Maybe they would have done him when he was still weak. Martin needs money, fame, appeal, and support from forces. Only in this way can he live freely, have fun, and do things boldly. Louise asked, what about the action film project you have in hand? Martin said, it's in the early planning stages. When the project is officially launched, we will definitely ask you to invest together. The production cost is estimated to be around $40 million US. Sophia said without hesitation, count me in for a share of the investment. Martin would not spend all his money on the film project, and said, my project plan and script will be delivered to you soon. Louise did not speak. She knew Martin's character. He was indeed a bastard, but he had nothing to say to those who had helped him. Sophia was about to say goodbye and ask Martin, I heard that there are many interesting clubs on Sunset Boulevard. Would you like to go there? Martin shook his head. I never go to those places. Sophia straightened her suit jacket and put on a rare gentle look. Goodbye, you two. I'm going to the male model club. Louise sent her back, closed the door, and tilted her head to look at Martin. Do you have a psychological fear of her? It's not called fear, but full respect for the sponsor. Martin said clearly, I will do the same for you, the big sponsor. I will do my best to satisfy you, right? Louise invited, Kelly, come to Los Angeles at 5 p.m. and come to my place in the evening. Martin understood that there would be another fierce battle tonight, and replied, I'll go over for dinner and prepare more meat. Men, facing challenges, must never back down. But first, they have to fill their stomachs. The two chatted for a while, and Jessica called and asked Martin to come over to sign. Martin left Louise's office and went to the financial office of Pacific Pictures. The financial statements that need to be signed are mainly Martin's share of the investment in Limitless in the name of Davis Studio. More than 2 years ago, when the project was launched, Martin did not have much money. The cost of purchasing the original novel Dark Realm plus the initial investment, when he and Louise established the Limitless Studio, exaggerated the investment scale to $3 million US. In addition to the part of his salary included in the investment at that time, the total investment amount is $6 million US, accounting for 1/6 of the project's production cost of $36 million US. After more than 2 years of preparation, filming, publicity and online and offline distribution, it is finally the harvest season. Limitless finally had a North American box office of $176 million US and a global box office of $386 million US. As of the end of December last year, the film's North American DVD sales were $58.95 million US. Counting other aspects of North American and overseas offline income such as TV rights, Martin finally got $19.25 million US. Although the investment income process takes a long time, the investment income is considerable. At the same time, the studios of several other films starring Martin also settled their investment, or share of last year's investment. Thanks to the continued efforts of Wanted and The Departed in the disc market, the total income of this part is also $3.52 million US. Martin can easily earn $20 million US a year. His next goal is naturally to reach $20 million US in salary for a single film. It is not easy to enter the 20 million club. There are only a dozen people in Hollywood so far. Congratulations, multimillionaire. Louise personally poured wine for Martin and Kelly and raised the wine glass. Kelly, let's toast to the multimillionaire together. Kelly smiled and raised her glass. I want to try it today. Is the taste of a multimillionaire different from the past? Martin stood up with the help of the bar and clinked glasses with the two of them one by one. Cheers to you. The three of them drank a glass. Kelly poured wine for Martin and asked, now that you've made so much money, what are your plans? Martin said what he really thought. I want to find 100 beauties from various countries, rent a luxury cruise ship over 100 meters long, and go on the sea to have fun for a month. Louise snorted. In 3 days at most, you'll come out covered in blood. In less than a week, you'll die at sea, and your body will be fed to the fish. Kelly was a woman with political aspirations, and she couldn't help shaking her head. Martin, you really have no aspirations. You're too vulgar. That's what it means to have real aspirations. I've honed my acting skills and worked hard. Why do I make so much money? Martin didn't need anyone to answer and said directly, of course it's for pleasure. He took a sip of wine. Do you want me to live a Puritan life while watching the numbers in my account increase? I won't do that. Louise has been in the industry for more than a decade and has seen many stars rise and fall. She doesn't want Martin to become Marlon Brando in the future, so she specifically reminded him, if you have a life like yours, it will be very difficult to live without money in the future. Martin could hear the good intentions and said roughly, I divide the money I get into 3 parts. 1/3 is used for investment, 1/3 is used as reserve fund, and 1/3 is used for food, drink, and entertainment. This is enough to ensure that life is full of fun. In fact, he can't spend so much on entertainment. Kelly raised her eyebrows at Louise. Did you hear that? I told you that he thinks much more than ordinary people. She leaned on Louise's shoulder. You are too worried about him. Louise smiled. I'm afraid that he will become a pauper when he is old, and we will have to support him. Kelly was surprised. Do you think so far ahead? Martin took the initiative to help Louise change the subject. Come on, let's drink. Whoever drinks more will get a reward. Kelly asked, what reward? Martin smiled and said, the reward is for her in the middle. When the 3 of them drank a bottle of whiskey, the hall was already as chaotic as a battlefield. The next morning, Martin rarely went to the kitchen to make breakfast for the 2. Kelly was still sleeping soundly. Louise came down alone in her nightgown, leaned on the pillow beside the kitchen, and asked, was what you said yesterday true? Of course it was true. Martin knew what he was asking, and simply said, investment and consumption can be tax deductible. If you don't invest or consume, that part of the money will also be paid to the tax bureau, so I will continue to invest most of the money I earn, or buy practical assets. Louise reminded, you should be careful. The current economic situation is not optimistic. Don't lose money. I'll pay attention. Martin's clearest memory of this era is Apple, so he naturally wants to buy the stocks he remembers most firmly. He put the fried eggs, bacon, and ham on 3 plates, poured 3 glasses of milk, and when he carried a plate to the dining room, he patted Louise's butt. Go and call the lazy guy upstairs to come down for breakfast. Louise quickly dragged Kelly downstairs. After the 3 of them had breakfast together, Martin drove to Burbank and had a brief meeting with Chad Stahelski and Brat. After finalizing the script and shooting plan, he had the script and project plan delivered to Louise, Kelly, and Sophia. Including Davis Studio, the 4 companies each invested $10 million to compete for this project. Martin personally joined the project simply as a producer and male lead. The salary must be in line with his market value. Thomas was eager to make a move and listed a preliminary contract with a basic salary plus a share and compensation clause. Chapter 410. The hero is corroded by the devil. Like the previous films, the studio for the new project is still Warner Studios, with Louise as producer, managing crew affairs, especially negotiating with Warner Brothers on publicity and distribution. Martin and Chad both serve as production managers in addition to their duties. Chen-Hu and Marcus serve as action directors for close combat and gunfights respectively. Buck and Lewis, who have served as Martin's stunt double several times, also joined the action stunt team. Computer special effects shots are extremely limited during filming and production, and almost all action shots will be completed through real shooting. Emily will join the crew with a team from Davis Studio, specializing in creating online heat, especially topics that can really bring heat. You want my dog life and I want your dog life. As for the main actors, 2 people have been confirmed, Martin and Mean. Martin, needless to say, is naturally the male lead. The salary is divided into 3 parts, the basic salary of $5 million, the tiered box office share that is being discussed, and the DVD share. Mean, who is over 30 years old, has gained weight and looks a little vicissitudes, and can be called a middle-aged female killer, plays the owner of the Continental Hotel in New York. There must be a positive main character who is black, which is very politically correct. Other main roles are selected through auditions, and WMA's actor clients are given priority. As for the behind-the-scenes staff of the crew, many of the responsible persons are from the Wanted crew. Martin's studio and Chad have been in contact with them. Among them, those who have the right schedule joined the crew as soon as possible. The location selection team will soon go to New York to select suitable street scenes for filming. After the crew's project establishment meeting, Louise flew to New York with her assistant to negotiate a series of matters during the filming. For example, car racing, street fighting and gun battle shooting. In addition to occasionally participating in media activities and assisting the public relations team with public relations, Martin puts all his energy on training, including physical fitness, fighting, firearms and driving, etc. He strives to do his best in everything. He even practiced how to stab people with a pencil and how to make a simple bow and arrow using a hardware store. In theory, it is completely feasible to attack with a sharpened pencil. Chen-Hu gestured and said to Martin on the training ground of the studio that it is not easy to do this, especially when a killer attacks another killer. Martin held a soft resin prop pencil in his backhand and pointed at several of his vital points. First, the neck and eyes. Chen-Hu said, "We can try and see which one is easier to succeed. Be careful, I'm coming." Martin took a step forward and stabbed Chen-Hu's eyes with the prop pencil. He knew Chen-Hu's ability, so he didn't hold back. Chen-Hu tilted his head slightly, and the pencil passed through his forehead. He only dodged and did not fight back. Martin pressed his hand down, using his height to suppress Chen-Hu, and the pencil stabbed Chen-Hu again. Chen-Hu tried to dodge, but the target of the neck was much larger than the eyes, and the pencil stabbed him behind the ear. Chen-Hu stepped back, got rid of Martin, and said, "Even if you are caught off guard, it is difficult to stab someone's eyes." Martin nodded. "The neck, throat or near the carotid artery." Chen-Hu said again, "The style we finally decided on must have good looking movements and a certain degree of authenticity. In close combat, even if you are outstanding, it is not easy to kill a trained adult man with your bare hands. Therefore, all close combat bare-handed combat does not seek to kill the opponent directly, but to control him and make him unable to move for a short period of time." He performed actions such as kicking the crotch, locking the throat, digging the heart, and poking the eyes. This can buy you even a second, and you can also take out a weapon to kill him, with a gun or any other weapon you can find. Martin grasped the key point. He said, "Use a weapon if you can." Marcus, who was standing next to him, spoke. "The first choice is always a gun." Later, Martin practiced action routines with Chen-Hu again, and followed Marcus to strengthen the shooting action, especially shooting at the corner. Marcus, who was born in the Navy SEALs and participated in real urban street fighting, is experienced in this area, far more than ordinary Hollywood gunfight designers. After practicing for a while, The three of them simply left the set and drove to the Angel Shooting Club to train with real guns. Martin was addicted to killing training and could not extricate himself. His public appearances became less and less frequent. The pictures that appeared in the media gradually became the candid photos of him entering and leaving the psychological clinic. More and more entertainment media speculated that Martin's psychological problems were getting worse. At the same time, the publicity of the Dark Knight crew began to work hard. In mid-January, a video of Bale's interview was circulated in the UK. After a few months, the British actor finally made a public appearance and attended the British Academy Film Awards. During the interview, he talked about the Dark Knight crew and Batman, saying that because the role setting was extremely difficult, he did have psychological problems. He was trapped in the darkness for the past few months and could not extricate himself, but finally got rid of it. Some reporters also asked about Martin. Bale accepted the crew's plan. His problem may be more serious than mine, because on the set he is more evil than the most evil clown in the comics. No matter how the media reporters asked, Bale did not say anything more. This was a carefully planned publicity event by the Dark Knight crew, and the British Academy Film Awards, a media-filled occasion, was specially selected. The Dark Knight was released in the summer of 2008, and the promotion started 6 months in advance. Nolan personally called Martin. "Are you ready? Do you need me to send a professional photographer?" "No." Martin declined. "I have one here." He hung up the phone and said to Bruce, "Let Ivan go." Bruce asked, "Where?" Martin said, "In the community park square." Bruce went to call Ivan. This time, they still needed to take candid photos. The crew's photographers were not as professional as Ivan. Martin went out alone, walked along the community road, came to the park square, sat on a bench, looked at the sunset in the west, motionless like a statue. Not long after, the phone in his pocket vibrated a few times. Martin knew that Ivan was coming. He slowly turned his head, and a strange smile appeared on his slightly gloomy face. Ivan took many candid photos of Martin, pressed the shutter at the right time, and took several photos in succession. That night, the photos appeared on the front page of TMZ. Jody was very professional. He used real photos as the blueprint, and added a slightly exaggerated title. "Our city hero is having his soul eroded by the devil." Martin sat alone, with a handsome face, a gloomy expression, and a weird smile. Jody deliberately pulled the video of Bale being interviewed under Martin's picture. That night, there were more than 10,000 comments on the news. "Why do I think it's scarier than Jack Nicholson's smile in The Shining? Because you know that The Shining was an act, but this really happened to Martin. I'm very curious, what kind of Batman movie is this that can drive the two leading actors to the point where they have psychological problems? Bale will need treatment for several months before he can show up, and Martin needs to see a psychiatrist every week. What kind of role and what kind of plot?" The number of people paying attention to and discussing The Dark Knight increased rapidly. After the news fermented for a few days and more media reprinted it, Thomas issued a public statement on behalf of Martin, apologizing to the Golden Globe Awards committee and claiming that he could not accept the invitation to this year's Golden Globe Awards ceremony due to physical reasons. This also made the previous news more marketable. Thomas later accepted an interview and said that Martin realized the problem, was trying to get rid of it, and would soon return to normal work. The Dark Knight crew officially released the main poster of the film. It's not Batman alone, but two protagonists. Batman stands in the city of Gotham, with a dark cloud covering his head. The Joker stands in the sun. Although the white oil paint covers his true appearance, his blood-red mouth has a faint smile. He just stands there, but exudes a wanton evil that makes people shudder. No need for video. Senior fans can interpret the style of the film from the poster alone. Dark, suffocating and crazy. After the first wave of publicity caused heat, the crew just guided the public opinion on the internet and lay dormant for the time being. Nolan is a master in film shooting and production, as well as a master in publicity and marketing. He then visited Martin in the name of visiting him, and had a long discussion with Martin on the current situation and the next plan. The two people who are both good at hype had a passionate collision. Martin sent Nolan away. Elizabeth, who had just returned from filming an advertisement, came to see him as soon as possible. "Are you really okay?" Elizabeth hugged Martin tightly and pressed his head into her arms, allowing Martin to fully feel the warmth. Martin was vague, no big problem for the time being. Elizabeth rubbed Martin's cheek. You didn't even participate in the Golden Globe Awards, and you said there was no problem. Martin was not a stone man. He could feel Elizabeth's worry and her genuine care. I don't want to participate in the Golden Globe Awards, mainly because I have an idea. He still had some conscience. Knowing that Elizabeth wanted to be a star, he simply pushed her hard. I'm waiting for you to come back. I want to take you to the Oscars red carpet and let everyone know you. Elizabeth's thoughts were completely different from Martin's. She hugged Martin even harder. Let everyone know that I'm your girlfriend? Martin struggled to speak. Elizabeth said again, Martin, I understand your feelings. I promise you, no matter what, I will agree to everything. Martin struggled out of her arms, seeing her tears, thinking that he was just taking her to walk the Oscar red carpet. He wiped away the tears from Elizabeth's eyes and said, your makeup is all smudged, like a witch. Elizabeth wiped her tears and suddenly said, old boy, don't you like me to be a witch? Chapter 411 Don't Become a Burden. Rodeo Drive, second floor of Brian's boutique. A master tailor personally measured Martin's body data and asked him to choose the right fabric and basic style. Elizabeth, who came with him, pulled Martin and pointed to a piece of fabric and said, this color is good. You are standing here. I think it suits you very well and makes you look more lively. In such an insignificant matter, Martin of course listened to his female companion, Master Perlo. Let's choose this color of fabric. Okay. Master Perlo immediately took note. Elizabeth was very happy and pulled Martin to choose leather shoes and bow ties. The two came out of the store and got into Elizabeth's Porsche. Martin said, let's go. It's time to choose a dress for you. Elizabeth smiled sweetly. Mine is easy to choose. Martin was surprised. Are there any sponsoring brands? Elizabeth started the car and drove to Century City Shopping Plaza. She said, there are no sponsoring brands. Wearing dresses from my sister's brand is just right for my current status in the circle. When I can be like you in the future, I will not lack sponsorship from big name clothing brands. Maybe my sisters will sponsor me heavily. Martin smiled and said, there are not many girls your age who are as clear-headed as you. He did not hesitate to praise, Liz, you are a good girl. My sisters are great. Not only do they protect me from the wind and rain, but they have also been teaching me how to adapt to Hollywood. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and suddenly changed the subject. There is a saying on the internet now that when a man or woman tells another person that they are a good person, it often means rejection or a breakup. She asked seriously, Martin, are you breaking up with me? Martin said, why do you think so? He always used memes to confuse other people's thinking. We broke through the pursuit and blockade of two big villains, Leonardo and Nicholson, and finally got together. Elizabeth smiled very sweetly, and even the gloomy sky was healed by her at this moment. The sun came out from the clouds, as if it wanted to compete with each other for who was brighter. Arriving at Century City Shopping Plaza, the Porsche drove into the underground parking lot, and the two took the elevator upstairs. The Olsen sisters. The row is currently positioned as light luxury, mainly targeting young users. It is a relatively popular brand, and the style is also suitable for Elizabeth. Elizabeth does not want to make it custom made, but just choose a suitable one from the existing models. Martin also actively expressed his opinions, making Elizabeth feel that he was very concerned. Because Martin's dress must be black, Elizabeth chose a light color that tends to be sweet. After Elizabeth tried it on and confirmed it, and selected shoes and accessories, Martin took the initiative to swipe the card. Elizabeth was helpless. It can be recorded. Martin smiled and shook his head. This is what I should do. The two came out of the store and continued shopping. Elizabeth whispered, come with me to the supermarket. I'll buy some girls' supplies. Martin pulled her. Let's go. Century City Shopping Plaza is bustling with people, one of the most prosperous commercial centers in Los Angeles. Many celebrities also often appear here. Brad Pitt, whose travel restrictions were lifted more than half a year ago, tied his messy long hair into a ponytail and walked into the shopping mall alone like a street performer. He hadn't been out shopping for a long time, so he went to the supermarket on the first floor to buy daily necessities. Many people looked over and fell on Pitt. Pitt is very familiar with such scenes. In the past, he was full of curiosity, envy, and admiration. Now, most of them are disgust and ridicule. Pitt found that many parents with girls took the initiative to pull their children away from him. A voice came faintly, girls must protect themselves outside, especially stay away from perverts and rapists. That's Pitt. Stay away from him immediately when you see him next time. He has forced dozens of women. It's terrible. What's wrong with the legal system in Los Angeles? People like this shouldn't be put in jail. Pitt didn't feel it in an open place before, but when he came to a closed space with a lot of people, he could hear other people talking about him all the time. These are very hurtful. But Pitt can bear it. He has suffered too much injustice in the past year. His acting career is basically over. He has not had a film contract since the incident. All the endorsement brands have terminated their contracts with him, and many are still suing him for breach of contract compensation. For example, Cadillac, which he endorsed before, although the pursuit is not very strict, but the case has been hanging there. Even the board of directors of Plan B company expelled him from the company's management. After the company introduced two investments, the largest shareholder and actual controller became Jennifer Aniston. Pitt put his hands in his pockets and gradually approached the supermarket door. The crowded area near the supermarket is full of cosmetics counters. Pitt saw two familiar figures. On the left pillar, there was a huge advertising poster, which was a skincare series endorsed by Jennifer Aniston. On the right wall, there was a makeup series strongly recommended by Angelina Jolie. Seeing these two people, Pitt suddenly wanted to cry. His girlfriend and wife were both fucked by that bastard. In the past year, he had seen more than once in the tabloids or TMZ that Martin Davis, that bastard, appeared in the same hotel with Aniston and Jolie. As a Hollywood insider, Pitt could only think of one possibility, that these shameless people were having a threesome. Pitt was very angry about this, not just because his head was heavy. When he woke up late at night, he often asked himself why Martin could play with Jolie and Aniston, but he couldn't. Therefore, despite the many setbacks, Pitt hated Martin even more. When he arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, he saw what might be the most eye-catching huge poster in the entire mall. Martin Davis, the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, recommended Coca-Cola. "You are the leader and I'm the saint. How wonderful." A sweet and refreshing voice came from the side. Pete turned his head subconsciously, and the voice was still talking. "Excuse me, leader, how can the saint be promoted?" Pete saw Martin and a sweet girl following Martin. The smile on the girl's face seemed to be sweet enough to touch people's hearts, as if it healed Pete's heartache. But when Pete saw the girl holding Martin's 5 fingers tightly, his trembling heart was like an earthquake, pushing the flames straight up. Martin felt something vaguely and immediately pulled Elizabeth behind him and saw Brad Pitt at the same time. Pete walked towards Martin and found the burly Bruce. He walked quickly to Martin's side, put one hand into his clothes, and stopped unconsciously. Elizabeth had experienced a big scene where life and death were only a thin line apart. When she hid behind Martin, she immediately let go of Martin's hand. She knew that now was not the time to talk, and the biggest help to Martin was not to become a burden. So, Elizabeth hid behind a thick pillar in 2 or 3 steps. Pitt smiled at this side. "Martin Davis." Martin also smiled and greeted warmly. "Hello, Pitt. I'm not good, not at all." Pitt said gloomily, "You stole my wife, my girlfriend, and my endorsement. You are very good." Martin shook his head. "You did something wrong, but you blamed it on others." He saw that many people reacted and began to take out their phones, calling Bruce. "Let's go." Martin nodded to Elizabeth and prepared to enter the supermarket. Bruce kept staring at Pitt from behind. Pitt saw that people just walked away like this, looking at the posters of Jolie and Aniston on both sides, feeling unwilling. "Your bodyguard is very responsible. I wonder if he will take a nap? Is that your new girlfriend next to you?" Hearing this, Martin suddenly turned around, glanced at Pitt, and did nothing, pulling Elizabeth into the supermarket. Elizabeth was a little worried. "Are you okay? How about we go back?" Martin comforted. "It's okay." Elizabeth gave up the idea of continuing to shop in the supermarket and went directly to the corresponding shelf, took some women's products, and pulled Martin to check out quickly. After getting in the car, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Why is Pitt like this?" Martin said directly, "He blamed me for the reason why Julie and Aniston broke up with him, and he and I did have several conflicts." Elizabeth reminded, "You should be more careful." "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." Martin smiled, "I'll take you home first." Elizabeth knew that Martin might have something to do, so she said, "No nonsense, I can drive back by myself." Martin thought of Pitt, "I'll take you home first." Arriving at the south hillside of Oaks, Martin watched Elizabeth's Porsche enter the Olsen mansion, and turned around, and got into the Escalade driven by Bruce. Bruce didn't drive and asked, "What do you want me to do next?" Martin didn't answer, but asked, "Pete still lives in the mansion in Beverly Hills?" Bruce nodded, "Yes, he has been living there." "Do you really want to take over his mansion?" "I was just thinking about it at first, but now I think it is necessary." Martin asked again, "How is Pete's financial situation?" Bruce said roughly, "There is less cash flow and more fixed assets. Nearly 2/3 of the people he has violated have reached an out-of-court settlement with him, more than half of whom have accepted his cash compensation. Some are ready to sign an agreement, and the other 1/3 are asking for higher compensation." Martin thought for a while and said, "You notify Ivan, and ask him to find a way to encourage the victims to ask Pete for more compensation." Bruce nodded, "I have a way." Martin took out his mobile phone and found Thomas' number and continued, "I will let Thomas find a way to contact the brands that Pete endorsed before, especially Cadillac. I remember that Cadillac once wanted to sue Pete for breach of contract." "That's true," Bruce said, "because after you signed the contract with Cadillac, Cadillac's business performance has improved significantly, so this matter has been suppressed for the time being. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 412, Accountability for Breach of Contract. It was still bright outside when Martin came out of the nightclub in Nicholson Stretched Lincoln. The three bastards, who had just enjoyed the facial cleanser service, were now full of energy. Nicholson put on sunglasses and yelled, "Let's have a party. Let's have a party. I can beat 10. No, 20. Leonardo glanced at the old bastard who was having illusions and said directly, "I don't want to attend your funeral tomorrow." Martin lowered the baffle slightly and said to the driver, "Go to my place." He raised the baffle, "I just got a few bottles of good wine. We'll have a drink and look at beauties at the Golden Globe Awards tonight." Leonardo said, "It's obviously a gathering of monsters and demons. Where are the beauties?" Martin pointed at him, "You're the only one who has too many things to do. When you're drunk, I'll call beauties for you. Call Giselle Bundchen." Leonardo was angry and launched a 3-hit combo. "Do you think I'm afraid of these? If you have the guts, call Giselle Bundchen. As long as you propose to her on the spot, I'll immediately hire someone to rent a plane to pick Bundchen up." Martin looked particularly responsible. "I'll cover all the expenses for your proposal and marriage." Leonardo was defeated, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. He said to Nicholson, "See, Jack, Martin has become arrogant and doesn't take money seriously. Doesn't he look like an Irish?" Martin leaned back in his seat and said arrogantly, "You have to show off to a man who has just become a multimillionaire." In fact, he only had this kind of dissolute attitude among the three bastards. The Lincoln sedan quickly drove into Martin's home. The three bastards entered the living room and found that someone was home. Lily was wearing a professional apron and holding a carving knife, carving a half-human high clay sculpture. Martin asked the two bastards to come in first and asked, "When did you come?" Lily said, "After lunch. I came to help you clean up the house. It was a mess. After I cleaned it up, I had nothing to do, so I practiced my hands." She took the initiative to greet Leonardo and Nicholson. Martin also introduced the two sides. As soon as Leonardo heard Lily's name, he immediately understood. "You are the original artist of the Joker statue." "It's me." Lily has been working part-time on the Dark Knight crew for more than half a year. She has been numb to seeing so many people holding her Joker sculptures. "You can do whatever you want. Don't worry about me." Martin asked Leonardo to go to the wine cellar to get some wine. Nicholson turned on the TV. The red carpet of the Golden Globe Award ceremony was already coming to an end. Leonardo took 3 glasses and poured them with wine. He asked Lily, "Would you like a drink?" Lily shook her head. "I'm not old enough to drink yet." Martin came over and patted Leonardo on the shoulder, kindly reminding him, "Don't mess with her." Leonardo was confused and had to sit on the sofa and drink with Martin and Nicholson. Lily is about the same age as Nicholson's daughter Lorraine. Nicholson raised his glass to her from a distance. "Your sculpture is great. Thank you for the statue." "You're welcome." Lily picked up the can of Coke next to her and clinked glasses with Nicholson from a distance. Leonardo was about to pick up the wine glass when he saw Lily put down the can and picked up a sharp carving knife. The carving knife fluttered like a butterfly between her slender fingers. Then, Leonardo saw the carving knife in Lily's hand flashing with cold light, poking at the clay statue. When she stopped, there were more than a dozen holes in the sculpture's eyes, throat, heart and lower abdomen. If it were poked on a person. Leonardo quickly turned back, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp, suppressing the feeling of being trembling with fear. Martin turned his head and asked, "What's wrong, Leo?" Leonardo quickly shook his head. "Nothing, I just want to drink." Martin took the bottle and filled it up for him. "Drink as much as you want. Any wine in my wine cellar. You can drink any kind of wine you want." Of course. Leonardo thought to himself that people who grew up with Martin seemed to be abnormal. The 3 of them drank wine and watched the Golden Globe Awards. On the other side, Lily saw that Leonardo was frightened, so she renovated the sculpture, pushed it into the storage room on the side, cleaned up the scene, and said to Martin, "I'm going back to school. You should be careful and don't always make the house so messy." Martin waved his hand. "Let's go. I won't see you off." After Lily left, Martin and the other 2 enjoyed the fun of the Golden Globe Awards, drank glasses of fine wine, and discussed the right and wrong of the circle. It was so pleasant. For the 3 of them, the Golden Globe Awards are indeed fun. For example, Julian Spencer won the Best Director for The Diving Bell and The Butterfly. People like the Coen brothers and Ridley Scott were all runners-up. The former's film for the award this year is called No Country for Old Men. When it came to the Best Actress, Julie Christie won the award instead of Kate Winslet, who has won various actress awards since the opening of the award season. Of course, Kate will definitely not be disappointed because she has already won the most important Screen Actors Guild Award for Best Actress. Martin picked up his glass and clinked it with Leonardo's. "I hope Kate can win an Oscar." Leonardo stopped joking. "May God bless Kate." Nicholson said directly, "Kate has won almost all the Best Actress awards that are truly valuable as a Weather Vane. She will definitely win." Martin did not drink. "Let's not congratulate Kate for now. It is a taboo to open champagne at halftime." Leonardo fully agreed. "That's right." Tonight, the Golden Globe Awards attracted too much attention. The focus of the Los Angeles media was all on the colorful entertainment venues. Latin woman Caroline finished a day's work and did not want to go home immediately. She was going to find a bar to drink. Since she took the initiative to accuse Brad Pitt, Caroline's life has been much better than before. Although the small group headed by her has never reconciled with Pitt, mainly because they could not reach an agreement on money, the rewards obtained by selling news and paid interviews have greatly improved the lives of the whole family. Caroline even thinks that Pitt is a good person who has changed the fate of her family. Such a good person, of course, must be held onto and tried to get more meat. As it was getting dark, she got out of the car and was always cautious. The public security in this Latin community is not very good. Not to mention that there is almost no surveillance. Even many street lights have been smashed. Caroline had not walked a few steps when someone suddenly called her from behind a lamppost. "Hi, Caroline, let's talk for a minute." Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Caroline stopped vigilantly, reached into her bag, and held the anti-wolf spray. "Keep your distance. I won't get close. We are just chatting." The man was wearing a hood, and the shadow of the brim of the hood covered most of his face. Brad Pitt's assets are beyond your imagination. He also has a lot of fixed assets. Caroline had been making a fuss for almost a year, and she knew more or less about Pitt's situation. "I know. The man's voice was hoarse and quite unpleasant. The little compensation you want is nothing to him. Do you know why he has been unwilling to give in? It's not because you want a lot of money, but because he wants to drag it out. He has enough assets to drag it out until you can't stand it anymore and naturally reconcile with him. He reminded, don't forget that the Los Angeles police have lifted Pitt's restraining order. At this point, the man took out a recorder and pressed the play button, and Pitt's voice sounded, I would rather give the money to the lawyer than give those poor guys a penny more. Caroline had been a nanny for Pitt, and she knew his voice. Who are you? She asked. The man said, a kind-hearted person who has a grudge against Pitt and sympathizes with you victims. Caroline didn't ask any more questions. The man pulled his hat down and walked out of the community alone in the dark. Passing by a garbage station, he pulled out the tape from the cassette and set it on fire, burning it to ashes. The so-called words of Pete, although they were real recordings and came from Pete's mouth, were lines from one of Pete's works. Half an hour later, Jody, who had just come out of TMZ, sat in a coffee shop. After waiting for a while drinking coffee alone, Ivan hurried into the coffee shop and pulled out a chair to sit opposite Jody. Jody asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Ivan asked for a cup of black coffee first, then said, I recently bought some equipment and moved to a new house, so I'm out of money. This was an important news channel, so Jody didn't say a word, took out his wallet, took out all the cash, and put it on the table. Now, these are all I have. Ivan didn't even touch it, and said, I want to make a lot of money, make more money. Jody dragged his chair forward and lowered his head to approach Ivan. Any top secret news? Remember the agreement we reached with lawyer Camille? Ivan whispered. We helped her get the agency rights for Pete's victims, and she gave us a certain percentage of the attorney's fees as remuneration. He was very direct. Aren't there still many victims who haven't reached a final settlement with Pete? Can we find a way to increase the compensation? The more compensation the victims get, the higher Camille's attorney fees will be, and the more commission will belong to us. Jody frowned. This is very complicated. Pete has a large number of high quality assets. Ivan did his homework. I have accurate information that many brands that Pete previously represented plan to unite and hold Pete accountable for breach of contracts during the endorsement period. This matter is not new, because Cadillac had a fuss last year. Jody pondered and said, as the global image spokesperson for many brands, strictly speaking, Pitt's Nannygate incident has indeed caused huge reputation and image losses to related brands. Ivan clenched his fist and pounded the table. Their business groups are in the front to eat the meat, and we follow behind. If we pick up more scraps, it will be enough to fill us up. There are huge benefits in front of them. Jody would not be willing to give up if she doesn't try. She asked, is there any problem with your source of information? Ivan said, absolutely no problem. Jody made up her mind. I'll go find lawyer Camille. She left the coffee shop and was not in a hurry to leave. After getting in the car, she made several calls in a row and soon got accurate news that Cadillac had notified its law firm in Los Angeles to restart the pursuit of Pitt's breach of contract. Chapter 413 Hate is higher than the sky. Breitling, a Swiss watch manufacturer with a history of more than 100 years, has attracted a lot of attention in North America in recent years. Their global image spokesperson Brad Pitt has made a lot of entertainment news that spread all over the world. Whether Brad Pitt divorced Jennifer Aniston or pursued Angelina Jolie, Breitling was happy to see it happen. The crazy spread of news also brought Breitling a considerable amount of exposure. But last year, the Nannygate incident broke out, and Breitling was shocked and quickly terminated the contract with Brad Pitt to sever ties with him. Due to slow action, not conducting crisis public relations as quickly as Cadillac, and not signing a widely influential spokesperson like Martin Davis at a high price at the first time, the brand image has been severely damaged worldwide. In the North American branch headquarters of Breitling in Los Angeles, Fox, the branch president who took office at the end of last year, stood at the head of the conference table with a serious face and said, this quarter, the company's main task in North America is to restore the brand image, regain the previous market share, and further open up the high-end market in North America. More than a dozen subordinates sat on both sides of the long conference table. The deputy on the left, took over at this time. Sign a new image spokesperson. The person opposite said, I think Tom Cruise is good. Another person shook his head, not good. Tom Cruise has been frequently exposed to negative news recently, and his relationship with Scientology is too complicated. He may be forgotten one day. The risk is too great. Paul, who was sitting in the middle, said, I have an immature idea. Fox glanced at him. Go ahead. I have received a definite news that Cadillac has restarted the breach of contract lawsuit and will sue Brad Pitt, the former global brand image spokesperson, for the brand losses caused by his breach of contract. Paul's idea came from some people's discussions in his ears and was also based on his own work. His responsibility was originally Breitling's market promotion. I think we can join in and even hold a press conference to launch a breach of contract lawsuit against Pitt with the greatest momentum. The deputy heard what he meant. Arouse public attention? Paul said, launching a massive breach of contract lawsuit can not only draw public opinion and public attention to Breitling, but also prove to them that Breitling is a responsible company and brand. Another person had doubts. It has been a year since Pitt's nanny scandal. It's not too late. The time is right. Paul dared to take the initiative to speak at this meeting, and he had mature considerations. Breitling spent a year collecting and fixing evidence and examining Pitt's personal performance. At present, 1/3 of the victims have not yet reached a settlement with Pitt, which shows that Pitt has no intention of repenting. Breitling gave Pitt a chance, but there is no need to say more about the rest. Fox understood everything and said directly, Paul, come up with a detailed plan as soon as possible. The marketing department, legal department and public relations department should fully cooperate. Paul then said, boss, the nanny scandal has damaged Breitling's global brand image. We must seek a high amount of compensation for breach of contract. The deputy couldn't help laughing. That's right. The larger the compensation within a relatively reasonable range, the more attention it will attract. On the afternoon of the day the meeting ended, Paul came up with a specific plan. The lawyers in the legal department and the agency law firm were all very motivated, especially the latter, who wanted to knock off Brad Pitt's entire fortune. The more compensation Pitt paid, the higher their legal fees would be. Subsequently, Breitling released the news that it was going to hold a press conference to pursue Brad Pitt's breach of contract as the global image spokesperson. Almost at the same time, Cadillac also officially announced that it would initiate the necessary legal procedures to hold former spokesperson Pitt accountable for various brand image losses caused by his breach of contract. Public opinion was in an uproar, and the attention paid to the two brands was almost comparable to the Oscars, to be held next month. Cadillac also took the opportunity to launch this year's new car. Breach of contract prosecution is not the goal, but just a means for these companies. At the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, a very ordinary Ford sedan drove into the underground parking lot. Aniston, who was driving, had not yet gotten out of the car, but her mobile phone started beating in her bag. She took it out and pressed the answer button, her tone not very good. Holy mother, why did you come back instead of helping the suffering war refugees? Julie's voice rang in the receiver. Have you arrived at the hotel? We agreed that we would go together, and no one could eat alone. Wait for me, don't run up by yourself, I'll be there soon. Aniston was so angry that her teeth hurt. I agreed to you because I was crazy. You were not crazy that time. You wanted to retaliate against me. Julie exposed her thoughts. You pushed Martin desperately. Didn't you just want to make me live a life worse than death? Today, I will take back everything you owe me. For some reason, Aniston's tone softened. I'm waiting for you. She had observed carefully before, and every time Julie was in front of Martin, she seemed to enjoy it. Aniston wanted to try it too. 10 minutes later, a half-used Chevrolet drove into the underground parking lot. Julie waved at Aniston, and the two met at the elevator door. The moment their eyes met, it was as if an electric current collided, making a crackling sound. So stuffy. Fake saint. They exchanged secret codes, took the special elevator to the upper floor, and knocked on the door of a business suite. The door opened, and Martin opened his arms to welcome them. My dear, you are finally here. I have missed you so much. Julie slumped down on the sofa and asked, when are you going to pull your new lover over, so we can see her? Aniston revealed her true colors. Why do you want to pull her in? She was not as unscrupulous as Julie and said directly, 3 people are already crowded. I don't like to add another person. Wait. Martin was dissatisfied. Whether to add people or not is another matter. Why don't you ask for my opinion? Aniston didn't want to continue this topic, pointing at Julie and said, next time, you stay in the back. Julie was unhappy. You have tasted the benefits, but you still want to occupy the place. This place was originally mine, and I pity you, so I give you some space. As one of the female opinion leaders in Hollywood and the leader of Me Too, Aniston is no longer the woman who would take the initiative to give in when things don't go her way. Facing the tough Julie, she was equally tough. Fake saint, don't think you are the only one who will snatch. Julie snorted coldly, Martin, I told you a long time ago that Jane is a stuffy person. Martin called them over, not to listen to the quarrel between the two, and said, let's talk about serious things. Julie said, throughout human history, is there anything more serious than this? That's right. Aniston turned into a fence sitter and stood on Julie's side again. We are talking about serious things. Martin was angry. The tanks started, and the war started again. When the shells fell like raindrops, the situation in the war was finally completely under his control. Recently, the victims who did not receive reasonable compensation have united again and launched an offensive against Pitt. Martin can talk about business with peace of mind. In addition, manufacturers and brands led by Breitling and Cadillac have also launched a breach of contract lawsuit against Pitt. Aniston nodded. I noticed it. Julie is more sensitive than her in this regard. Did Pitt offend you again? Martin waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. It's mainly because Cadillac asked for my opinion, and I can't bear to see those victims living in misery. Julie actually doesn't care about Pitt anymore. But Aniston is different. Not only was she abandoned, but she was also splashed with dirty water by Pitt. The thought of revenge never stopped. Martin, what do you want to do? Martin said, as the initiator of Me Too and an opinion leader of Hollywood women, why don't you guide the relevant public opinion? Let your huge organization continue to pay attention to Pitt's nanny scandal. After all, the nanny scandal is the origin of Me Too. Me Too does things from beginning to end, and is more likely to win praise. Julie pointed at Martin and laughed. You are worthy of being my teacher. Aniston nodded and said righteously, this is the responsibility and mission of women's rights organizations. Of course, it cannot be shirked. Julie continued, count me in. Public opinion can influence the judiciary. Martin knew this very well. Don't you think that, only if Pitt can't turn over at all, or even get out of Los Angeles, can we have more fun? Pitt's words in the supermarket made him feel that he should not give Pitt any chance to turn over. Julie said, I don't care. If you feel happy, I will play with you. Aniston was thinking hard. After a long while, she said, the nanny scandal can ruin Pitt's reputation and future, but he still has a lot of assets. Although the two had separate assets before, she, as an ex-wife, still understood something. What you have done alone is far from enough to exhaust Pitt's assets and energy. Martin didn't understand Pitt as well as Aniston. What do you mean? It's very simple. Help Pitt find a few illegitimate children. You need super high compensation and drag the lawsuit. The lawyer fees are terrible. In this world, perhaps no one hates Pitt more than Aniston, especially after Martin added fuel to the fire. Ex-wife, or an ex-wife who hates more than the sky, is simply a weapon to kill men. Aniston said coldly, I can use indirect methods to vaguely express that Pitt does have several illegitimate children. Hearing these words, Julie suddenly felt that it would be better not to provoke Aniston too much in the future. Chapter 414, Selling Assets. The next morning, Martin rubbed his face and came downstairs. He walked out of the hotel and got into the car driven by Bruce. He sat back on the thick chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Bruce asked at the right time, you can't do it. You can't bear it with just 2 people. Martin raised 2 fingers and emphasized, they are 2 women over 30, and each one is more vigorous than the other. Seeing that Bruce was about to mock again, he simply used his trump card. Wait until Kim and Chloe are older, both over 30, and you can call them together, and you will experience it. Bruce, the jerk, was silent. Martin widened his eyes, as if he saw something incredible. No way, you flew with them? Bruce still didn't say anything. Anyway, he didn't want to pay attention to this bastard who only hit people in the face. Martin shook his head. Sisters. That's enough. Bruce changed the subject abruptly. Ivan encouraged Jody from TMZ, and together they persuaded the victims' lawyers. All victims who did not sign the settlement agreement doubled the compensation amount on the grounds that they had been under tremendous mental pressure and harm for the past year. Martin nodded and said, "It is said that Pitt has several illegitimate children outside. Aniston will find a few." Bruce was surprised at first, and then he understood. Jennifer Aniston said that. Martin nodded slightly, looked at the time, and said, "Let's go to the studio. We will train as usual today." Bruce thought to himself that ex-wives are really terrible. What is the best way to avoid being poisoned by ex-wives? Bruce quickly thought of it, not getting married. The codename dog that the crew has been using was officially confirmed as John Wick after another telephone conference. This was the name of a Chinese movie in the past. The American version is simple and direct, which is the name of the male protagonist, John Wick. This is also a major feature of Hollywood movie naming, directly using the name of the protagonist as the movie name, such as Forrest Gump and Nemo. Martin, Chad, and Louise all voted in favor of John Wick, thinking that this name is more attractive than simply naming it after the protagonist. In the Los Angeles District Court, the latest out-of-court mediation ended in failure again. Camille, the victim's attorney, was the first to leave the mediation room. Calderon, a senior attorney who acted as a mediator, looked at Pitt and his attorney and suggested, "The longer the time is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for you." Attorney Brad shook hands with him. "We will resolve it as soon as possible." Pitt also stood up and shook hands with Calderon, walked out of the mediation room, and walked towards the parking lot. Brad followed him from behind while talking on the phone. "Something is not right. Someone is targeting you. Hurry up and spend money to deal with these women." He hung up the phone and reminded Pitt emphatically, "The law firm just called me. The lawyers' letters from Breitling and Cadillac have been delivered one after another." Pitt was very angry. These bastards only care about their own interests and don't care about the lives of others. Brad sincerely suggested, "You'd better talk to them." The two of them just entered the parking lot, and suddenly a dozen women ran down from a bus, including white, black, Latin and mixed-race people. They pointed at Pitt and cursed, "Murderer, rapist, dirty man." While these people were cursing, 6 or 7 reporters recorded everything with either video cameras or cameras. Pitt's face was particularly ugly, and he couldn't help but want to speak. Blatt quickly pulled him and reminded him, "Don't say anything, let's go." But it was too late. 3 women holding children of different sizes flashed out from behind the car and blocked Pitt's way. One of the blonde women put the girl down and pointed at Peter in front and said, "Call daddy, hurry up and call daddy, that's your daddy." Peter was stunned for a moment. The little girl called out in a baby voice, "Daddy." The black woman slapped the black child's head hard and said, "You stupid pig, hurry up and call daddy." The other woman held the girl who was less than 3 years old, looked at Peter with tears in her eyes and said, "This is your child, Peter, this is your child, take a look." Brad pulled the confused Peter to the middle of the 2 cars and said, "Don't pay attention to them, don't respond to anything, go first." "Peter, she is your child." Shouts came from behind. "Don't try to escape the responsibility of a father. Go after your dad." The oldest child really chased after him from behind. Peter jumped into the car in fear and closed the door tightly, not daring to show his head. This move was too powerful. Facing a 6 or 7-year-old child, Peter had a hard time dealing with it. As soon as Blatt got in the car, he shouted to Pitt, "Whether they are real or fake, remember, they are all fake." Pitt nodded repeatedly, "Impossible." Blatt inevitably asked, "Do you take precautions every time?" Pitt was stunned, then shook his head, "Many times, it's just improvisation." "Damn it." Blatt cursed, feeling that he might face the most difficult lawsuit since he started working. Pitt got in the car, but the reporters didn't let him go. The 3 mothers with children immediately became the focus. TMZ's Jody personally took the stage, pointed at the children and asked, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" She asked this question to let women play freely without restrictions. The blonde white woman pulled the child over and cried, "This is my child with Pitt." Pitt and I had sex many times. Once I got pregnant, I believed Pitt's sweet talk. In order not to implicate Pitt, I took the child to Canada. She cried, "It's too hard for me as a single mother to take care of the child. For the sake of the child's education and future, I can only bring the child to find the father. As long as Pitt recognizes the child, I will leave Los Angeles immediately and not cause any trouble to them." Jodie wiped her tears and said, "You are a strong mother." The blonde white woman even took out a token from Pitt. "This is what Pitt gave me when I left because of my pregnancy. It has his autograph on it." Jodie asked the assistant behind to move forward and film it with a camera. Even if Jennifer Aniston threw away a lot of similar things, she could always find a few if she looked carefully. The assistant took a picture and said, "Boss, I recognize this thing. Brad Pitt wore it when he filmed Snatch. It's exactly the same." Right next to them, the black woman was talking to another media reporter, describing the details vividly. The security guards finally came over and finally cleared a passage for Pitt's car, letting them leave quickly. Other colleagues were still surrounding the three mothers and the so-called illegitimate children of Pitt in their hands. But Jodie was thinking about something further. It is not uncommon for women to jump out with their children and look for the so-called father in Hollywood and celebrity circles. Nicholson of the Bastards had a similar experience and finally ended up with an out-of-court settlement to avoid legal proceedings. This is indeed big news, but what really attracts attention is not how many illegitimate children Pitt has, but how these illegitimate children are really related to Pitt. It doesn't even matter whether it is true or not. If the legal process does not reach that stage, with the usual style of Hollywood stars, even Pitt himself may not be sure whether it is true or not. Ivan came over with a handheld camera and asked, "Are you going?" Jodie came to her senses and said, "What are you going to do?" Ivan had already made a plan and said, "We are going to interview Pitt's ex-wife Aniston and Pitt's ex-girlfriend and others. I believe they will know something about whether Pitt has an illegitimate child." Jodie slapped her forehead and said, "How could I forget about Aniston and the others? Let's go. Hurry, we have to get there before everyone else." That afternoon, the video of Aniston's interview appeared on the homepage of TMZ, right next to Pitt's news. "I think a man should have a basic sense of responsibility. It's not terrible to make mistakes, but you have to face them actively and take responsibility. I didn't see these in Pitt. More than a year has passed since the incident, and there are still so many victims who have not received a fair and just result. They are still suffering from various injuries this year." As an opinion leader of Me Too, Aniston's words are quite appealing. Then she talked about the so-called illegitimate child. She was vague. "Pitt and I were married. A lot of things happened during that time. I tolerated a lot, including everything during the divorce. Even if he attributed all the reasons to me, I still chose to tolerate and remain silent. As for the illegitimate child, you should ask him." She didn't explicitly say that there was one, but everyone who has watched the news video believes that Pitt has one. Charlie, as another opinion leader, also accepted an interview. She said in a way that fits her personality, "Why did I break up with Pitt? The reason is very simple. But no matter what happened, the child should not be hurt." After Breitling and Cadillac announced that they would sue Pitt for breach of contract and hold him accountable, the three mothers invited Camille to be their attorney and sued Pitt in the Los Angeles court, demanding various financial compensations. The most spiritual thing is that Pitt's ex-girlfriend Gwyneth Paltrow saw the value of this movement and took the initiative to jump out to get attention. "Why did I take the initiative to break up with Pitt? Because I couldn't stand him. He cheated on his family, abused me violently and threatened me. Pepper's character is as strong as steel. When I learned that Pitt had an illegitimate child, I broke up with him immediately. I didn't want to stay with him for a second." A new round of the Beat the Dog, When It's Down movement has begun again. Driven by the victims and public opinion, the LAPD had to summon Pitt again. Faced with the overwhelming public opinion and one lawsuit after another, Pitt could only solve the troubles that might bring criminal burdens first. Money is the best solution. Pitt is a wealthy man, but being rich and having cash flow are two different concepts. He has too much money tied up in assets. He wanted to ask for dividends from Plan B, but the board of directors controlled by Aniston postponed last year's dividends to the end of the year with a reasonable excuse. Pitt could only learn from many Hollywood predecessors and self-fixed assets to raise funds. Chapter 415. A friend takes the initiative to help solve financial difficulties. After hanging up the phone and putting down the phone, Martin picked up the knife and fork, cut the barbecue that Lily had prepared, ate a piece carefully, and found that it tasted good. He swallowed it and said, "When did you learn this cooking skill?" Lily nimbly cut all the barbecue into small square pieces and said with a smile, "I learned this from Hall. I didn't cook it very well at the beginning, but Hall supported me very much. Even if I put too much salt and the meat was burnt, he would eat it all." Martin mourned for Hall for 2 seconds. It's not easy for him to grow up so big. Bruce, who lowered his head to eat, looked at Martin, then at Lily, thinking that the younger brother might have no human rights since he was a child. After finishing his meal, Martin took a set of information and handed it to Lily. "Take a look. This." Lily thought it was something like review materials. After all, Martin, who was not a good person, gave her several boxes of bison horns as gifts. Facing Martin, Lily was more confident than when facing Elena. She said weakly, "I've tried very hard. You don't need to give me these anymore." Martin couldn't help but laugh. "Take a look first." Lily opened the information bag and found that it was basically full of photos of a mansion that looked quite large. Not to mention the courtyard and the sports field. There were 2 large villas alone. She had been in Los Angeles for more than a year and had some understanding of this place. This might be a mansion worth more than $20 million US. Martin asked, "How is it? Isn't it good?" Very good." Lily misunderstood. "This is too expensive." Martin broke her fantasy. "Don't worry, I'm not buying it for you. The house has just been put on the market. Go and buy it for me in your name." Lily was surprised. "Why don't you go in person?" "If I go, I have to go through it again, which is so troublesome." Martin told the truth. "This house belongs to a friend of mine. He is in some trouble now and lacks sufficient cash flow. He wants to sell the property to raise money. I have a good relationship with him. It's not good to take advantage of his misfortune and buy his house at a low price." Lily thought to herself, "Who on earth is so unlucky to have such a good friend like you? He must have been cursed by Satan when he was born." But she only dared to think about such things, and she didn't dare to say them out loud. Martin asked, "If you don't want to go, I'll find someone else." Lily quickly agreed, "No problem for me." She decided to straighten her back a little. After all, she was a wealthy woman, and her financial foundation gave her some confidence. "After buying it, leave me a room so that I can decorate it as I like." "Okay." Martin was not Elena after all, and he would not respond with an iron fist of love at every turn, but he was worse in some aspects. "From now on, the sanitation of the villa will be in your hands." Lily looked at the villa in the photo, and then looked at her artist's hands, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Martin deliberately said, "Go, multimillionaire lady, go buy that mansion." Lily stood up, tidied her clothes a little, took the information Martin handed over, contacted the real estate agent first, then went out and drove the red Cadillac, heading straight to Beverly Hills. In the more than half a year of working on the Dark Knight crew, Lily was also well informed and not the slightest bit timid. Martin and Bruce got into a Volkswagen sedan and followed. Beverly Hills, the best area north of Sunset Boulevard. Peter walked past the outdoor swimming pool in the back garden and entered the back door of the main house. He picked up his bag and looked at the slightly empty house. He was very reluctant to leave. He spent more than $12 million to buy it a few years ago. It was almost an abandoned house. The money could be said to be used to buy the land. After that, he spent more than $25 million to tear it down and rebuild it, and it has the appearance it has today. "I think this house is worth $30 million." Peter looked at his investment consultant, but it can only be listed at $13 million. The investment consultant said, "It's not a few years ago. There is an economic crisis, the real estate market is sluggish, and real estate in the United States is falling. Moreover, we are in a hurry to sell. We can only sell it quickly by lowering the price. There are not many buyers who can spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a house at one time. You live in Beverly Hills and see the situation around you. There are many houses that are vacant and want to be sold, but cannot be sold because of the price. Of course Peter saw it, otherwise why would he agree to sell it at such a price? In the past, I thought that having too much cash in hand was a waste of assets, but when it really came to use, I found that liquid funds were the life-saving capital. The investment consultant said, if you don't sell this one, you have to sell your house or manor in New York. Pete didn't want to stay in Los Angeles. The city made him feel insecure. No, the house in New York can't be sold. But what about the stocks in the stock market? The investment consultant looked unhappy. You can't find anyone to take over the Fannie Mae stocks in your hands. He said it well. A few years ago, the real estate was super hot. The Washington authorities regarded it as the focus of the economy. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were simply stars among stars. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this kind of popularity could not last. He advised Pete not to invest in Fannie Mae, but Pete didn't listen at all. As a result, most of the liquid funds were invested in Fannie Mae. Now Fannie Mae's stocks are not much different from waste paper. Pete exuded a sense of desolation. I hope the next owner will treat this house well. The investment consultant received a call. Good news. The real estate agent will bring people to see the house later. Pete urgently needed a large amount of liquid funds to solve the problems he was facing, even imprisonment, so he walked out immediately. Let's go. When the two of them were driving out of the gate, they saw two cars coming. The car in front was a Mercedes-Benz that they recognized, owned by the real estate agent, but the car behind was a strange red Cadillac. Peter looked through the windshield of the Cadillac and saw that the driver was a pretty young girl. Real estate agent Susan's Mercedes-Benz parked by the fountain in front of the villa. When Lily got out of the car, she said, "This house was built only 6 years ago, and the previous owner lived there for only 3 years. Everything is the same, as if it were new." Lily walked up the steps and looked around. The front yard planted with flowers, plants, and palm trees was spacious and flat, and the independent outdoor barbecue area could hold a party for hundreds of people at any time without being crowded. Beside them, two large two-story villas with attics were connected in an L shape, but they were independent of each other. Behind the house, on one side was a garden and an outdoor swimming pool, and on the other side was a tennis court and a helicopter landing pad. Compared with this mansion, Martin's current house was much worse. Lily had a feeling that under normal circumstances, the $13 million mentioned by the real estate agent would definitely not be enough to buy it, and it would be good enough to buy the land. She asked curiously, "Susan, who is the owner of this house?" Susan couldn't hide it, so she said directly, "It's Brad Pitt. You should have heard about him. If he didn't need to raise money as soon as possible, he wouldn't sell it at this price." Hearing the name Pitt, Lily immediately understood why Martin didn't come in person. Pitt is Martin's good friend. Lily followed Susan around and said, "I don't want any furniture or anything. You can lower the price a little bit. If it's suitable, I can sign a contract and pay you today." Susan couldn't make the decision, so she called someone to communicate and finally set the price at $12 million US. The whole world is in an economic crisis, and it's not easy to meet a client who can quickly take out such a large sum of cash. The next day, Lily brought a lawyer and followed Susan to complete various procedures, and then was forced to transfer the money to Martin before it was warm. The money from Pitt's house only stayed in his hands for 2 days, and he paid a considerable part of it after reaching a settlement agreement with the victims group headed by Caroline. In a special period, Pitt cut the Gordian knot and learned from Nicholson, the leader of the bastard trio, how to deal with illegitimate children. He gave a sum of money to send people away and signed relevant agreements to let people go as far as possible to avoid entering the legal process. The main reason is guilty conscience. Once the legal process is entered and the paternity test is correct, it will not be a small sum of money, but a loss of flesh. Only by solving these worries can Pitt and his lawyers concentrate on dealing with Breitling and Cadillac's breach of contract. Compared with those, this is the most terrible opponent. If he cannot settle out of court or lose the lawsuit, Pitt may even go bankrupt because of the compensation. In order to form a luxury legal team, Pitt raised funds again and sold a luxury apartment near New York's Central Park at a low price. After he renovated it, he never lived in it. New York was most affected by the economic crisis. Real estate prices were already low. In a hurry to sell in exchange for funds, the price could only be reduced. Martin had someone keep an eye on Pete, and the tall Lily immediately went online and flew to New York to buy a Central Park View apartment with an area of more than 300 square meters. The main point is that a good friend will help solve financial difficulties in time. Pete doesn't know yet, but he will definitely thank him loudly when he finds out. In Beverly Hills, Martin ignored the tall Lily who was busy in New York, called his beloved little witch, and drove a Porsche to the luxury villa in the north of Sunset Boulevard. When the car drove to the door, Martin pressed the wireless key in his hand, and the iron gate opened automatically. Elizabeth followed the curved main road and came to the fountain square of the villa. After parking, she said, "This house is big enough, much better than my sister's houses." Martin specifically said, "There is an indoor swimming pool, but the furniture has not been bought yet." Elizabeth jumped out of the car. "Let's go in and take a look." The luxury house was built 6 years ago and was extremely well maintained. It looks not much different from a new one. Martin didn't plan to touch the outside, but the interior needed to be properly renovated and improved, and the furniture had to be bought again. Elizabeth was more and more satisfied. The courtyard was large enough, the building area was large, the indoor swimming pool and fitness room were all available. There was also a private theater that could accommodate more than a dozen people watching movies at the same time, and a large restaurant that could accommodate more than 30 people. 2 years ago, this house would have sold for at least $28 million US. Elizabeth knew something about luxury houses. "You got a great bargain." Martin smiled and didn't say much. He robbed the woman, the endorsement, the movie role, and the luxury house. 3 more chapters are here. Please give me your monthly vote. Chapter 416. Poverty leads to change. It's a beautiful house, Martin. You have a good taste. Standing on the highest terrace of the villa, Nicholson took off his sunglasses and looked around. "When we move, we must hold a grand party. If you can't invite more than 50 supermodels, you can just jump off from here." Martin pretended not to hear the last sentence and said, "The interior needs to be redecorated. The plan has just been finalized. The move will be in summer at the latest." Instead, he remembered the first sentence. "Jack, you have a good taste. You can see that I have extraordinary taste." Leonardo next to him couldn't stand it anymore. "I remember that this house was newly built by Pete, right? I'm very curious, why is Pete willing to sell the house to you at a low price?" Martin said, "Because Pete and I are good friends." Leonardo felt that something was wrong and asked, "Does Pete know that the house fell into your hands?" Martin waved his hand. "Don't care about these trivial matters. I understand." Leonardo began to think of bad ideas. "Aren't you going to tell Pete? He doesn't know and doesn't thank you properly. Don't you think something is missing? This matter is incomplete." Nicholson patted Martin on the shoulder and said, "How can you do good deeds without leaving your name?" He took out his cell phone and called his daughter, "Lorraine, bring your camera and come to the north side of Sunset Boulevard. Aren't you short of pocket money? Shoot some videos and sell them to TMZ for money." Martin looked at the two bastards and said, "You are really my good brothers." He had no intention of stopping them, and he didn't care. "Who are the neighbors? Let's say hello." Nicholson pointed to the left and right sides and said, "I have a rocket launcher and special fireworks in my car. If you say hello, the neighbors will definitely remember you." Martin quickly said, "I haven't asked to the neighbors yet. Don't do anything stupid. Not everyone can do the same stupid things as you and Warren Beatty." Nicholson said, "Man, if it's a beautiful neighbor, you'll win the jackpot." Leonardo replied, "Martin's jackpot is not a beautiful neighbor, but a beautiful neighbor who is married and has a husband." Not long after, Lorraine drove into the yard, followed her father's words, took a DV and filmed everywhere, called the TMZ reporter, and rushed over to sell the video. Martin Davis' new home is still worth some news. Nicholson said, "Let's go to the nightclub. It's time to wash your face. I've made an appointment with Warren Beatty and Scorsese to go together." Martin got in Leonardo's car and rushed to the nightclub together. After waiting for a while, Scorsese and Warren Beatty also arrived. Several people went backstage to select people and entered the VIP room to enjoy the facial cleanser service. As the facial cleanser rolled over his old face, Scorsese was full of energy and suddenly he looked 10 years younger. He felt that he was doing well again and said, "I've been resting for more than a year. I'm really bored. I'm going to make a new film." Martin joked, "Are you going to earn money for milk powder?" Nicholson said, "A cruel fact, alimony." Martin knew this. His first 4 marriages gave Scorsese a huge impetus for artistic creation. Warren Beatty, who hangs out in the Academy, said, "They won't easily give you another Best Director Oscar. It doesn't matter, one is enough." Scorsese has let go of his Oscar complex and won't continue to dwell on it. He looked at Leonardo and said, "Give me the schedule from the second half of this year to the first half of next year." Leonardo didn't even think about it and agreed, "I'll be there whenever you call." Nicholson asked Martin, "What are you going to do?" Martin's answer was simple and direct, "Of course I'm going to make money, a goon and gun action movie." Leonardo said, "Only when you have enough money can you have enough capital to pursue art." Warren Beatty agreed, "Without money, it's hard to get even artistic recognition." Although he didn't say it explicitly, several people knew he was talking about the Oscar. Martin asked, "Is there a high chance that I can get a nomination this time?" "You are one of the 5 nominees for the Best Actor announced by the Screen Actors Guild." Warren Beatty said directly, "If you don't get a nomination, you can throw all the fireworks from Jack's house at my house." Martin and the others laughed. Warren Beatty reminded him, "Don't even think about winning the award. Daniel Day-Lewis is 90% likely to win the Best Actor award." Then, the 5 of them went for a second round of facial cleansing. They were all more energetic when they left. Martin also knew about Scorsese's next project, Shutter Island. Leonardo had found a new investor from Asia who could easily solve the production funding problem. Martin kept his boundaries and had no intention of getting involved from the beginning to the end. In New York, Lily came out of the elevator, took out her key, and opened the door to the luxury apartment. She had never lived in such a house. When the Carter family was poor, they also had an independent, dilapidated wooden house in the Clayton community. Lily put on her shoes, walked through the entrance, and entered the living room. The house had never been lived in, and everything was brand new. She came to the huge French window in the living room, which overlooked the entire Central Park. Pitt has a good eye for buying houses. Lily admired, much better than Martin. But then she thought, Martin didn't need a good eye, as long as he kept an eye on Pete, he would get something. In the end, Martin was still amazing. Lily decided to stay here tonight, in a luxurious apartment of more than 300 meters, and she would be the first person to move in. 2 streets away, in an apartment that was nearly half the size, Pitt lay alone in bed, unable to sleep all night. Because he lacked enough cash to pay for compensation and legal fees, he had to sell fixed assets at low prices to raise funds. Pitt felt a financial crisis, and it was difficult for him to enjoy life with only outflows and no income. It was almost impossible for Hollywood to go back to the past, and he was kicked out by the board of directors of Plan B. It was unknown when Jennifer Aniston would deduct the corresponding dividends, and it might be dragged to the point of resorting to law. When he was paid $20 million for the film, Pitt felt that money was just a number to him. After encountering these bad things, the economic crisis caused the liquidity he invested in Fannie Mae to be almost wiped out, and he was constantly attacked by women led by Me Too. Pitt really felt how difficult it was to make money. He didn't sleep all night, analyzing what capital he still had to make money. Naturally, Pitt thought of his fame. Even if he is notorious, he is still a celebrity. Even a so-called socialite like Kim Kardashian can sell a videotape for tens of millions of dollars. If it were him, he would definitely make more. For now, Pitt just has an idea. In the press room of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Beverly Hills, the Oscar nominees' luncheon is in progress. Academy President Sidney Ganis and the famous Hollywood sweetheart Jessica Alba hosted this luncheon. Martin sat at the same table with Kate and Sam Mendes. Jessica Alba announced the nominations one by one, and soon it was the Best Actor and Actress. Both Martin and Kate were relatively calm about the nominations, because the nominations of the Screen Actors Guild are, in most cases, a replica of the Oscar acting nominations. Sure enough, with the introduction of Jessica Alba, the names of Martin and Kate appeared on the big screen in the press room. The nominees for Best Actor are George Clooney, Daniel Day-Lewis, Martin Davis. The nominees for Best Actress are Kate Winslet, Marion Cotillard, Ellen Page. Cheers continued to be heard all around, especially at the table next door, where the crew of Juno was sitting, where the celebrations were the loudest. It is indeed worth celebrating that a low-budget movie can achieve success in both art and business. Martin stood up and opened his arms. Congratulations, Kate. Congratulations to you, Martin too. Kate and Martin hugged each other. After all, it was just a nomination. Then Sam Mendes was nominated for Best Director. The Reader received 6 Oscar nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor and Actress, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Cinematography. The nominees took a group photo, with Ellen Page standing in front of Martin. The latter turned around and saw him, and hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Martin, congratulations on your nomination for Best Actor." Martin smiled and replied, "Congratulations to you as well, you played a very outstanding role." Ellen Page was surprised. "Really? Have you seen it?" Martin had never seen the film she starred in, and slightly changed the subject. "My favorite is still Phantom and Hard Candy, especially Hard Candy, which left a deep impression on people." Ellen Page said again, "I like your performance very much, and hope to have the opportunity to work with you." The group photo began. Martin said no more, and took a group photo with hundreds of people. In addition to being nominated for an Oscar, he will continue to serve as an award presenter. Stimulated by the good news of the Oscars, The Reader, which had been rapidly declining in North American screenings, has regained its glory and reached a box office climax. The weekend after the nomination luncheon, the film expanded its screening scale in North America to 1,457 theaters and maintained it for 2 weekends, earning another $8.74 million in North America, and the cumulative North American box office reached $68.11 million. The final North American box office will definitely exceed $70 million, but that's it. The type of film determines that the North American box office is unlikely to exceed 100 million. The same theme is related to the Nazis and the Holocaust. If we really compare the entertainment value, The Reader is far worse than Schindler's List. It doesn't even have the kind of sensational happy ending that North American audiences like. In addition, the film has been released in Germany and the United Kingdom. Thanks to the background of the story and the appeal of the actors, the box office in the 2 countries has exceeded $10 million. Other overseas markets will also be released one after another. After the Oscars, it is a carnival time for the DVD market. Martin is preparing for the Oscars, and Louise, who went to New York to prepare for John Wick, rushed back to Los Angeles and brought back new sponsors. Chapter 417 Black Cola. At Warner Brothers Studios, in the John Wick studio, Martin met the sponsor representative from Germany, a middle-aged brown-haired man named Hoffman Koch. Louise introduced the 2 parties and emphasized, Hoffman is a representative of the German company Heckler & Koch in New York. After hearing about our project, he must come to Los Angeles to see you, and wants to sponsor our film. Facing the person who came to give money, Martin naturally smiled and kept polite. The name of HK Company is well known. I'm also a gun enthusiast. I have used MP5, USP and HK rifles and other products, which are better than American weapons. Mr. Davis is polite. I have always wanted to meet you, but I have never had the chance to meet. Hoffman does not look like a German, but more like a Yankee who is good at business. A few years ago, I saw the video of Burbank Middle School, and I knew you were an expert in using guns. Martin first said from the standpoint of a Los Angeles city hero, it's a pity that I couldn't save more people. He started with his own background. I grew up in the slums, surrounded by gangs in Atlanta. I once initiated the establishment of a community defense alliance. Only by becoming proficient in using weapons and becoming stronger can I protect myself and the people I care about. Hoffman took the opportunity to give a gift. On behalf of HK, I would like to present you with a full set of our civilian products. Please do not refuse. The company will help you complete all legal procedures. Martin acted as if he was very familiar with HK products. Do you have your company's new HK416 carbine? Hoffman said, California has strict restrictions on firearms, and there are only semi-automatic civilian versions. Louise interrupted at this time. Hoffman came here this time to sponsor our film on behalf of HK. I have talked about the film with Ms. Media, and I have also read the script and some scene settings. Hoffman was very direct. The film is almost entirely composed of hot gun battles and action scenes. I have communicated with the company headquarters, and the company is willing to sponsor all the firearms used by the protagonist you play. Martin glanced at Louise, and their eyes met for a moment. He had heard Louise say on the phone before that when she went to New York on a business trip to negotiate filming locations and other matters, she was not idle, and she brought back a sponsor by the way. Martin said, your request is that the male lead I play should use all the products of HK Company? He said bluntly, in the play, there are many shots of the male lead picking up guns and shooting. Hoffman understood what Martin meant and said, the main weapon carefully prepared by the male lead must come from HK Company. He certainly understood the key to cooperation. In addition to weapons, we will also assist the crew in a series of filming matters in New York and provide a sufficient amount of venue sponsorship fees. Martin glanced at Louise and said, I have no objection. Louise said to Hoffman, we will discuss the specific cooperation matters in detail tomorrow. Hoffman stopped talking about these and instead talked to Martin about guns and found that Martin could indeed be called an expert in using guns. He suggested that HK choose this movie mainly because of Martin. On the one hand, Martin's commercial appeal is getting stronger and stronger, and on the other hand, Martin, as a city hero, has used guns to kill gangsters. When talking about guns, Hoffman also tentatively asked if Martin was interested in shooting a series of gun training posters and videos for HK. Martin refused without hesitation. Even in a place like the United States where guns are rampant, only stupid public figures would cooperate with gun dealers for endorsements. As the leading actor in a movie, it doesn't matter how he uses it, but it's not possible in real life. Martin and Louise reached an agreement with Hoffman on the cooperation intention, and the people below quickly worked out the specific terms of cooperation. In addition to providing gun props for the crew, HK will also provide $3 million to sponsor the filming. This contract seems to have made a certain contribution to the free America. We expect to earn $10 million from advertising. In the office, Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and said, the sponsorship contract with Coca-Cola has been negotiated. They will provide $4 million in advertising sponsorship. Martin asked with concern, do they have any specific requirements? Louise smiled and said, you are the leader of the Coke cult. Coca-Cola requires that in the design of the action scenes in the film, there must be at least one major action scene where you use a bottle of Coke to kill the enemy. This was within Martin's expectations. No big deal. I'll ask Chen Hu to focus on designing similar scenes and strive to make the fights more beautiful. Louise continued, your and Mean's characters, as well as other powerful killers, will wear mainly dark suits in the film. Brittany will sponsor all the suits. She smiled, and there is also Cadillac. It's not just the dog that arouses the protagonist's rage for revenge, but also the car. The car must be a Cadillac. In addition, your main means of transportation in the film is also a Cadillac. Martin said directly, as long as the advertising sponsorship fee is enough, these are not a problem. The car that the male protagonist wants to take back is a classic Mustang or a Cadillac. In fact, it doesn't make much difference to the film. Martin is in the rising period and is very popular. He has multiple brand sponsors, which makes the project's advertising sponsorship investment particularly smooth. There are also brands such as mobile phones and department stores that are negotiating advertising cooperation with the crew. Of course, compared with super commercial blockbusters such as Transformers and The Dark Knight, it is far behind. The income from advertising sponsorship alone for these two films is more than $30 million US. But in medium-sized productions, Martin can squeeze into the first echelon, even if he is not the top in Hollywood. As for mobile phones, Nokia was finally negotiated. 2008 is approaching the last glory of Nokia mobile phones. Nokia's requirements for advertising are consistent, such as durability and durability. If anti-ricochet lenses can be added, it will be even better. Unfortunately, the Samsung bomb has not yet been released. Martin met with two directors, Chad and Nolan, and basically got his schedule. After the Oscars, he will go to New York to shoot John Wick, Chapter 11, which is expected to be finished in about 2 months. He will return just in time for the start of the summer season, when the pre-release promotion of The Dark Knight will begin. The relevant publicity preparations have been advancing, whether on Martin's side, the crew, or Bale's side. Before Louise went to New York again, she found Martin and Chad again. The three of them also formed the three giants of the John Wick project. There is one thing I want to tell you in advance. As Martin's status in the circle and his commercial appeal continued to improve, Louise gradually paid attention to methods and ways in the work related to Martin. If some things were communicated in advance, a lot of trouble could be avoided. She roughly said, "This time the crew is shooting in New York. There are a lot of street scenes, and we have to deal with New York municipal agencies. A New York official we are working with recommended a friend's daughter and wants our crew to give her a role of some importance." Chad was not opposed to this. Hollywood is full of people with connections, and this is normal. He asked, "Is a female killer okay?" Louise said, "It would be best if it was a positive role. I personally suggest that she play the leading lady. Although she is called the leading lady, she actually has very few parts. Most of the time she lives in the photos in the male protagonist's wallet and in the memory she cherishes." Martin asked, "What are her connections?" Louise said directly, her father served as the federal prosecutor of New York City for more than 10 years and also worked in City Hall. He has a certain influence and his friends and acquaintances are spread across many departments in New York. If we recruit her into the crew, the location shooting will be much less troublesome." She added, "She is an actress herself. She has appeared in many TV series since 2002. She started to get involved in the film industry in 2005 and played many important supporting roles." Martin said, "You know how to give favors better than me. You make the decision." If it was not related to the heroine, Louise would not discuss it specifically. Seeing that Martin and Chad had no objection, the matter was basically settled. As for the fact that the other party was a little young, this was not a problem in her eyes. Not to mention that Macoop could solve it. The role itself had limited scenes. It was close to the end of February. Louise and Chad led most of the crew to charter a plane to leave Los Angeles and head to Brooklyn Studios in New York to make final preparations for the filming of John Wick. Martin was called to the hotel by Kate. After a crazy output, Kate began to cultivate her mind and adjust her state for the Oscars. The next day, the miserable man was squeezed by Jolie and Aniston again until the tank gun ran out of ammunition. Fortunately, Elizabeth was dieting and saving water for her first Oscar red carpet in her life, so she didn't have that much energy to grab ammunition. Martin took a day off and recovered. On February 24th, he and Elizabeth supplemented a small amount of high-calorie food, changed into their respective dresses, took an all-black Cadillac flagship sedan, and went straight to the Kodak Theater. The Oscars came to its 80th year. After queuing for a while, Cadillac gradually approached the red carpet area. Martin looked at Elizabeth, who was a little nervous, pointed out the window, and deliberately asked her to relax. "Do you see that red area? That is the area of the Coca-Cola cult. I'm the leader and you are the saint. We will bring Coke and drink with the church members later." Elizabeth saw the red t-shirt and smiled sweetly. "I know that this is an indispensable routine for you every time you walk on the red carpet." Martin also smiled. "I will join you in the future." Elizabeth was very happy, and the sweet smile cured her inattention. "I'm looking forward to it." After the car in front drove away, and Colin Farrell walked away on the red carpet, the Cadillac stopped in front of the red carpet. Martin got out of the car first, turned around and led Elizabeth out. Countless flashes lit up, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Martin took Elizabeth's hand and walked towards the Kodak Theater. Reporters on both sides talked about it. Playboy has a new girlfriend again. It seems to be the younger sister of the Olsen sisters. I remember her name is Elizabeth. That's right, Elizabeth Olsen, Martin's new prey. Chapter 418, Conflict between the Face Gang and the Foot Gang. On one side of the red carpet, Martin took a pen and quickly signed the poster that was handed over. The fan team led by Rachel was well prepared and took out the Western version of the advertisement poster of the leader and the saint, handed it to Elizabeth, and asked her to sign it together. This made Elizabeth feel very involved, and her smile was sweet to the heart. The security came over to urge him, and Martin reached out his hand. Bruce, who was following on the side, took out 2 cans of Coke and handed them to him. Martin handed Elizabeth a can, opened it, and raised a glass to the area where the Coke cult gathered. Elizabeth hurriedly followed and shouted loudly, "Coke cult forever." Hundreds of red t-shirts held the Coke in their hands at the same time and shouted in unison, "Coke cult forever." The momentum was deafening, suppressing everyone's limelight. Martin and Elizabeth drank a little Coke, and the rest was handed over to Bruce, and they returned to the red carpet hand in hand. Elizabeth was very excited, her fair face flushed, and she said, "Is my saint not bad?" Martin gave her a thumbs up and said, "Very good." Elizabeth suddenly asked, "How many saints are there in the Coke Church?" Martin seemed very frank and said casually, "Strictly speaking, there are only 2. One is Elena and the other is Elizabeth." Elizabeth said nothing more and followed Martin into the interview area. Regis Philbin, who hosted the red carpet ceremony, immediately came up to greet her. "Is this your girlfriend, Martin?" he asked. Martin raised Elizabeth's hand, which he was holding tightly. "It's obvious." Philbin smiled and said, "You two are a perfect match." Elizabeth replied, "Thank you." Philbin still asked Martin, "Are you confident that you can take the Best Actor award today?" "Of course I want to take it. I would rather be 10 years older for this." Martin half-jokingly expressed his importance to the Oscars, and then said modestly, "Most of the nominees are my predecessors. They all have outstanding acting skills. It is a great honor for me to be on the nomination list with them." Seeing that the time was almost up, Philbin said, "I wish you an Oscar soon." Martin took Elizabeth into the Kodak Theater. From a distance, he saw Daniel Day-Lewis and Scott Rudin. The latter is also an Oscar public relations master. He even had half of the Weinstein brothers' brilliant record at the Oscars before 2003. But he eventually broke up with the Weinstein brothers, and even became the new helmsman of Miramax after the Weinstein brothers were kicked out of Miramax by Disney. Rudin was the first producer of the 2 most popular films at the Oscars this year, No Country for Old Men and There Will Be Blood. Martin and Elizabeth went straight into the hall, and quickly found the location of the crew of the reader. Kate and Sam Mendes had already come in. Leonardo was sitting in the same row with them. The latter greeted Elizabeth and deliberately disgusted Martin. "Good evening, runner." Elizabeth couldn't help laughing. She had carefully learned about the people around Martin. It seemed that apart from Old Bull, Mean and Thomas, the people he had the best relationship with were Leonardo and Nicholson. Martin hit back without hesitation. "I don't talk to a man who ran 11 seconds for the 100 meters. No, now it's 15 seconds for the 100 meters. Leonardo gave Martin a middle finger. "Even if you mock me, your fate of running as a runner has just begun." Martin nodded. "Unlike you, you have been running as a runner for 10 years and there is no end in sight." Elizabeth next to him was helpless and asked Kate on the right, "Are they always like this? Otherwise, why are they called the asshole trio?" Kate was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 idiots. Nicholson came over at this time, with his arms open, as if he was the king of the world. "The real Oscar winner is here." Martin immediately turned his gun around. "This guy's crazy." Leonardo agreed. "If you have won an Oscar, your brain is not normal." "Haha. I have 3 little golden men, the 2 of you together." Nicholson hooked his finger and made a big circle, almost imprinted on Martin and Leonardo's faces. "The number of little golden men is 0. Martin and Leonardo were hit hard and had nothing to say for a while. This is the Oscar awards ceremony, where the little golden men are king. Elizabeth was worried that Martin would be hit, so she came over and whispered in his ear, "I have confidence in you. I believe you will get the Oscar, little golden man, soon." Seeing the sweet smile on her face, Martin's heart, which was hit by the old bastard, was instantly healed, and he couldn't help but pat Elizabeth's hand gently. "I will definitely get it before Leo." Just behind this row, 4 people came: Harvey and his wife Georgina, and the Affleck brothers. Georgina patted Martin's seat, waited for him to turn around, and greeted Martin, Kate and others one by one. Harvey shook hands with Martin and said, I didn't expect you to be nominated for Best Actor so soon. This meant that his most promising method to seduce Martin was of little use. In terms of the commercial appeal of the film, even if it was a Weinstein film, flattery could not catch up with Martin. Martin smiled and said, I'm lucky. Harvey emphasized Ben Affleck and Cassie Affleck next to him and said, Ben is a director now. If there is a suitable project, you can work together. He turned around and talked to Sam Mendes. Because of his good friend Matt Damon, Ben had a very bad impression of Martin and spoke with emotion. I'm a small director and can't afford a big star like you, Martin. The word sounded like a compliment, but as a famous player in the world of yin and yang, Martin could hear the hidden meaning in it, and specifically hit back, the project is suitable and the salary meets my requirements, so I can consider it. Cassie Affleck, with a big beard, was unhappy when Ben was getting paid as a superstar. You didn't even know where you were. Really? Leonardo is never afraid of trouble. He is just afraid that the trouble is not big. It seems that none of us three are qualified. Nicholson saw that there was fun, so how could he be absent? And the boss of the asshole trio has always been daring and aggressive, and he took advantage of his seniority. Guy from the Foot Gang, whose little brat are you? Harvey gets a headache when facing the undemanding Nicholson. Big Ben quickly said, we don't mean anything else, and we don't disrespect you. Martin glanced at Cassie and said, don't make trouble. The Face Gang and the Foot Gang are like well water and river water. They have nothing to do with each other. Cassie said gloomily. Harvey heard the latter part of the conversation, ended his conversation with Sam Mendes, turned around and said, what Face Gang and Foot Gang? We are all friends in the circle. Georgina glanced over there and shook her head secretly. In fact, she didn't like the people around Harvey, especially Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. How could Harvey's things be completely hidden from her? Her service brand needed celebrity promotion, so she could only lead without firing a shot. Georgina had heard related rumors that Matt Damon and Ben Affleck had always been her husband's accomplices. The three backbones of the Face Gang turned around and sat back in their seats. Harvey and the Affleck brothers also sat down. Only Kate and Georgina were left whispering across the seats. Harvey looked at Martin in the front row and didn't rashly mention the invitation. At the Oscars, Martin has been nominated for Best Supporting Actor and Best Actor. Commercially, Weinstein Pictures has not been able to match Louise Mayer's Pacific Pictures in recent years. Martin is a member of the asshole trio who wants to use his power to overwhelm others, and behind him stands the indifferent Nicholson. Harvey had a headache. It was difficult to deal with. Cassie Affleck next to him looked frustrated and whispered, they look down on us brothers. Ben was silent for a while. We have not been doing well in the past 2 years. Cassie said, your directorial debut Gone Baby Gone has been well received. As long as you find the right script and project, you will definitely be able to turn things around. Ben nodded. He had reached a dead end on the road of acting and had been unable to turn things around, so he had to choose the road of directing. Unexpectedly, his first work was a success. Cassie glanced at Harvey and saw that he was not paying attention to this. She said, we and Matt have done so much for Harvey. He must help us. He is doing it. Big Ben glanced at the three people in front of him and reminded them emphatically, the bastard trio has no direct conflict of interest with us. Don't mess with them. Cassie nodded and swept his eyes over the three people. He couldn't afford to mess with Nicholson and Leonardo. In the front row, Elizabeth asked, do they have conflicts with you? Martin roughly said, the Face Gang and the Foot Gang have had several conflicts. Then, he explained the origins of the Face Gang and the Foot Gang. Elizabeth blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I can also help you wash your face. Before Martin could speak, Leonardo on the other side pulled him and said, the Foot Gang seems to want to challenge us. Nicholson asked, do you mess with them? If you don't mess with things for a day, you will feel uncomfortable. Martin thought for a moment, the opportunity is not right. The Weinstein brothers are behind them. Let's not do anything rash. Nicholson said again, that depressed boy is not a good guy. You two should be careful. He pondered, the Face Gang is fighting the Foot Gang. I have to think of a way. Elizabeth heard all these words and suddenly felt that Martin's life was really colorful. In another row of seats, Saoirse Ronan from the Atonement crew took out her mobile phone and sent a text message. Teacher, look to your left. Martin took out his vibrating mobile phone, glanced at it, and looked to the left. Saoirse Ronan was waving at him, and then sent another text message. "You seem to have some unpleasantness with those bastards in the back row. Do you want me to take a sneak shot of them?" Martin made a downward gesture to that side. Saoirse calmed down and stopped sending text messages. Elizabeth also saw her. The two had crossed paths in the Benjamin crew and couldn't help saying, Saoirse was actually nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Martin pointed to the stage, and Elizabeth said no more. The music started, the lights on the stage came on, and the award ceremony began. Even the runner-up Leonardo DiCaprio became serious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Unsolvable Problem. The nominees for Best Actor are George Clooney, Daniel Day-Lewis, Tommy Lee Jones, Martin Davis. On the stage, Helen Mirren, the Best Actress of the previous session, looked at the big screen behind her, introduced the nominees, opened the envelope in her hand, and read out the name directly. The Best Actor is Daniel Day-Lewis. Applause rang out, and Martin also applauded. The result was already announced when the Screen Actors Guild Awards came out. Daniel Day-Lewis, who was most admired by the Academy, went on stage to receive the award and took away the Best Actor statuette. Leonardo did not forget to attack Martin and steadily output, "Running with you, come on." Martin acted very calmly and whispered, "If I get the statuette and you haven't, Leo, I will definitely give it to you publicly." Leonardo didn't believe that he would get the Oscar later than Martin and said, "If you dare to give it to me, I dare to take it." Martin couldn't help but think about how to deal with Leonardo once so that he would automatically retreat when he heard it, just like he did when he ran 11 seconds for the 100-meter race. Elizabeth came over and comforted Martin. "Everyone in the Academy likes you very much. When you have enough experience, you will win the award soon." Martin nodded. "I will definitely win the award before Leo." Nicholson heard it and agreed. "Leo may win the award if he continues to run for another 10 years. I believe Martin can win the Oscar within 5 years." Leonardo was traumatized and didn't want to talk about this anymore. Just then, Whittaker, the winner of the last Oscar, came on stage. Kate became nervous and subconsciously turned her head to look at Martin. This time, she felt that it was the best opportunity. Martin had eliminated her biggest competitor Cate Blanchett in advance. Those on the nomination list were not as good as her. Similarly, there was no suspense about this award. Whittaker read out the final answer. "The winner of the Best Actress is Kate Winslet." Kate held her face with both hands, opened her mouth exaggeratedly, and looked unbelievable. Martin and others around her applauded and congratulated. Kate and Sam Mendes hugged each other gently, then stood up and walked towards Martin. "Congratulations on your dream coming true," Martin said. Kate opened her arms and hugged Martin tightly and was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Then, she let go of Martin and came to Leonardo. All the cameras turned to this side and everyone's eyes turned to this side. Across 10 years of time and space, Rose and Jack hugged each other tightly. Kate let go of her hand, raised her arms high, waved to the surroundings, walked all the way to the stage, and took the little golden man. Whether it was the true feelings or the performance of a star actor deep into her bones, Kate's eyes were red and tears were in her eyes. At this time, the whole audience stood up and applauded and paid tribute to her. Kate thanked the Academy judges, the team, her parents and family, and Leonardo, and then came to Martin. "I also want to thank Martin. During the filming process, he brought me into the play in many scenes. Without Martin, I would not have such an outstanding performance, nor would I have this wonderful role." Kate pointed to Martin, as if thinking of the crazy output before the Oscars, and said loudly, "Martin Davis, you are the best partner." Martin raised his hand and waved in response. Kate held the little golden man of Best Actress and went backstage. The last 2 awards all went to No Country for Old Men, and the Coen brothers also won the Best Director award. The award ceremony was over, but Oscar night had just begun. Almost everyone went to Beverly Hills to attend the Oscar night party held by Vanity Fair, including Thomas. Their respective agents also appeared at the party. Cheers. The main creators of the Reader crew raised their glasses together, and Kate laughed particularly happily. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Sam Mendes left quietly. Kate didn't care that Elizabeth was there and put her arm around Martin's shoulders and put the little golden man in his hand. "This award is half yours." Martin called out, come on, everyone come quickly, let's take a photo with the Oscar winner together." The photographer of Vanity Fair came over with a camera. Kate was very arrogant, holding Martin in one hand and Leonardo in the other, with the Oscar little golden man on her lap, worthy of being the biggest female winner tonight. After taking the group photo, Georgina came over to congratulate Kate, and Harvey followed. Georgina was talking to Kate, and Harvey approached Martin. "Let's chat for a while." Martin responded, "Harvey, we are old friends. Just talk if you have anything to say." Harvey's biggest trump card is Quentin. Quentin is going to start a big project next. Big projects mean high investment risks, and he must increase the risk resistance of the project. Quentin has prepared a new project, but he is missing a leading actor. Harvey knew that Quentin had a certain appeal to celebrities. The leading actor is a tough guy type of character who can lead a task force to kill Hitler. Hearing the latter part, Martin knew what movie it was. After all, he had seen all of Quentin's movies more than once. Although he was not in harmony with the Foot Gang, he still liked Quentin's early and middle films. Martin thought about something and said, "Hitler. World War II theme?" Harvey simply said, "It can be said to be Quentin's version of Garrison's Gorillas." The leading actor is very outstanding and can help you impact the Oscar again. Martin put his hands behind his back and waved towards Thomas. Thomas was very close to him, and he had been paying attention to the side with his ears perked up. He immediately walked over and shook hands with Harvey. "Harvey, you can't do this." Thomas now faced Harvey, completely different from before. He was very confident and said half seriously and half jokingly, your agent, am right next to you. You asked Martin to play a role, but not me. 2 years ago, Harvey dared to tell him to get out, but now it was different. He could only smile and say, "I heard that Martin always makes the decision on choosing roles alone." This was indeed the case, but he said it in person for a more complicated purpose. Martin's hidden eyes swept over Bruce, and Bruce immediately took out his mobile phone and walked over. He shook the phone. "Emergency call." Martin patted Thomas' arm. "Talk to Harvey first for the details. You know my requirements very well." He did like Quentin's movies, but liking movies and commercial cooperation were completely different things. Martin took the phone and went somewhere else. Thomas stood very straight in front of Harvey because he knew that he was representing Martin, and he said directly, "Harvey, we are old acquaintances. There is no need to beat around the bush. Everyone in the circle knows Martin's pay, $15 million or $5 million plus commission. The pay can be negotiated, and then we can talk about other things. If the pay is not appropriate, there is no need to discuss other things." The fat man Harvey cursed inwardly and said, $5 million, plus a share of the North American box office. No, not a share of the North American box office, but a share of a fine revenue. No matter what, Thomas has worked hard in Hollywood for many years. Quentin's movies have never been known for their box office. If it is just a share of the North American box office, it is extremely unfair to Martin. We want a share of a fine DVD and TV copyrights. Harvey shook his head. "That's impossible." Thomas was very direct. "Then it's $15 million. Harvey frowned. "This male lead can compete for an Oscar, and many people are willing to reduce their salary several times to act. Martin is not short of roles that compete for Oscars." Thomas understood that this fat man wanted Martin's commercial appeal, but didn't want to pay according to the market price. Although he didn't say a specific number, it seemed that he could give $2 or $3 million. The big name stars that Harvey worked with when they entered his projects all had their salaries reduced by 20% or 30%. He was also used to operating this way and emphasized, "Don't forget, this is Quentin's project." Thomas laughed. Martin also received full salary for starring in Scorsese's project. At this point, Harvey couldn't talk anymore. He wanted to use Martin's strong market appeal in the Inglourious Bastards project, but he was reluctant to pay tens of millions of dollars for the film. There was no solution. Seeing Georgina still chatting with Kate, Harvey left alone. Back to his table, Ben, who had been observing, came over and asked, "Didn't you reach an agreement?" Harvey shook his head. "They don't know their own position, and they actually asked me for $15 million. Ben muttered, "Since the establishment of Weinstein Pictures, it has never paid anyone such a high salary, right?" Harvey said, "This is the first time someone has asked me for so much." Cassie was dejected. "If Martin Davis starts this, you will have to pay a huge price to invite other big stars in the future." Harvey had already considered these. "Give it up." Cassie wanted to say more, but was kicked under the table by Ben. Harvey picked up a glass of wine and fell into thought. On the other side, Martin and Elizabeth were ready to go back. Kate came to see her off and took the opportunity to whisper, "Are you free tonight?" Martin glanced at Elizabeth and said, "Some other day." Kate said directly, "I'll wait for you at the usual place in the hotel tomorrow morning. You must come." Martin nodded, left the banquet hall, met Elizabeth and Thomas, and got on the Escalade driven by Bruce. Thomas briefly told her what he had said to Harvey. Elizabeth was surprised and said sarcastically, "Why doesn't he let you act for free?" Martin said, "It's not that he doesn't want to, but he knows I won't make money for him for free." Bruce said in front, "Not asking you to pay to play a role is very conscientious. I remember when you were in Atlanta, you had to pay to act." The next morning, Martin sent Elizabeth home and came to the hotel again to congratulate Kate on winning the Oscar for Best Actress with Practical Actions. Chapter 420 Wedding Photos. While the Oscars were still surging, Martin suddenly received a notice from the crew of The Dark Knight that a data leak occurred at Warner Brothers. A hacker broke into the crew's database and stole a batch of important data. The hacker seemed to have learned from Kim Kardashian's video scandal and sold all the data to TMZ. The relevant news spread rapidly like a plague, sweeping across major entertainment websites at an extremely fast speed, and countless print media reprinted it. Martin received a call from Nolan himself, responded to the emergency statement issued by the crew, and accepted an interview with media reporters who came specially at the Los Angeles International Airport, strongly urging TMZ not to publish the data stolen by hackers without authorization. After getting on the plane and reaching the stratosphere, Bruce said, "They should give us copyright fees." Nolan planned it. Martin unbuckled his seatbelt and said roughly, "He is a great director. Most directors would not roll up their sleeves and do it themselves due to artistic taste." Bruce asked, "What was stolen this time? It couldn't be the video of you doing it with Belle, right?" Martin shook his head, "I'm not sure either." Bruce suddenly thought of a possibility. Mene and Emma Thomas have always been in close contact. Martin frowned and thought, Nolan wouldn't be so crazy. When he rushed to the hotel from New York's Kennedy Airport and had another sleep, TMZ had already disclosed these heavyweight materials. It was not the original film, nor the advertisement or trailer, but the filming footage archived by the crew. All of them were footage from the filming, created by Martin and Nolan. Once such real and interesting footage was released, it instantly attracted the attention of countless fans and the attention remained high. The crew of The Dark Knight took the opportunity to release the first trailer, which was only 30 seconds long, and was all about the duel between Batman and the Joker. Naturally, the news about the psychological problems of the two protagonists, Martin and Bale, was brought up again. The crew of John Wick was unwilling to be lonely, and of course they wanted to take advantage of such popularity. The crew's spokesperson released the news that in view of Martin's poor mental health, the crew would provide Martin with a professional psychologist throughout the filming and production. The hacker incident and the real and interesting tidbits, plus the news about Martin and Bale, plus the preview of the duel between the two heroes, The Dark Knight directly ended the Oscar aftermath and became the hottest entertainment event at the end of February. It was okay in traditional media, but on the internet, countless people were watching. In the list of the most anticipated films in the 2008 summer season announced by major movie websites, The Dark Knight ranked first, surpassing films such as Raiders of the Lost Ark and Hancock. On the bus to the Brooklyn studio, Daniel and Martin from Warner Brothers sat in the same car. he said. "Nolan is a director with a lot of ideas." Martin agreed completely. A new director in the new era. He may become a first-line director. As a representative of the distributor, Daniel was not only responsible for The Dark Knight, but also signed John Wick on behalf of Warner Brothers a few days ago. He was very concerned about both films. For the sake of publicity, he suggested, "Tegala in May, you should make careful preparations." Martin asked, "Metropolitan Museum of Art charity gala? The Oscars of the fashion industry?" Daniel nodded. "In recent years, it has attracted more and more attention. You should be in New York at that time. Take a day to attend. Warner Brothers will prepare 2 tickets for you." Martin remembered this event. The evaluation of the big guys and the previous life group was that it was a mess. He thought for a while and said, "I want to think of an eye-catching plan. If Warner has any good suggestions, please notify me." Daniel said, "Those idiots in Warner, who have been restricted by years of habit are far worse than you, even worse than Nolan." Martin felt a little bit sorry that Nolan stole the hype method of the videotape scandal, but he couldn't collect copyright fees. At Brooklyn Studios, the crew rented 2 large studios and an open-air studio for shooting. In view of the fact that Martin had been attacked by a drug driver here, the crew also hired professional security personnel to patrol the studio and trailer area. Martin came to the trailer area and saw Mean. He wore a neat suit and dyed his hair slightly white. He might get along with successful ladies more often, and he has the temperament of a high-ranking person. This is the most important role in the entire series, except for the male protagonist. Mean prepared very seriously. After coming over, he said seriously, "Jonathan, you are late." Martin took out a coin and handed it to Mean. "I want the safest room." Mean led the way and helped Martin open the door of the largest trailer. He made a gentlemanly request, "This one." Martin and Bruce entered the trailer, and Mean followed and closed the door. Soon, the costume designer and the styling car entered the trailer together. In the studio, various departments of the crew made final preparations for the shooting under the dispatch of Chad Chen, who called several stunt actors over and reminded them of the precautions. In the studio set that was arranged as a factory, the extras were already in place. In addition to the forklift and equipment, there were some glass bottles of Coke in the rest area of the factory. After Chen Hu finished speaking, he took the extras to familiarize themselves with the positions. Martin entered the studio wearing the handmade suit that Briony prepared for him. Chad stood up from the director's seat and called Martin to the studio. Chen Hu held Martin and told him the precautions. "All the Coke is specially made. Don't hesitate when you take action. You must be quick, accurate, and ruthless." Martin said seriously, "No problem, I'm good at hitting people with Coke." Chad took a wallet and handed it to Martin. "It's a very important prop, don't lose it." Martin then opened it and took a look. There were change-in cards inside, but the place for photos was empty. Chad said, "Here are the photos of the heroine. You should also have group photos and wedding photos in your house. I have reserved time in the afternoon. The heroine will go to the Brooklyn Bridge, and you can take wedding photos together." Martin put away his wallet. "This is my first time taking wedding photos. I must make myself look handsome." Chad laughed. "No problem, I will take the photos for you myself." The crew first shot action scenes, almost all of which were shot in real life. After all the actors were present, Chen Hu took Martin and others to warm up. Bruce checked all the guns and handed a rust pistol to Martin. Martin has been familiar with this pistol recently and is also very easy to use. With Chad's order, the stage manager hit the board and the shooting began. Martin rushed into the factory alone. He hid on the side of the corner, listened to the footsteps on the opposite side, moved the muzzle down, shot the enemy's foot with a bang, and then rolled out. The enemy who was shot screamed and fell to the ground. Before he could react, Martin shot him in the head with 2 bangs. He pushed his feet hard on the ground and rolled over to hide behind the forklift. 2 enemies shot at him, and the gunpowder buried underground exploded with smoke and dust. Martin fired from under the forklift, and the bullet hit a man's leg. When the man fell, the USP gunshot sounded again, and the actor tilted his head back and made the action of being shot in the head. Marcus, a former professional soldier who had seen hundreds of people shot in Afghanistan, had trained the shooting action to be so real. Martin jumped up and flashed out from the other side of the forklift. The pistol banged again, and the 3 gunmen on the opposite side fell to the ground. He had practiced countless times, and the speed of changing magazines was very fast. When the bullets were reloaded, the gunshots rang again. This is also one of the characteristics of this film, the supplementary shooting. The enemy who fell in front of the male protagonist is always completely dead. Stop. Chad stopped the long shot shooting and praised, "Guys, you did a great job." This film was prepared for more than a year, and the professional training lasted for several months. Martin's long-term training, including firearms training since Atlanta, has reduced the difficulty of filming the action scenes in the film by several levels. After a short break, he shot several short shots and prepared to shoot the key Coke scenes. Coca-Cola is the crew's largest sponsor, and Martin is also the leader of the Coke cult. The crew attaches great importance to Coke advertising. Of course, there will never be 2 blunt implants. For example, in the countryside of the United States, a bank ATM in another country appears. Stuntman Lewis entered the set, bumped fists with Martin, and said, "My head is in your hands next." Martin has worked with him many times and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt your face." Bald Lewis touched his face and said, "I rely on this face to attract girls." The shooting started soon. Martin rushed into the rest area of the factory building, kicked a man in the crotch with a kick, and picked up the Coke next to him, swung it up and smashed it on the man's head. With a crisp sound, the glass bottle broke, and the Coke splashed everywhere. The other 2 men with daggers rushed over. Martin held a bottle of Coke in each hand, and blew their heads. He rolled to avoid Lewis' gun, picked up the Coke scattered on the ground, and threw it out like the head of the Burbank high school shooter. The Coke bottle exploded on Lewis' head. Lewis was slightly dazed. Martin rushed up, poked his eyes, kicked his crotch, and locked his throat, knocking him to the ground. "Where is Ivanov?" Martin shouted. "I don't know." Martin picked up a bottle of Coke and smashed it on the hardest part of Lewis' forehead. When the Coke bottle exploded, he asked again, "Ivanov?" Lewis did not answer. The Coke god of war came online. Martin picked up the Coke, cursed fuck, and gave him another bottle. Chad called for a stop. Martin quickly asked, "Anything?" Lewis raised his thumb, "No big deal." Neither of them moved. The camera turned around, a fake hand was handed to Lewis, and the Coke was replaced with a glass bottle version on the market. Then, Martin used a real glass bottle of Coke to smash the fake hand, forcing the leader played by Lewis to reveal the location of Ivanov's hiding place. After forcing the result out, he used a bottle of Coke to completely end the role. The whole morning was spent shooting action scenes. At noon, Chad specially left a long break to let Martin recover his strength. After only 2 hours of shooting in the afternoon, the crew announced that they would call it a day. Martin is going to Brooklyn Bridge Park to take wedding photos with the heroine. 2 updates today. Chapter 421, Heaven and Earth Collapse. Brooklyn Bridge Park is a famous check-in spot in New York. The crew rented several houses at the park management office to serve as temporary dressing rooms so that Martin and the heroine could change clothes. Because of the traffic jam on the Brooklyn Bridge, Martin arrived on the Manhattan Island side more than 10 minutes later than expected. It is indeed a suicide sanctuary. After getting off the car, Bruce was still looking at the bridge. "I actually met 3 people queuing up to commit suicide." Martin guessed, maybe they are playing with financial securities and leverage. Chad called at the management office. "Come here." Martin and Bruce entered the management office together and saw that in addition to Chad and his team, there was also a girl with long dark brown hair. The girl heard the voice and turned her head to look over here. Martin only took a glance and left 2 extremely deep impressions. One was that the blue eyes were as shiny as glass, and the other was the amazing scale of the mountain. She walked towards Martin quickly, and the amplitude of her ups and downs made people extremely suspicious that an earthquake had occurred in Manhattan. Martin recognized her. The big guys in the group had recommended True Detective more than once, even in detail to the minute and second. The girl came to Martin, showing excitement. She took out a pen and a poster of the male lead of Limitless, and said in a trembling voice, "Martin, can you give me an autograph? I'm your fan." Martin took it and signed for her. "Look, I have the certification of the Coca-Cola god." The girl lowered her head slightly and took out a pendant from her collar, on which hung a red Coca-Cola glass bottle as big as a little finger. Martin glanced subconsciously, as if he saw the snow-white peak of Mount Everest. It was not intentional. The other party pulled down his collar when taking out the pendant, and the mountain was too tall. The girl showed one of the certifications of the Coca-Cola god, and then tentatively said, "Martin, can you write a sentence for Alexandra Daddario?" "Alexandra." Martin quickly wrote this sentence and said, "I have a friend in New York, also named Alexandra. He was talking about AA. Alexandra deliberately made a mistake, so I'm a lucky person." Martin gave her a pen and a poster and asked, "Are you from New York?" Alexandra nodded. "Yes, I grew up in New York. I once wanted to go to Los Angeles to pursue my dream, but unfortunately there was no good opportunity." Chad came over and reminded, "Handsome guy and beautiful girl, we are going to start working. Let's take casual photos first." He stepped back a few steps and looked at Alexandra, who was wearing ordinary jeans and t-shirts. "This one is good. Let's start." The photography team had already set up cameras and sunshades on the beach. Chad personally took the camera and acted as a photographer. Because they wanted to use photos of the two of them to decorate the male protagonist's home, they needed to take a lot of photos. Relax a little." Chad reminded Alexandra loudly, "You need to get closer to Martin. You are now husband and wife, not strangers." Alexandra has been filming since 2001. She is also an experienced actor and finally got into the state. She hugged Martin's arm and snuggled up to him tightly. Although his arm felt like it had fallen into a pile of cotton, Martin's professionalism was unquestionable. He was fully committed to the role of husband and made various intimate gestures with Alexandra. Chad kept scratching, especially the photos with the sunset as the background. Soon, Martin and his partner went into the temporary dressing room to change clothes, changed to a new scene, and continued to take pictures. Chad was also very strict about details such as the background board. After all, this was his first film as a director. With Martin's current status, failure is no big deal, but it is difficult for him to have the opportunity to direct a film independently again. After changing several sets of clothes, Martin changed into a black formal suit, and Alexandra wore a low-cut wedding dress. The two took wedding photos together. They also had to shoot a selfie video from Martin's perspective. Martin took a handheld DV and stood in an open space. Alexandra needed to run towards him in a wedding dress with the Brooklyn Bridge as the background. Chad saw that the lighting was adjusted and said, "Start." Martin pressed the DV switch. Alexandra picked up her wedding dress and ran towards Martin. Her crazy jumping up and down was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Martin was concentrating on watching the DV until Alexandra ran close to him and stopped. Chad came over and watched the video play back with Martin, saying, "This is a good video." He praised, "Martin, you can be a photographer part-time." Martin replied casually, "In fact, I have always wanted to be the best photographer in the world." Chad asked someone to put away the DV and said, "Take a few minutes to rest, and we will continue shooting." Martin saw that the hem of the wedding dress was too long, so he took the initiative to help Alexandra pull up the hem of the dress and let her sit on the bench to rest for a while. Alexandra was panting and rubbing her shoulders constantly. Running at full speed for this section obviously made her burden heavier. Martin asked out of concern, "Are you okay? Do you want to rest for a while?" Alexandra smiled, tried to straighten her chest, and said, "I'm fine. I've gotten used to it over the years. As long as I don't run fast, it's not a big problem." Martin nodded, said nothing more, and sat down on the chair next to him. Alexandra looked at Martin quietly, her eyes full of curiosity. From today's work, this Hollywood star was very professional. Before it got dark, the crew finished their work and went home. Martin came out of the dressing room and prepared to go back to the hotel. The door of the room next to him opened, and Alexandra came out and said, "Are you leaving?" Martin nodded. "There are still a lot of action scenes to shoot tomorrow. Go back and rest early." Alexandra said, "I will join the crew in a few days. My acting level is average. If I have any questions, can I ask you for advice?" Martin always adheres to the principle, as long as I have time, you can come to me anytime. Thank you, Martin. Alexandra's chest shook with laughter. The two came out of the management office together, exchanged contact information, and went to the parking lot to get in their respective cars. After returning to the hotel, Martin had dinner and went back to his room. After a quick shower and a phone call with Elizabeth, he went to bed early. Even if Martin was physically fit, he was still a little tired after shooting a lot of action scenes in person. During the entire filming process, there were limited scenes for literary scenes. At least 2/3 of the scenes were of Martin either killing people or on the way to kill people. The next morning, the animal actors were in place. Martin knew the dog. It was the puppy Chad adopted when he was the action director of Wanted in Atlanta. In memory of Marcus's beloved dog that was killed by those black people, Chad named the dog Daisy. Of course, for the convenience of filming, the dog of the male protagonist in the film is also named Daisy. Ivanov, the son of the Russian mafia boss, killed the dog left by the male protagonist's wife and robbed the male protagonist's Cadillac, and he must pay the price with his life. HK Company completed various procedures and sent its firearms to the crew for filming. On the set, the camera pressed the arc-shaped slide rail and turned to the side of Martin. Martin removed the wooden floor, opened an iron door, and took out a huge black suitcase. He opened the suitcase and found a newly printed wedding photo on the top. Martin and Alexandra stood close together, just like a real engaged couple. He placed the photo where the camera could easily capture it, then took out a stack of US dollars and put it in his pocket. At the bottom were 2 guns. One was a black USP and 3 magazines. The other was a Rump 45 submachine gun with a folding stock. Martin skillfully loaded the USP magazine and inserted it into the underarm gun bag, then pressed the submachine gun bullets into the magazine and put it into the black bag next to it. The whole process was smooth and skillful, just like a real super killer. In addition to shooting Martin, the protagonist, and the wedding photo, the camera gave many shots of the 2 weapons. Hollywood received money from advertisers, so the product placement would not be vague. Moreover, there was no trace of product placement at all. After all, the protagonist was going to take revenge with the gun. Even the sniper in the film used the G22 sniper rifle produced by HK. If the first film of this series is successful, it will definitely continue to be filmed. The male protagonist will use a lot of firearms and other weapons. The first film is also sending a message to the military manufacturers in NATO countries. Come and sponsor us quickly, and your weapons will be shown in countless close-up shots. Hollywood has been doing similar arms advertisements, and the most typical ones are the various blockbusters sponsored by the Pentagon. Films like Top Gun and Transformers are simply glaring American equipment exhibitions. The latter even directly interfered with the content of the film. American soldiers used American weapons to knock down the aliens. If the Hollywood crew wants to use the US military's equipment for filming at a low price or even for free, they must accept the guidance of the Pentagon on some content. Even if the content is very outrageous, they have to accept it with a pinch of their nose. Gunshots are heard every day in the studio, where the crew is located, and fireballs occasionally explode on the set. As the filming progressed, Mean also joined in. For political correctness considerations, this black mainland hotel owner was equipped with a white assistant. In several scenes between Martin and Mean, the concept of the high table was specifically mentioned, and the setting of the Presbyterian church was also highlighted. These are all blank spaces for the sequel. The most important thing for the first film is to be successful. If the film fails commercially, there will be no sequel. The first film and Martin's previous life was when Keanu Reeves was on the decline. His own appeal almost dropped to the freezing point, and the box office was not particularly successful. However, relying on the topic of his life, he earned a good income in the offline market. The sequel was launched, which also made Keanu Reeves successfully become popular and radiated the second spring of his career. Unlike Reeves, Martin is now very popular. His physical condition is at its peak. His skills and marksmanship are outstanding. He has both appeal and topicality, and naturally wants to achieve better results in business. The production cost of $40 million is aimed at the North American box office of over $100 million. Chapter 422. Uncle Mehdi has made progress again. On the set, Bruce handed Martin a Nokia Classic 1100 and said, "Don't worry about the action. I put the bullets on it myself. They won't fall off." Martin put it in his pocket, picked up the pistol, picked up the black bag containing the UMP-45, and entered the set. Cross, a marketing director of Nokia, came to Bruce and handed him a handbag, a little gift. Bruce didn't take it and asked, "Mr. Director, what does this mean?" Cross said, "Nokia intends to hire Mr. Davis as Nokia's global image spokesperson for a long time. Please help say a few good words." Bruce took the handbag. Cross smiled and stepped aside. When the filming started, all unrelated personnel had to keep quiet. There was nothing else to do in the play. Don't be timid, just do it. Martin held the submachine gun against his shoulder and marched in standard tactical movements, firing from time to time. Every time a gunshot was heard, a gunman on the opposite side fell to the ground. The sound of blank bullets spread throughout the open air set. When the submachine gun was exhausted, Martin took out a pistol. After shooting a long shot of nearly half a minute, he took a short breath. In the next scene, he picked up a rocket launcher and pulled the trigger at a fleeing car. The car burst into a fireball with a bang, and the momentum was much louder than Nicholson's RPG fireworks. Throwing away the rocket launcher, Martin took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. The camera moved closer along the slide rail and gave a close-up of the Nokia phone. A pistol bullet was stuck in the straight screen body, and the screen was completely shattered. Martin ignored these and dialed the number with one click. A voice recorded by Mean in advance sounded on the set. "Jonathan. Stop. This one is past." Chad glanced at Martin and said loudly, "Take a break for half an hour. The crew also needs time to change scenes." Martin returned to the lounge, threw the Nokia to Bruce, sat down on the chair, took the kettle handed to him by Bruce, took a few sips, and said, "We should really let old Jack come over and see what fireworks are. If you put fireworks like this in Warren Beatty's house, there will be a fire." Bruce replied, and then put the handbag given to him by Nokia's marketing director on the small table beside Martin. He said directly, "Nokia wants you to be the global image spokesperson. Let me help say a few good words." Martin glanced at the handbag. "You keep the things. I heard the good words." The two guys cooperated very well. Bruce was not polite, took the handbag, give it to Kim and Chloe later. Mean put one hand in his trouser pocket, walked over with the temperament of a big boss, sat on the chair next to him, and seemed to be completely in the role. "Jonathan, your killing spree will make the high table unhappy, and they will send someone to deal with this matter." Bruce continued, "I know, the high table is going to send a 50-year-old female judge." He turned to the side of Mean and patted him on the shoulder. "Winston, we believe that with your verbal skills, you can definitely get rid of this female judge." Mean said, "Leave it to me." Martin patted him and reminded, "Be flexible." Mean smiled, "This is my most important role. I must play it well." He jumps around a lot. He was talking about work before, but now he's talking about what he's best at. "Martin, you went to take photos a few days ago. Guess who I met in the hotel?" Bruce interrupted, "It can't be Paris Hilton's mother." "It's not bad to meet Paris's mother. It's better than that woman who always pesters me. She's too young and doesn't fit my aesthetic." Uncle Mean sighed and said, "I met Celine Dion and asked her for an autographed photo." Bruce asked, "The female singer who was raised by someone when she was 12 or 13 years old?" Martin had a general impression. "It seems to be her current husband, right?" Mean nodded and said, "I talked to Celine for a while. She seemed to be a little depressed. She came to New York early to prepare for this year's Met Gala." Martin had read relevant reports in his previous life. It seemed that Celine Dion later changed to a young male model at a speed comparable to changing clothes. It was really that she had fallen behind before, and she made up for it all when she got older. Mean asked, "Can you help me get the tickets to Met Gala?" Martin agreed, "Leave it to me. Although the tickets are charged, not just anyone can buy them." Martin plans to ask Daniel from Warner to get a few more. Bruce asked, "You don't want to have something with Celine Dion? What about Emma Thomas?" Mean explained, "Emma and Nalan." Martin was too lazy to pay attention to the two people. When he saw Marcus leading the dog over, he shouted, "Daisy." The dog immediately ran over, wagging its tail and circling around Martin. Martin found the prepared jerky and fed it to Daisy. In the next scene, Daisy came on stage and was brutally killed, which also kicked off the prelude to the fight between you and me. After lunch at noon, Martin was about to go into the trailer to rest, and Nokia's marketing director, Klaus, came over. "Mr. Davis, I heard that you used Nokia phones for a long time during your stay in Atlanta and Los Angeles." He directly stated his purpose. "Nokia intends to invite you to be the global image spokesperson for the brand. I wonder if you are interested?" Martin thought for a while and said, "You need to talk to my agent Thomas. I can't make any work commitments without him." Cross said, "I will contact WMA right away." Martin went into the trailer for a lunch break. He slept for a while and woke up on time. Not long after, Bruce came with a mobile phone. He said, "Thomas called about Nokia's endorsement." Martin took the phone and called back. Thomas said, "Nokia is very sincere in cooperation and has initially offered a 4-year endorsement contract with an annual salary of up to $12 million US. The salary is okay, but the contract period is too long, at most 2 years." Martin recalled carefully that Nokia's serious decline in the previous life should have happened 10 years later. He couldn't remember the specific year, but it fell from the altar in 2 or 3 years after 10 years. He added, "If Nokia insists on a long-term contract, we will give up." Thomas did not ask why. The most important reason why he has been able to cooperate with Martin in the past few years is that he will implement Martin's decisions without compromise. He immediately responded, "I have booked a plane ticket and will go to New York today to have a meeting with Nokia's people." Martin said a few more words and hung up the phone. Commercial endorsements are one of his important sources of income. If a brand declines sharply during his endorsement period, it is impossible to say that there is no negative impact on him. Even when other manufacturers negotiate commercial cooperation with him, they will think of the brands that have gone bankrupt during the endorsement period. Martin has seen a lot of this before, such as Jack Chen and the Pop King in Hong Kong. Many of the brands they endorsed died. Especially Jack Chen, at least 10 of his endorsed brands died. He is simply the king of advertising poison. Although there are still some manufacturers who do not believe in evil, more brands will not consider them when looking for commercial endorsements. Martin chose a 2-year contract because he was stuck in Nokia's last glory. Originally, he asked Thomas to pay attention to Apple mobile phones, but Apple's best spokesperson in recent years is Steve Jobs, and it will not use other stars. The afternoon shoot was one of the few literary scenes in The Crew. Martin entered the Continental Hotel and had several conversations with Winston, played by Mean. In recent years, Mean has been using his mouth and tongue for a long time, which may have trained the flexibility of his facial muscles and improved his acting skills. He played the mature, stable and restrained owner of the Continental Hotel in New York, which was quite intimidating. The vocal cords became thicker and heavier under the watering of special substances, especially when he was acting with Martin. The word Jonathan, he said, had a feeling of penetrating people's hearts. Alexandra Daddario also joined the shooting. She didn't have many scenes, but she stayed in The Crew for a long time under the banner of learning and observation. Her father helped a lot in the filming of The Crew, and of course he couldn't refuse. This actress from a good family has entered the film and television industry since 2001, but after 7 years, let alone becoming popular, she didn't even have a little fame. Alexandra mainly stared at Martin, but she was also very discerning. When Martin was busy or tired, she would never come to disturb him. Whenever Martin is really free, she will come to Martin to ask for advice on acting. I feel that the character settings in this film are relatively simple. In the lounge, Alexandra held her head high and asked, "This female killer seems to be a little more complicated than the heroine." Martin nodded slightly. She knew Jonathan and had a history with Jonathan, but for money, she still wanted to kill Jonathan and finally died in Jonathan's hands. In fact, there is no need for anything else in the performance. Just highlighting greed and cruelty is enough. Yes, the biggest characteristics of the character are these two. Alexandra knows how to highlight her own advantages, and she wears tight low-necked t-shirts. Martin was a serious person, so he naturally didn't pay much attention to these things. He said, if you want to make a breakthrough in acting, you must first find the biggest feature of the character, and then bring this feature to the extreme, which will easily leave a deep impression on people. Alexandra rubbed her face and said, what kind of role is suitable for me? Martin thought of True Detective, Earthquake and The Beach, all of which were super big vases, but he would not say that. There are many acting classes in Los Angeles, and there must be many in New York. You should find a more reliable one to further strengthen your learning. Alexandra nodded repeatedly. I don't know if it's a habit, but her nodding movements are particularly large, which makes the other two heads shake up and down, and there is always a feeling of an earthquake. The crew finished work in the afternoon, and Martin was ready to go back to the hotel. Alexandra came over again and invited him. Tomorrow weekend, there will be a party in the Cultural and Art Circle in Manhattan. Are you interested in going to see it? Martin certainly couldn't refuse the kind invitation from others. Chapter 423, Prince of Thieves. This art party is just across from the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, and is one of the many hot events of Met Gala in early May. Martin specially asked me to come along. Daniel had helped get another ticket to Met Gala. Arriving at 5th Avenue and entering the lobby of the private club where the party was held, Martin met Alexandra. She was wearing a close-fitting red one-shoulder evening dress, which gave people a heavy feeling. Next to Alexandra, there was a slightly younger girl who looked similar to Alexandra in appearance, height, and hair color, but the size of her chest made it easy to tell who was the older sister and who was the younger sister. The younger sister was at least 2 sizes smaller than the older sister. Alexandra introduced Martin. This is my sister Catherine. She also likes performing and came to join in the fun. Catherine was lively and jumped over to grab Martin's arm. Can we take a photo together? Martin nodded. No problem. Catherine handed her phone to Alexandra and reminded her, take a prettier photo of me and a more handsome photo of Martin. Don't take photos of your parents like you always make them look 10 years older. Alexandra shrugged. No way, this is my level. Mean came over and asked, how about I try? With the level he had acquired from taking photos of many women in their 40s and 50s, he could make people look several years younger. Alexandra gave Mean her phone. Mean squatted down and took the photo from the bottom up, which made it easy to take photos of long legs. After taking a few photos, Mean returned the camera to Catherine, who was delighted to see them. You took good photos. Mean smiled and said, I took a lot of photos, so I practiced. Catherine's attention quickly turned back to Martin. Can I show off the photo with you at school? Many little bitches in the Upper East Side always show off their familiarity with which star. This time I want to show them who is the queen. Martin said politely, the photos belong to you. You can show them to anyone. Alexandra called a few people. Let's go in. The party was full of artistic atmosphere, with modern artworks such as sculptures, abstract paintings, crafts, and fashion designs. Many people held drinks and surrounded different artworks, chatting about elegant topics. Alexandra and her sister were too young. Mean felt that they had no common topics, and she also had to leave Martin private space. She found a random reason to leave them, and mixed into the art circle of older women. While chatting with the Daddario sisters, Martin took them into the clothing design art area that they were interested in. Unexpectedly, they met acquaintances. Angela Lindwall saw Martin and came over to say hello. Martin also introduced her to the Daddario sisters. Angela had attended 2 supermodel pre-wedding parties and knew Martin's strengths and weaknesses. She asked directly, is this your new girlfriend? Martin was not embarrassed and said, Alexandra is my friend in New York. He didn't want to dwell on this, so he asked, don't you always act with KK? Why haven't you seen KK? You don't know? Angela asked, and then she remembered that the news about KK had not spread yet, so she said, KK is sick and has health problems. Victoria's Secret terminated her contract with her, and she was hit hard. If you have time, you'd better go visit her. Martin asked, what's the disease? Angela sighed and said, it's about the thyroid gland. It is said that there is a problem with the body's endocrine system, which caused her to gain a lot of weight. She and KK have some sisterhood. KK has been thinking about you. She has told me more than once that you are great. Considering that we have been friends for many times, you should go see her. Martin nodded and asked, is she in New York? Angela smiled embarrassedly. She will come to New York in a few days. I will call you then. Martin replied, okay. Angela glanced at Alexandra and Catherine, who had moved away, and said, have a nice night. Martin couldn't help laughing. I'm filming at Brooklyn Studios. You're welcome to come visit. I'll treat you to some special food. Angela thought of something and said, it's been a long time since I've tasted your special food. A biology professor at New York University said that the special food of energetic people can help women beautify their skin. Martin was surprised. Is there such a saying? We'll experiment when the time comes. Angela left quickly. Martin returned to Alexandra. The latter asked curiously, are you familiar with the supermodels? Martin thought to himself, more than familiar. He had talked to the supermodels who often participated in the Victoria's Secret show many times, and they had also tried it many times. Leonardo and I are close friends. He always likes to tell the truth. You should have heard that Leo is very familiar with the supermodel circle. I followed Leo to the pre-wedding parties of Heidi Klum and Alessandra Ambrosio, and I'm also familiar with people like Victoria's Secret. Alexandra smiled, not knowing what she was thinking, and suddenly said, originally, I wanted to develop into the modeling circle, but I couldn't do it when I was 15. Martin cooperated very well and asked, why? Your parents don't agree? Alexandra looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so she made a chest-holding gesture. People in the fashion circle don't want me. Catherine was straightforward. People in the model training institution dislike her breasts being too big. Martin didn't know how to respond for a while. Catherine said again, those ignorant idiots don't think about it. Alexandra's breasts are very firm. What kind of clothes can be hung on her body, and she can hold them up? Alexandra pretended to be annoyed. Enough, shut up. Catherine pouted and stopped talking. Someone else came over to greet Martin. There was nothing he could do about it. He was now famous, recognizable, and had great commercial value. While Martin was walking away and talking to someone, Alexandra said to Catherine, you are too direct. I'm helping you, idiot. Catherine looked like she was thinking about her sister. I'm telling Martin what your greatest strength is, and let him focus on your strengths. No matter how proud the boys in school are, they will be moved when they see someone as old as you. Alexandra was quite helpless when we were filming. I pressed my arms directly on him, but he didn't react at all. Catherine said, you are stupid. Be simple and direct. If you want to sleep with him, just go for it. It will be difficult for you to meet a high quality man like him once he leaves New York. She was no pushover either. If you don't want to sleep with me, just make room for me and don't get in the way. Alexandra was so angry that she rolled her eyes. You are only 16. 16. Catherine didn't take it seriously. What's wrong with 16? Don't you have freedom and human rights at 16? On the other side, the person who came over to greet Martin was producer Graham King, who often collaborates with Scorsese. Martin and Graham had just worked together in The Departed, so they were quite familiar with each other. Graham also introduced a middle-aged man to Martin, saying, this is Chuck Hogan, a novelist from Boston. He looked at Martin again. Martin, I don't need to introduce myself, right? Chuck Hogan stepped forward and shook hands with Martin, saying, you played a very good role in The Departed. As a Bostonian, I felt that you were a native Bostonian after watching it. Because of Graham, Martin was quite polite, because I have been experiencing life in Boston for a long time, and I realized that it is a city with a long tradition, and many touching stories happened in the city. Graham smiled and said, you two don't have to be so polite. Director Scorsese is our mutual good friend. Martin asked, I heard that Director Scorsese's new project is about to start preparations? Yes, your good brother, Leo, will come to New York soon. Graham said simply, I will come here to prepare first. Director Scorsese has very high requirements this time, and the preparations may last for a year. Leo is going to be unlucky. He may have to enter a mental hospital to experience real life. Martin was happy when he heard this. I will definitely call Leo when I get back and cheer him up. Graham laughed and turned the topic back to Chuck Hogan. Aren't you promoting novels? The person in front of you has the ability to promote adaptations. He said to Martin again. Although Chuck is not well known, he is very talented. In the writing circle, some of his works are compared with Stephen King. Chuck said modestly, it's just a joke between a few friends. Don't take it seriously. Martin looked at Graham strangely. The latter understood what he meant and explained. In the next few years, I will control new film projects for director Scorsese and assist him in filming a series about prohibition for HBO. I don't have time at all. Chuck couldn't make things difficult for Graham. Martin, if you have time, can you read my novel? It's about the story of Boston. Most novelists have the dream of having their works adapted. Apart from anything else, even if the film and television adaptation is not good, the sales of the novel will increase significantly, not to mention the related copyright income. Although Martin had never heard of his reputation, in view of the discovery of Neverend in Darkfield, he said seriously, I have experienced life in Boston, and I'm very interested in the story of Boston. Graham patted Chuck and said, hurry up and have someone bring the book over. Chuck waved to the back, and a man came with a bag and took out a book from it. Obviously, this person came to the cultural and art party prepared. It is also possible that he brought the book with him and recommended it to the right person anytime and anywhere. Chuck handed the novel to Martin and also attached a personal business card with private contact information and personal studio address. Martin then put away the business card first and glanced at the cover of the novel. The title of the book was Prince of Thieves. He recalled a little, but couldn't remember the movie with this name for a while. Chapter 424 Earthquake. It was getting late, and Martin was ready to go back. For him, such an art party was not fun at all, and was far less interesting than the Hollywood party. Everyone pretended to be civilized, and the fun was reduced by half. Before leaving, Alexandra came over and asked, are you not calling your friend, Mene? Don't worry about him. Martin glanced at where Mene was. He made new friends, and he seems to be very famous. Alexandra also glanced over there and said, the person he was chatting with was Celine Dunn. Mene was standing in front of a sculpture and chatting with Celine Dunn. The latter laughed from time to time because of Mene's teasing. Celine Dunn, who was 40 years old, was at the age when Mene was best at making plans. Martin would definitely not disturb his old friend and said, let's go. Alexandra and Catherine followed Martin out of the door. When they reached the front hall, the latter pushed the former and exchanged glances secretly. The driver has gone back to pick up my father. It may take some time for him to arrive. Alexandra's whole body vibrated violently as she walked, giving people the feeling that she always lived in an earthquake. She looked at Martin for help. Can you give us a ride in your car? As a kind-hearted man who upholds principles, Martin certainly would not refuse and said, no problem. But Catherine took out her cell phone and shook it, saying, don't worry about me. My classmate called me. She will leave this way later and will take me. She explained. She is driving a two-seater sports car, which can only accommodate 2 people. Alexandra gave a warning, followed Martin out the door, and got into the Cadillac driven by Bruce. Martin asked, where do you live? Which area of Manhattan? Alexandra did not answer, but leaned back against the seat and stretched. She said, it's still early, let's go find a place to have a drink. Martin was considerate of others. When the other party raised a problem, he would solve it. I have an apartment in the Upper East Side, where I store a few bottles of good wine. The apartment overlooks the entire Central Park. How about we go there for a drink? Alexandra replied, okay, it's so romantic to enjoy the beautiful scenery and taste the wine. Martin remembered that after Lily bought the apartment, he asked Lily to fill the apartment's wine cabinet. Fifth Avenue is not far from Central Park. The car soon arrived in front of Martin's apartment. The two entered the apartment building. Martin swiped his card and took the special elevator upstairs. When the door opened, Martin found that everything here was brand new and clean. It should be that Lily had specially cleaned it before leaving. The apartment will definitely become a mess tonight. Martin wondered whether he should call Lily and ask her to fly over to clean up the house tomorrow. It seems a bit inhuman. Martin finally gave up the idea. What a beautiful house. Alexandra came out of the entrance, walked through the spacious living room, opened the electric curtains, and what appeared in front of her was the night view of Central Park. Martin had only seen photos of the house, and it was his first time here. He found the wine cabinet and asked, "What kind of wine would you like to drink?" Alexandra's mind was not on drinking at all, so she said, "Let's have a glass of red wine." Martin took a bottle of Bordeaux and 2 high-foot glasses, and came to the small round table in front of the French window. He didn't make too much trouble. After opening the wine, he poured a glass for each of them. Alexandra pulled out a chair, sat opposite Martin, picked up the red wine, and asked, "It's not easy to buy a house here, right?" "It's very difficult. It took several years." Martin's words were not exaggerated. If we count from the time he hooked up with Charlie, it took more than 3 years to deal with Pitt alone. How could Pitt sell the house here if he didn't become disgraced, and he had no chance to get it at a super low price? Alexandra praised, "Martin, you are a very persistent person. You are quite patient." Martin clinked his glasses with hers. "Cheers to our acquaintance." Alexandra sipped her wine and said, "I have read about your experience, which is admirable. Although I have not experienced such a life, I have been to several chaotic neighborhoods in New York, and I feel very terrible." Martin smiled. "This country is a paradise for the rich and a hell for the poor." Alexandra came from a well-off family and had been to many countries. She said, "Actually, every country is similar, right? I went to Europe, and the poor there didn't have a good life either." Martin did not continue this topic, and clinked glasses with her again. "So, if you have money, you should live as happily as possible." Alexandra agreed. "Yes, nothing is more important than happiness." The two drank a glass of red wine, and went into the bedroom while chatting. This is not too common in the open New York and the entertainment industry. However, Martin deliberately kept a distance between the two when they slept. He was suffocated again and there was no chance for him to come to North America again. The next morning, when Martin woke up, he found that Alexandra had already gotten up and cleaned up not only the bedroom, but also the living room. Regardless of whether she had other thoughts, these at least made people feel comfortable. When Lily bought wine, she also prepared clothes. Martin's clothes were of course fitted, but the women's clothes here were a one size fits all, and Alexandra was a little too tight when she wore them. Martin washed up and said, "Today is the weekend. Let's go shopping on 5th Avenue. The two went downstairs to have breakfast, drove a Cadillac in the garage, and went directly to the famous brand store gathering area on 5th Avenue. When Martin was poor, he was very stingy and claimed that all the gifts he gave were made by himself. But after he really had money, Martin was still very generous and never stingy with money. If you want to have fun, spending money is the most basic. Martin took Alexandra shopping all the way, from Channel Fashion to Hermes bags, to Cartier jewelry, and threw in 6 figures in half a day. The clown statue and the crocodile pendant have no chance to appear for the time being. Martin also had plans for these. When Alexandra leaves the crew, he will definitely give them to her. Otherwise, it will be unfair to the Australian bison and saltwater crocodiles. There were many people in the hotel bar on the weekend. Bruce asked Mean to come out for a drink. He asked, "You seemed to have a very pleasant chat with Celine Dion yesterday. Why did you come back at night?" Mean shrugged. "I heard from Celine that her husband would call several times every night to check on her." Bruce sighed. "Poor Diva." Mean, however, had a special keen sense for people of this age group. She was kidnapped when she was a teenager and had been kept in a cage. She got married before she figured out what life was all about. Her husband, who was several decades older than her, was not very good at sex, and she had a child through a test tube. She has been a good wife and mother for half her life, but now she is ready to make a move. Bruce poured a bottle of beer for Mean. "Man, you are really amazing. You can see this." Mean said, "Aren't people of their age like this?" Bruce suddenly remembered something. Kim's mother looked at him like a wolf. No, it seems that Kim's stepfather is also there. Bruce couldn't help but sigh. Life is too damn dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall over, and the consequences of falling over seem to be very serious. Mean drank a beer with Old Boo and asked, "Where's the boss? He hasn't come back yet?" "He's probably having fun somewhere," Bruce said casually. Bean wanted to ask more questions, but the TV hanging high in the bar suddenly interrupted with an emergency news report that a major earthquake had occurred somewhere in the Pacific. Our station has received the latest news that a major earthquake has occurred in the Mariana Islands. The Twin Peaks, the highest active volcano on the island, is shaking violently. Because the volcano is about to erupt, the snow on the top of the Snow White Peak has melted, and the peak has expanded. The flowing volcanic lava has dyed the peak red. It is reported that the epicenter of this earthquake is located in the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. The violent vibration caused the trench to crack and shrink continuously, and the squeezed seawater bubbled and rolled, rushing onto the coast. This disaster has lasted for a long time and there is no sign of stopping yet. Bruce also saw the news and was stunned. Before the evening, Alexandra received a call from home and was going home. Martin drove her back. When the Cadillac stopped in front of an apartment building, she prepared to get out. Before getting out of the car, Alexandra kissed Martin passionately again, and after a long while, she said, "When you want to find me, you can call me anytime. Even if you are in Los Angeles, I will rush over as quickly as possible." Martin took a brand new iPhone from the back seat, handed it to Alexandra, and said, "This is for you." Alexandra kissed him again, got out of the car with a few handbags, came to the door of the apartment building, turned around and stood in front of the door, and waved to Martin. Martin honked the car horn, then drove away. Alexandra carried her things upstairs, opened the door and went in. She moved out of her home after she turned 21 and lived here alone. Of course, her parents lived in a nearby building. "You're back." Catherine ran out from her side bedroom. Because she drank a lot of wine, her face was flushed. Alexandra frowned. "Where did you go to the party? You drank secretly again." Catherine came over and hugged her sister with a smile. "That's why I came to your place, and I'm staying here tonight." For some girls, the stricter their parents' discipline is, the more rebellious they are. Catherine asked, "It seems that you succeeded?" Alexandra put away the things she brought and said, "If you can't speak, just shut up. I will treat you as a mute." Catherine sat on the sofa with a gossipy face. "Tell me quickly, how is it?" Alexandra didn't want to pay attention to her. Catherine said again, "We are sisters. We should share good things together." Alexandra turned around, leaned over and stared at Catherine, feeling very oppressive. "I warn you, don't mess around." Catherine nodded subconsciously. "I know." Alexandra was on guard against fire, theft and Catherine. Chapter 425 Martin Goes Crazy. On the streets of New York, a trolley car equipped with a camera was speeding and passed by a galloping Cadillac. The high-speed camera accurately captured the scene of Martin manipulating the car through the lowered window. The Cadillac, which was not actually moving very fast, braked to a stop, and a photographer carrying a camera got on Martin's co-pilot seat. Martin started the car again and made all kinds of dazzling car control movements. After the chasing car caught up, he took out a pistol from his armpit and shot at the back. The car was not moving very fast, so Martin was able to operate it easily. The pistol bullets were soon emptied, and a car behind collided and overturned. Martin removed the empty magazine with one hand, replaced it with a new magazine, and continued to drive and shoot. Chad's action shot style is different from that of Michael Bay and others. The latter uses a large number of ultra-short lens editing, which gives people a particularly sharp visual impact. Chad tries to use long lenses to shoot, creating a sense of realism. After the long shot on this car was shot, Martin opened the door and got out of the car, handed the pistol to Bruce, and ran to Chad to see the effect of the shooting. The camera is always in motion, but unlike the pure handheld camera in the Burn Supremacy that keeps shaking and trembling, the camera shot by the camera mounted on the Steadicam moves more smoothly. The wide-angle lens, vivid and soft lighting, and smooth camera movement create a unique style. The constantly shaking lens in the Burn Supremacy gives people an immersive first-person perspective, and the lens shot by Chad is like a high-level observer. As a director who was a stunt double actor, Chad designed a narrative method that uses fighting scenes to drive the plot, using martial arts to bring literature. He planned to abandon the flashy fast editing from the beginning and use wide-angle lenses and long lenses to show every wonderful fight. Because the style of John Wick looks very realistic at first glance, it is actually just an action spectacle in a realistic coat. As the male protagonist, Martin will kill hundreds of killers in the first part. Conservative estimates are more than 150 people. To some extent, the male protagonist Jonathan is the video game character controlled by the audience, fighting all the way through the levels, and finally killing the boss to complete his mission. This is very dependent on Martin's action completion. Even the use of doubles is relatively rare, and many difficult actions require him to perform them personally. After a long period of filming, Martin's body is inevitably purple and blue, and minor injuries and pains have never stopped. Fortunately, he found a good way to relieve the pain: massage. The person who provided massage services for Martin was called Alexandra Daddario. When the crew was working, Alexandra used her hands to help Martin massage. When they returned to the hotel or apartment after work, they healed their injuries with softness and heat under Martin's guidance. Martin returned to the rest area to sit down and rest, and then his stunt double Buck came on stage to perform a series of scenes such as flying cars. The crew closed an entire street in New York for filming. Compared with the filming of Limitless in New York, the New York Municipal Department provided too many conveniences this time. A heroine who only lives in the memory of the male protagonist is very cost effective in exchange for so many cheap things. Would you like some water? Alexandra put the sippy cup on the small table next to Martin. Martin nodded. Thank you. Chad's roars came from the front. The crew needed to shoot as soon as possible and evacuate the streets before the evening rush hour. The time for shooting was not long. Soon, a series of car collisions occurred. The crew took proper safety measures and no one was injured. Martin also went over and asked about Buck's condition, took the suit he took off, and put it on. Buck was gone, and he, the real male lead, entered the temporary set again and started a fierce gunfight with a group of killers. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire continued. Martin was like the protagonist in a video game, slaughtering the enemy crazily, fully demonstrating what a suit thug is. The corpses were lying all over the streets of New York. When Chad called for a stop to the shooting, the corpses did not get up. The cameraman ran over with a camera, chose a suitable position, and took a few photos of the set. This is Martin's crew. Although they are busy with filming and do not have the creative talent of Nolan, who can write real tidbits anytime and anywhere in the way of writing movie scripts, they can still help the crew create news to attract attention. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the crew finished work on time. The cleaning company, like a professional scavenger, entered the road and collected all the garbage on the road as quickly as possible. Before the evening rush hour, the road was restored to normal. On the way back, Martin and Chad and others took the same business car. Marcus was looking at the photos taken by the photographer on the set. These can't be released directly, right? Chad said. It should be matched with appropriate news. Martin stretched his head to take a look and said, this is easy to say. Isn't it said outside that I'm depressed and crazy because of the clown? These corpses all over the ground are just right for my state. Jessica, the publicity director next to him, said, I thought of it. He took out his laptop, turned it on, and started to get busy. When the group arrived at the hotel, Jessica not only uploaded the news to the crew's official website, but her team also reposted it on a series of entertainment websites. The pictures accompanying the news were all of the film sets of the Manhattan Street gunfights, and there were multiple bodies lying on each one. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was flowing like a river. The headline of the news, written by Jessica herself, John Wick, Chapter 11, had just started filming, and Martin Davis went crazy on the set. Arriving at the hotel, Jessica led someone to find the crew's psychologist to shoot a news video. The psychologist was paid to work, so he naturally cooperated with the work. In the video, he warned Martin must reduce his workload so as not to cause a relapse of his old illness due to overly violent scenes. This statement not only highlights Martin's condition and uses him to attract people, but also points out a major feature of the film: violence. Violence is one of the biggest selling points of commercial films. After dinner, Martin returned to the room. Alexandra went home tonight and was a little free. Bruce took a bottle of essential oil and deliberately asked, do you want me to massage you? Martin gave him a middle finger. Save your strength for Kim and Chloe. It's Chloe. Bruce emphasized, it has nothing to do with Kim. Martin despised this scumbag. You're just a scumbag. You've taken everything away, but you're not taking any responsibility. Bruce quickly changed the subject. Be careful of Alexandra's sister. She looks at you in a weird way. Martin was determined. How could a good person like me touch Catherine? She couldn't even hide from him. Bruce put away the essential oil, took a book, and threw it to Martin, saying, "Student scumbag, you took someone's book. Don't you want to take a look?" "I've been too busy these days. I was busy filming during the day." Martin took the Prince of Thieves that Chuck Hogan gave him, and said, "Not to mention the nights. I've spent the past few days in a magnitude 9 earthquake." When the two were alone, Alexandra would not let him be idle. Even when he was tired, he would have an essential oil massage. Martin stretched himself and went to make a cup of tea. It happened that he had time tonight, so he could calm down and read slowly. He opened the cover of the novel and read it carefully. Graham King has been a producer for Scorsese for a long time. He is very reliable and the writers he recommends are at least not bad. This is a crime novel. The story is set in Charleston, an old town in Boston. The residents of the town have a long history of crime. Charleston is a true portrayal of the original Boston. The residents are mainly Irish and most of them are ordinary workers. This town has a very big feature. It is the area with the highest incidence of armored car and bank robbery in the United States. The number of bank robbers monitored by the Massachusetts police and the FBI in the community is also the highest in the United States. The protagonists are 4 young people in the town who are like brothers. They are all hidden bank robbers, well equipped, and have unique and bold methods of committing crimes. Until a bank robbery that changed their fate happened, the male protagonist had a series of entanglements with the female bank manager. Martin is a super poor student, but he has enough patience. He forcibly read it for a while and gradually immersed himself in the plot of the novel. Chuck Hogan's novel was very well written. In terms of the crime plot alone, it was more exciting than Alan Green's Dark Area, and it was not obscure at all. It was very entertaining, especially the several robberies of the protagonists, which were written in a thrilling way. After reading the first part, Martin quickly browsed through it, and had read nearly half of it by late at night. Bruce came back from outside, and was a little surprised to see Martin still reading the novel. "This novel is very interesting. Is there a Sacred Valley plot?" Martin said, "It's a crime fiction novel. Although it takes place in Boston, after reading it, I thought of our life in Atlanta." Bruce took the novel, flipped through the beginning, and said, "We are lucky. We struggled out of the quagmire. If we stayed in that kind of place for a long time, we might have ended up on this path. After all, the money comes quickly." Martin laughed. "I'm an American hero who has caught Russian spies." Bruce knew Martin well enough. He picked up the novel and shook it. "Do you like it? Want to buy the film and television adaptation rights?" "You know me well." Martin didn't need to hide in front of old Bruce. He said directly, "Say hello to Jessica tomorrow and let her know. Let's take the time to go there in person." He was more thoughtful. Chuck Hogan is a friend of director Scorsese and was introduced to me by Graham King himself. Now that I have taken a fancy to his novel, I must show due attention. In this regard, Martin has always been a good person. Bruce took Chuck Hogan's business card and wrote down the address and contact information. Martin was going to take a shower. As for the plot of this novel, it reminded him of movie The Town, directed by Ben Affleck. Ben, what a coincidence. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.